The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
Why?
let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers,
You pig!
damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life.
Sport!
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome. On this overreaction, Aaron Rodgers Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. This sports program starts now.
Football!
Hey, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year to the Toxic Table at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Happy New Year, boys.
Happy New Year, Pat.
One half of the Hammer,
Dahn.
Cowboys, Tony Diggs. Happy New Year, Tony.
Happy New Year, Tony.
Hey, Tony, you look good this year, Tony.
Thank you.
9-year NFL vet joining us looking so cool was roaming the Rose Bowl last night.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Southern California legend at this point.
Wow.
9-year NFL vet, host of the Man to Man podcast and everything DB, Darius J. Butler.
Yeah.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, in the back, boys. Happy New Year
Happy New
back
Year,
there.
boys.
Happy New Year, boys!
Hey, long weekend, great weekend. We hope you had a chance to reflect on 2023. We hope you had a chance to project what 2024 will be. Wow, it's going to be a good one.
Great one.
It's going to be so much fun. You know why? Because it has to be.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's coming, whether we like it or not.
Bingo.
I used to think about this. This was kind of the mindset change that I had for punting, okay, and kicking, for instance. I would like start thinking a little bit, you know, like maybe a negative thought or something like that would happen. Or with offenses that I was on, it was really good. I'd be sitting on the sideline wondering if, like, I'm on the sideline an hour and a half, 2 hours. And so I started thinking to myself, like, yeah, I mean, I'm hitting these balls in the net good, but are they gonna get? I have no idea how this wind is blowing in this terrible stadium. Our offenses happen to have a great day. Cool. Fourth quarter, you go out there, got to punt the ball. Now we need it. Hey,
Gotta have it.
need to be good. We haven't punted all day. Have no idea what the stadium is needed. So then I started just changing my mindset. Like, hey, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
We might as well make the most of it.
Amen.
We might as well enjoy the hell out of it.
What?
Like this 2024 year, God willing for all of us, whichever God you believe in, willing for all of us, it's going to happen. Let's enjoy every single day.
Yeah.
Let's have a great time whenever we wake up. And although there's going to be petty bullshits that are going to be roaming wild all year, we know it. We probably know who it's going to be coming from.
That's right.
From 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019,
What?
all the research we've done, we probably know who the negative bullshits are going to be coming from this 2024. But this year, we don't care.
No.
You're a bum.
Bomb. Don't matter.
You're a bum.
You're bombing us out.
So we're not going to let bum us out.
Exactly. Never.
Not in 2024. This is going to be the greatest year we've ever had. Happy New Year to everybody. Thanks for allowing us to do this for a living.
Hell yeah.
Remember,
Let's go.
2024, the vibes.
Yeah, 2024, the vibes. That is what this year's all about. Let's have some great vibes because of what we got a chance to do just yesterday. Now, we have an entire NFL slate that we have to break down because a lot has happened.
Yes.
And there is massive implications this weekend as we have NFL football on Saturday and on Sunday. And then on Monday, we got the national championship for college football. I mean, it is a great time to be. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. There's a lot of implications coming up in the NFL, and we certainly will chat about that because we didn't get a chance to go crazy about these refs.
My God.
Ruining the game, Pat.
Whoa.
There's a Lions fan.
Yeah.
Tough job.
NFL's rigged here. Come on now.
Whoa.
Everyone's saying it.
Whoa. It's Detroit versus everybody. Scriptwriters trying to build that for you.
Thank
what the
you.
hell?
You're welcome.
Okay, you're welcome. Maybe you should be saying, hey, Raj, thanks for making us get kind of screwed over in a situation that, you know, we understand that Kadarius Toney egregious at the end of a game. But this whole thing, this is just standard operating procedure. It's been happening since the beginning of time, especially with numbers and everything that used to be for numbers. Now, on the defensive side, offensive side, there's certainly question marks, but the offensive line still has to wear a certain frame of numbers between, I think it's 50 and 80
Yeah.
I think is the offensive line numbers. I think, and if it's anything in there, and you're going to a position that is eligible to receive a catch or to receive the ball, well, the defense is going to have to know that, and also the refs are whenever they're looking at the line and who's where and who's what, they have to know. Shout out to Nick, had a great week. Happy New Year, Nick.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Nick. Certainly doing it. The refs and the other team need to know who is potentially going to receive a catch. There's been centers before that have been reported eligible with different formations that have been set up. There's been guards that have been eligible with the way it's been set up. In this particular case, normally it's a tackle that kind of is a double tight end on one side, and it's kind of a heavy set, and it happens a lot more often than people even realize. It's taking place for some teams in every single goal line or short yardage situation. It's just called by the ref, and the commentators don't stop whenever the ref's talking. It's just hitting the stadium. Bill Belichick used to use this like 15 times a game in the middle of the field, report eligible. Yeah, just an extra blocker. You're out of there. But the defense every single time has to go through it. So it's kind of just like a formal ceremony that takes place. Yeah. It has been taking place for a long time. Now, Sewell's trying to block old cuz from being seen by the defense. Because once again, just a formality, I guess situations or situation there. Just said the same thing with formal and formality. But he's now going to announce it. Defense, not even really because of how often it happens. Listening, but not. 70 then gets called eligible over the MC in-house, from what we've heard from the Spanish copy and also numerous social media filming things. Then 70's coming on the field to try to make it look like he's potentially doing. So now the defense has a soul walking this way, guarding somebody, with somebody coming on from the sideline. So the defense is trying to make a lot of decisions. I've never seen eye candy on a reporting. I've never seen an eye candy on a reporting before.
It's next level.
This is next level. This is high IQ stuff.
Too high.
And then all of a sudden, boom, bang, worst things of all happens. We fail four straight 2-point conversion mindsets. We're going even from the 7. We're going to do this whole thing. And instead of a historic season, we still have the opportunity to do it. We have a little bit of a same old Lions situation here brewing after the brand new Lions do something that hasn't happened in 30 years in Detroit. It's just going to add another chip on their shoulder. But we didn't even get a chance to say, what are these refs doing? Making it about themselves. D-Butt, I know you're a defensive player, so you're going to view this obviously a lot differently than me. What do you think went wrong in this particular situation? And are we just saying to Brad Allen and his crew that have been demoted allegedly from the playoffs? Now,
thank you.
That's been reported from the internet. And we have no idea how that information got out so quick to these different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, already.
Because normally they don't talk about it at all. But I do appreciate the fact that some people have found out and they're telling the world, hey, he ain't going to be in the playoffs. It's like, there's a lot of bad refs. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. Brad is definitely a bad ref, and it might be over for him to going into the playoffs. Shout out Gumpy. But, I don't know how that info got out. What is your takeaway from this?
Yeah, it's tough. Obviously, the refs got a tough job. The Lions probably made it a little bit tougher on themselves and on the refs. You saw Skipper coming in there 70. And the thing about that, a little more context to that was probably like his second or maybe third or fourth time where he's reporting himself as the eligible jumbo tight end. As defenses, you're game planning, you know who the jumbo guys are. We had a play, I think, last week on Everything DB, good D, bad D, with an offensive lineman in the backfield. So I'm sure he had to report. And you've seen it. You've heard coaches talk about it. You got to, verbal, nonverbal, hey, ref, I'm reporting eligible. They announced to the defense. So I think that kind of confused them. As soon as she saw 70 running on, just probably anticipated that it was going to be him again. Decker was kind of trying to be a little low-key about it. And who knows how the defense would have adjusted differently if they knew 68 was the eligible receiver. So it was tough. You hate to see a game come down to that where the refs mess it up. But I don't have a problem for them being dropped from the playoffs either.
No, if that's right. I like a little accountability for stripes, which is what we've been calling for forever. We've also been calling for consistency. I didn't get to see every play of that particular game because where we were watching games at was certainly something. So I don't know how the refs were from start to finish. Probably inconsistent like every ref in the NFL has seemingly been all year. So I don't know what Brad Allen is as a ref other than this particular situation.
Sure.
Been around a while.
Yeah. Dan said they drew the play up, too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Dan Campbell going to him.
Yeah.
And then, explaining what's going to happen. And then in the biggest moment when they need it, exactly what he said was going to happen.
It's tough.
Happening. And then one of Brad's refs, by the way, maybe it's Brad, I guess he had to be a part of it as well. But, all of it taking place in the biggest moment goes back to my point about, not all these refs are built for the moment.
No.
You know what I mean? We obviously scrutinize and judge athletes when in the biggest moment they don't perform their best. Well, why don't they perform their best? Well, they're overthinking, they're getting a little tight, they're doing something abnormal than what they used to do. They don't have good enough technique, so then whenever they have to rely upon it, it's not great. That's what separates the from some, Now everybody can be good. Who can be the great? We know who's up here, okay? Serena.
Yep.
Wayne,
Tiger.
LeBron, Peyton, Tom Brady, John Daly, Flacco.
Right.
Yeah, you know who we're talking about.
Exactly.
There's a difference here. And their difference is that in between the years, they are stone cold killers. And in the biggest moments, they perform at their absolute best. Some people have that, but they're not great. Other places, they are as well because they're always dialed in. Some of these refs are getting tossed in here, and they're in Lions, Cowboys, massive.
Huge game.
That is a massive game.
One seed on the line here.
2-point convert. Like, here it is.
Yes.
Like, this is the whole thing. And sometimes, you can just have maybe Brad had that moment where he didn't even think, or was just in auto mode because he's like, we're in a big moment, and checks in for 70 because it's happened before in the game. It's like, that goes back to the whole point of, like, we need full-time refs.
Yep.
So that we could develop them, And I had a chance to talk to a few sources within the officiating world because we talk about it a lot. We've been talking about it for a very long time.
Yep.
And as they've passed the title of who's the head official, there's been different ways that things have kind of operated. And one of the things that's kind of getting left behind over the last couple of years, and I assume it's a budget conversation, is there's no real development. We talk about development of players. We talk about how, like, that's a good coaching staff. They make guys better over there. College, that's obviously a massive thing. NFL, some places have better coaches than other places. There's no real development of these refs either. So, like, the development is them getting thrown into live action. And it's like, there you go. If these people are full-time, you got off-season workouts.
Yep.
You got trust falls.
Yep.
You got a pool of people maybe you could pull from.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? You got practices you can go to. Hey, there's a high school 7-on-7 taking place. Sweet. We'll send our 14th and 15th teams out to go cover that, just get some work in the offseason, let alone conferences, everything. Like, the full-time official thing is not only because it's weird that we have to look into what the side job is for a ref that blows a call that costs me a massive bet.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing to have to do. This middle school teaching son of a bitch. What is this ref doing Monday through Friday, and then on Sunday he's making this call, and I'm getting screwed up. The team's getting screwed over. So obviously that is a benefit of full-time refs, that it's their full-time job, and you would think that maybe they're not getting, distracted by potential outsiders, especially in the world that we're in right now. But also we can make them better, and we can find who's good, and then you can also bench people.
Yeah.
Oh, this particular line judge. Did you see week 1?
Can't have it.
Everything was wrong.
Yep.
Well, I got to put it back on the bench and maybe develop a little bit. Hey, Jack's been working his ass off.
Yeah.
He started as back judge, moved to a line judge this past offseason. Let's go ahead and give him a shot. He's with Clete Blakeman, been around a long time. He's got a veteran. He'll put him in there. Like, we should do that. There's the amount of money to do it. I'm sure some sponsor would love to pay the money to the NFL to even build that. But it's like whenever things like this happen, the first thought for everybody is just like, these refs suck. And they do. But I think we can make it better. And I think the NFL is trying. From what I've been told. I've been told that the NFL is making the right calls to the right people,
Good news.
having the right conversations, but the NFL moves like molasses.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That is what the NFL is. It's a multi-billion-dollar operation. Things are really good right now. I don't know if you've seen their ratings are just doing this right here. So, like, they move slow, but from what I've been told, all the right thoughts are happening, which is good news.
That's all you can really ask for. In the whole referee thing, what you just said, relegation. Like, we need to send these bitches down like Burnley. I'm sorry.
So where, MAC, Big 12?
No.
All the way down to FC.
Yeah. Pop Warner. I don't care where it ends, but you talked about the moment being too big. Like, you can clearly see the head referee as Decker and Penei Sewell are kind of trying to tell him, like, hey, this is it right here. He's just looking to the left, and he points at Skipper, and then he starts walking. He's not even listening to what Penei or them are doing. He's looking over at Skipper here, sees him coming on, then points at Skipper, doesn't even listen to what Decker or Sewell are saying, and then he's going to make
They're
the
doing
call.
eye candy.
Yeah.
Hey, eye candy on the reporting.
Hey,
It's kind of genius.
It's genius.
Close to silver.
It's genius, and I don't want to hear the confusion stuff. This is the NFL. This is the greatest league on earth.
Foxy.
Don't get too cute.
We talk about the confusion stuff in the NFL all the time.
Exactly. Not every team can do it.
And we're talking, well, not only, the Patriots, They've had to change numerous rules at the NFL because Bill Belichick abusing the reporting eligible rule. We're talking, I think, against the Colts, and in my mind, it's probably different than what it actually was. But the year that the reporting eligible thing and the way the formations they were doing, feels like they did it against us at least 4 to 5 times.
At least.
Just like in like maybe a half.
Yeah, sorry, Chuck.
It was just like every play was something they're reporting, they're doing
tough, man. And as a player, you want to take it out of the official hands as much as possible. And you saw when he looked, the skipper started running off. I feel like Decker maybe kind of grabbed him, yelled at him, "Hey, it's me!" Like I'm reporting just to let it be known. I'm sure especially when you on that run, you and Midge with all those onside kicks. I'm sure you guys had some conversations with the refs.
A lot
of conversations like, "Hey, this is exactly what's going on." I don't know, maybe even when they're handing you the ball, maybe a little reminder with something. But yeah, you just want to take it. You just want to take those guys out of the game. Even in 2-minute situations, you'll see a lot of times receivers, they're coached not to toss the ball to the referee because drop it, fall on the ground. So, hey, hand the ball to the ref, then go get down. So it's the little things, and they don't show up. And I understand Foxy, I understand the Lions fans, I understand just football fans being pissed off, but they're humans too. And on the flip side, those refs last night, I know in our game, at least at the Rose Bowl, and I know you talked to them beforehand.
That's good.
They said, hey, look, we want to stay out of it. We want to be observers of the game, and I feel like for the most part, they
definitely did.
They were really good.
The Rose Bowl refs, and I think I saw as we were walking out. So we didn't even get a chance to talk about that Lions thing yesterday because of how awesome yesterday was.
Right.
Feels like we do have to address that for the Lions, folks. But with that being said, it's an add chip on your shoulder.
Yeah. Boo.
I agree.
It's more Detroit for Detroit.
Yeah, absolutely. Still going to the playoffs.
The most Detroit versus everybody thing of all time, especially because it was the Cowboys, and this has happened in the playoffs before.
I will say a lot of people are saying, though, like in the football world that I know, that they're going like, they're reporting like assholes.
Yeah, a little bit.
A lot of people saying this.
That's saying a lot about the refs then. That's saying a lot about these refs. We got to get better refs then. If we're confusing the refs, then what are we doing? This is the biggest league on the earth.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of guys that played mostly on the defensive side of the ball have said, like, it's just, they got 3 guys walking over there.
Don't do that.
They announced it either way.
This is not how it is going. And they announced another, like, that's what everybody on the defensive side of the ball is thinking. Like, D-Butt just softened that, I think. Yeah, he did. Yep, he did. Okay, I didn't even ask him before the show because we had a long day yesterday, but a lot of the defensive people that have been messaging me about it are like, the Lions were trying to do something
karma
that nobody, I mean, you're trying to eye candy. You're trying to eye candy you're trying to send somebody emotion. You're trying to Mike McDaniel, Tyreek Hill, send somebody emotion before a reporting of an eligible number. It's like, respect what you're doing. But if Brad Allen, well, how many people are here?
What the hell?
Really allowed to report one. We could expect that because we've learned about officials that maybe not the most
Sorry, Fox.
ready for everything. Like maybe a big moment does get him a little bit off. Maybe it does
gonna happen.
Kind of freak him out a little bit.
MCDC is too smart is what we're saying here.
Well,
Him and Ben Johnson, seemingly, This is like when Shane Steichen, Sirianni, and them changed the quarterback sneak into the tush push.
Yeah.
Like it's just taking something that's been here forever and then just being like, you know what? Can't we? We can get like 600 pounds pushing. That's a lot better than just 210 pounds.
Right.
How come nobody's done this? Can we look this? How come nobody's done this before? There's got to be a rule against it. No rule against it. All right, perfect. We're going to put 900 pounds of people right back here, and we're just going to use our guy as a battering ram. And he's just going to run over Jason Kelsey's ass. We're going to go. And everybody else in the NFL was like, that's been there this whole time. How come we didn't do that? Now, nobody else has been as successful as the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, whenever people see this, by the way, around the NFL, there's going to be so many offense coordinators like, no, okay. So we need to disguise reporting. And then if we can get our stadium also to turn down his mic whenever he does the number 70 has reported eligible like they did, we could change this whole thing. But to your point about yesterday's refs, yesterday was so dumb. Congrats to college football.
Congrats. Great day. It was awesome.
Congrats to college football, which we have been incredibly lucky to be a part of here for like the last 2 years. Basically being baptized by the biggest traditions, the biggest pageantry, the biggest games, and the biggest names in the sport. We are incredibly lucky to be there. Yesterday, we're walking on the Rose Bowl sidelines, calling a college football playoff game between Alabama and Michigan. By the way, one of those teams, we've talked to the head coach pretty much all season long. He's considered the greatest of all time. And on the other side is a guy who just wins. That is literally all he does. And as we learn more about his character, hilarious human being. Now, certainly going to be some at the top of that whole thing. But what great dynasty doesn't have those?
Exactly.
That is kind of what happens whenever you're a winner, although this year's one got real loud and real ridiculous very, very quickly. We understand how dumb it is, but like it was cool how, and this is the first time that I've experienced this seemingly, everybody like knew who we were, you know? And everybody had such a cool, like that refs. The reason why we were talking to the refs
Bingo.
is I think all the refs watch our show. So like shout out to the refs that watch the refs from the Rose Bowl yesterday, who I think watch our show. But we go onto the field to watch warm-ups. Dumb. Not supposed to be out there on the Rose Bowl. We're on the nicest grass.
It's on the 50.
Just standing.
Yeah, absurd.
Now, granted, Ben is near dumping on the Rose Bowl.
Rolling around.
He's chief happiness officer. They gave him press credential, which is good news for Ben. But we're just like standing there, and the people that are coming up to say hello to us was so dumb. The refs, though, come right over. Hey, how you doing? The head ref, so much moxie.
Yes.
This guy. You can tell by shaking his hand. It's like, this is a white cap. This is a guy that we need giving the calls to the camera. This is the guy we need kind of leading the way, communicating with the players. And he literally told us, we're going to be observers here. We are going to be consistent, too.
Let the boys play.
He said, we're going to be consistent and we're going to be observers. And it was like he was giving me like a press report. Like, hey, this is our game plan. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. And then he was.
Yeah.
And their entire crew got the message as well. He's a Big 12 ref. I don't know if it was a mixed group or not. And shout out to Pac, you know.
Pac's the dog.
Pac was an absolute dog. He said he wanted to be in the WWE as a ref. Loved being a ref.
Wow.
Like, just loved being a ref.
What?
Saw Ed Hockley at one point and said, yep, that's what I'm supposed to be. Attention detail sick, had great hair. I think he's from Brooklyn or the Bronx. Yeah, I apologize. I know it's
Bronx, I think.
Okay,
Bronx, yeah.
I know it's a big mistake. I had great hair. He was coming up to talk to us. Like, this crew was dialed in. They were phenomenal through that game, and they were consistent. If it was a quarterback, consistent. If it was a punter, consistent.
Very.
If it was a little extra, they were consistent.
Extra after the whistle.
And I think that's all anybody's asking for, right? Now, I heard some people, whenever we went back to the trailer back area, like, those refs out there. And that was one of my biggest takeaways from the game. Michigan is awesome.
Yes, they are.
Hey,
Gritty.
they got dogs up there.
It's a damn good football team.
And they answer, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like the scouting report on J.J. McCarthy is like, performs well under pressure. Yeah.
Resilient.
That drive.
Hey, he
that last
does.
drive.
Sure did.
He does. That guy is phenomenal. Blake Corum, he cuts backwards in the overtime touchdown that he scores.
Filthy.
He's better than I thought coming in.
Quicker than
Yeah, he was unbelievable to see live.
He didn't have as many explosive touchdowns this year as he did last year. Last year he had like 20-some, I think. I think he had like 20-some long runs. And then this year, post-ACL surgery, which is what everybody kind of was tagging it with, he's just been like goal line touchdowns. Hasn't had like the long haul. I think, which led me to think, oh, he must be getting caught. Must not have as much juice.
Uh-oh.
That's not true at all.
No.
He's quick. He runs so hard, too. How about that was Rome Wilson right there? That He makes this catch that gets the flight up fingertip grab.
Snag.
And
On the final drive.
Yeah, there's another catch where I think it's that one. It might have been another one. Jump catch as he's coming down, spin. And then, like, without even landing, lands like one leg juke on his land and then gets around a guy. I'm like, that's a freak. That's a freak athlete move. And then you think about Big Colston, he didn't even really get going.
No.
They still have that tight end that they use in motion and shift. And then offensive coordinator Sharon, they are shifting, moving. Yeah. They had Alabama
Every play.
confused.
A little bit.
They had Alabama confused.
Every play and all the big plays. One of the things coming into it, they would say, "Oh, Michigan will formation you to death." They shift, they motion, and they always got guys in the right spots. You know, if it's 4th and 2, if it's something on the goal line, a Corum touchdown, it's him right here, leaking out to the left, wide open, and you never expect that against a Nick Saban, Alabama coach defense. And it was all day. The crossers were killing them. The trick play, McCarthy made an unbelievable catch and throwing this throwback right here. Unbelievable catch, and he just got it off. Boom, back foot, fading back.
30 yards.
And then the big plays when they need it, because offensively, defensively, I think Michigan kind of had their way all afternoon long. Special teams was kind of letting them down, putting them in some bad spots, but they just overcome. Then for it to go to overtime, you go and score, and then you get a great stop. J.J. McCarthy, I think, moves to 26-1 now as the Michigan starter.
Yeah, his percentage was 96.2% win percentage, but there was a lot of those types of plays where they were just scheming. And the Alabama defense was either getting caught up or picking the wrong guy. And Tim Tebow called this play whenever we were on there with him about what he wanted to see out of J.J. And this is part of his game I don't think a lot of us respected enough. JJ's a dog, dude.
Yes.
He's been injured at the end of the season. That was the one that got tipped, and he caught. Look in his land. You saw the juke right there. They'll have a back shot of this one, I think. Shout out back shots. That's all me.
You guys had a great view of this one.
Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Bang.
Perfect.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't even get
hesitation.
his right foot on the ground. It's just immediate juke. And then the easy touchdown here to Rome. I mean, it was a phenomenal game, too, because Alabama was completely out of sorts in that first half.
Yeah.
Completely out of sorts. The best play they had was Chase McClellan. He ends up scoring a touchdown, shaking Sa ear still.
Saying it's true. Mike saying it's true.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer. Mike saying it's true.
Anyways, jukes him. He would come back later and make a massive tackle.
Yeah.
But that was really their only offensive play, and they were only down 3 at halftime.
Yeah.
Then they take the lead. The Rose Bowl people play Dixieland Delight. That play starts going bananas
Yeah, timing was insane.
in there, and it's like Alabama's going to the national championship all of a sudden. Swag. Mark Ingram's losing his mind. Bunch of the boys on the sideline going crazy. And then that strip happens. Michigan gets a strip, gets the ball back. And it's like that team just I know it's crazy to just talk about their adversity, but that team just answers.
Yeah.
Like every single thing. Coach is suspended. We got Mike Hart as a head coach this week. We got somebody else as a head coach next. Who cares? This team just keeps showing up. And everybody's talked about how they're singularly focused on a mission and have been since the beginning of the season. I think that's how Desmond Howard described it. It's like, that is true. They don't let anything deter them. Special teams kind of stinks. Who cares?
Yeah.
Lost
And
their
then-
best offensive lineman.
Who cares? Now, Zach, they obviously miss him, but who cares? They continue to run on Bama.
Yeah.
And then their defense was all over Jalen Milroe. He got sacked so much. First play of the game, he gets sacked. Then on the third play of the game, he gets sacked. I mean, there was a message very, very quick and early. This Michigan team's the real deal. This Michigan team is the real. And I apologize. I apologize to the Michigan faithful.
Wow.
Because I've seen a lot of them out there in California. Probably 70-30.
Yeah.
65-35.
Yeah.
Michigan over Alabama fans out there. It was packed out in blue, which is why the Mr. Brightside was so loud.
Yeah, it was awesome.
But a lot of them told me, you never pick us. Do you know that? You never pick us. And I was like, what do you mean?
It's not true.
And people were rattling it off in my face and then like, yeah, you never did.
We were walking out. Keep picking against us, McAfee.
Yeah, it was literally. And I started thinking to myself, you know why I think I've picked against Michigan?
What was that?
It's because I'm such a firm believer in the football gods.
Sure.
So like everything I had been hearing about what's from Hamburger to Connor Stallions to the videos, in my head, I'm like, football gods going to punish this team. This is just how this works. This is how this works. I think what football gods are telling us, that was all a bunch of bullshit.
rogue agent.
That's what I think the football gods are.
That man's been punished.
I thought about that last night as I was walking off the Rose Bowl. I'm like, the football gods literally just told me, like, hey, everything you were, it's all bullshit.
We like Michigan.
And it's like these Michigan fans are like, oh, welcome to the party. Yeah, it has been. And it's been one man, Pete Thamel.
Yeah.
That is right.
Crazy Pete.
It's been a crazy year for Michigan. For them to make it to the national championship here is absurd. To win the way they did, and then it gets to overtime. And like sometimes you think in overtime, like, all right, we got 1 overtime, 2 overtimes,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
We'll get to the point where
Let's
there's no
strap
extra
in
points.
here.
They were like, nope.
Nope. Hey, we're gonna go score. Blake once again cuts backwards. He does a jump cut backwards. Boom, backwards, out and around. And from the back view, it is even more absurd. And that's just like, that's a long touchdown in the overtime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Normally, overtime, you got to work. First one, normally, field goal is the case.
Yeah.
That jump cut there with the blocking downfield and then the finish from the 5'8", 215-yard guy, you'd be lucky you get this guy on your football team next year in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like Gorham. He's a dog. Finds himself in the paint. And then they stop Alabama. It's like, what a win. Good for Michigan.
I think in your defense, because this is the second time we've seen them, and again, like in the Big Ten championship, we're in like your suite down there, and that's absolutely close. But it's not like being on the field. Like when you're on the sidelines and you can see how physical and how fast they are, like it's just a little bit different. And I think part of it is like they played Iowa. They knew there was no way Iowa was going to win that game. But
JJ was hurt. I think.
yeah, exactly. Like they kind of played down to like they were only up 10-0 at halftime, and we were like, gee, I mean, with how good Alabama's looking, they beat Georgia. Like they're one of the hottest teams in the country right now. Like you could see why a lot of people thought Alabama was going to win, but it really was. Like I mean, there were moments in that game where, you know, like
Alabama had all the momentum, and the entire crowd was like Michigan. We were right in front of Michigan's fan base and just dead silent. But like you said, like they always answered when they needed to. They always answered, flipped the momentum right away, and it was very clear. Like they were the best team on that field yesterday,
by far.
Yeah, bar none.
Coaching, strategy, scheme, formation, player, everything out there.
It was the trenches pretty much. I mean, think about what the Alabama O-line, how many sacks how many times did Milroe get sacked? And then
6, I think, or 7.
And then the Michigan O-line just kind of dominated all day in the run game. And the last time that's happened to an SEC team against a Big Ten team is wild to see, kind of.
Yeah, and we learned a lot about a guy named Mason Graham.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With big 55.
Dog.
And they got another 99. There it is. They got some nose tackles.
78.
Playing D-tackle in there. Yeah. They got a lot of meat. They got a lot of meat.
Maybe that's why the damn center was throwing a bunch of ground balls back there to damn Jalen Milroe. I mean, that's a tough spot to be in as a quarterback. Tim Tebow talked about it a little bit. Obviously, it's going to take your eyes, even on that last play. It wasn't open. But it's going to take your eyes off the defense. You got to be worried about that every snap. That should be almost like a routine, almost like a muscle memory type thing as a quarterback in the center. So that was tough. I mean, that was head-scratching to see a Nick Saban coach team, an Alabama team in January still having snapping issues. That's something I know it's probably the deepest, most talented defensive line in the country in Michigan. But that's tough on the national stage.
Yeah, I did not enjoy watching that happen for Jalen. The first touchdown, Jason McClellan, low snap.
Yeah,
Jalen handles it, hands it off, we're off and running. But that continued all game. Mm-hmm. And I do assume that it was thinking about old 55 and 99.
Right.
The other 7 that they rotate in there, 9 guys they rotate in there. But you can't have that happen. But also, Michigan forced them to play that way. Yeah. Just like Michigan forced themselves to kill Jalen.
Kill.
And then in that overtime on the 4th and 2 there's a sky cam shot where Jalen Milroe could have got in. If he goes to the left. He'll be back next year. That's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying, D-Butt.
I don't think so.
I mean,
you see it?
There's a lot of room.
I saw it. I don't think so. And it snapped.
He would have had to do the Blake Corum jump cut.
Yep.
Right? It would have had to have been an absurd jump cut. But it feels like Jalen thought that was
Yeah.
And old buddy was pulling. Maybe it was just a distraction. I can't need to pull a guard out from where you're running the ball to on a must-have it. But like the back, you're right, side angle doesn't give him as much
it's
room.
tough because you got Sainer Strill coming off the edge, so you would have to go inside of him and then bounce out.
And Milroe on a safety, though. Feel pretty good about that.
He still would. I mean, it's on the 3. Anyways, joining us now is a man whose team is going to the national championship.
That's right.
We asked for Rich Eisen to join us yesterday. Mm-hmm. He was too locked in on the game.
Yeah, nervous. He was.
It was a seesaw of a game. They said he's a nervous wreck up there. Okay, so I think the answer was Rich says he would love to do it, but please let Pat know that nervous wreck here.
Yeah, try not to puke.
Okay, all right. So this Michigan fans and the Michigan faithful have been waiting for this for a long time. This guy obviously started chatting about what's next potentially last week on this particular program, but has had to answer questions about the head coach of the Michigan team for a long time. Senior NFL insider at ESPN, Michigan man. Not going to the national championship, though.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Schefter. Nice little 3/4 zip there, pal.
Happy New Year to everybody. Wait, you said not going. I don't know that it's not going just yet. We're trying to see if we can figure it out. I don't know if we can. I don't know. It's still up in the air. Like, the plan was no, because Monday is the day when coaches get fired and there are divorces and you got to be in position. So if we can figure out a way to get that done in Houston, like from the game day set or something, then maybe we can go.
Why don't you break some news from the game day? Yeah. I mean, I have no say in anything. Low man on totem pole.
I mean, we'll be there.
You can use it, dude.
Just why not?
Yeah,
easy.
Use the set. I think our show's going to be there. You can use ours. Hey, you need to use ours. Go ahead. Whatever you want.
Well, we're gonna have to tell that to Seth Markman and see if we can get that done, right?
All right, we'll go right over his head. We'll make that happen.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, that'd be no problem.
Not like you have to go very high over his head either, so do that, yes.
Yeah, we'll go real high over if we have to. But the thought that Michigan is playing in the national championship, I just told you about what Rich Eisen said to us. This is huge for you, Michigan fans. How long have you been waiting? Is this real? How come there is such a sense of overexcitement almost for a team like Michigan? Because I think Michigan, great program, great franchise. This feels different for you guys. Why is that?
Well, it's been, 27 years since they won a football championship. And all I can tell you is that in my senior year at Michigan, which was 1989, Pat, me and my college roommates, we went out to Seattle, Lexington, Kentucky for the Sweet 16, and then Seattle for the Final Four. And I can tell you that to this day, it's still one of the most memorable weekends of my life. The fun that we had is something that everybody that's a part of the program, every student there now is now experiencing. And I wish that joy and happiness for everybody because it's something that I'll always remember. So what we had as seniors weeks before we graduated from Michigan is what a lot of people at the school are having now. And there are so many people that have worked so hard for it that you just love to see it. Like every year somebody gets to experience it. So it's Michigan's turn this year to try to bring it home. And I'm really happy for them and the school. And there's, like I said to you last week, there are so many great kids on this program, so many great young men. I'm happy for them. And I know some of the coaches there and I have great respect for them and I'm happy for that. So I'm just happy for all these people and I'm just along for the ride, enjoying what they're creating.
Yeah, I think it'd be very easy to be happy for that group of people that is up there doing their thing right now, especially with everything they've been through this year, especially if you've been on their side the entire time, which I assume every Michigan human has. Did you guys get an email that said, hey, it's all bullshit? It's all bullshit throughout the entire season because it felt like the Michigan faithful did stay very strong behind Jim Harbaugh. Very, very strong through it all. Hamburger, what a joke. We all thought that was a joke.
Yes.
But the stealing signs thing with a rogue agent, that doesn't seem believable. But now it feels like the football gods are letting us all know, like, yeah, this is all malarkey. This team doesn't need a rogue agent in Connor Stallions. It's like this is a special group.
It reminds me of an NFL world, like Deflategate. Okay,
Thank you.
Football, a little air went out of the football. So that compromises the greatness of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. That diminishes what they did. Like,
Close
come
game.
on.
Bring up any other one but that one.
Sorry, Pat.
Yeah. I mean, we lost by 70. That was a tough night.
38-10.
That was a tough night. It was cold, it was windy. There was snow before that game, I think.
It was freezing.
Hey, we still got the banner.
Damn right.
Yep. Amen, brother.
Still got the banner.
AFC finalists.
Hey, Grunk, Jules, relax too, guys. Relax.
We never said anything.
No.
They were like,
But
hold on. When the
But
Colts
again,
players
to my
say, like,
point.
we were trying to bury that quicker than everybody. What are we talking
But to my point, do you think the fact that whatever air may or may not have come out of the football contributed to how well the Patriots played that year?
Well, Bill Nye, science guy, told me.
They ain't taking it out for nothing, you know.
Whoa.
Oh, Darius, this is what Jules and Grunk are talking.
Bring it back.
This is what Jules and Grunk
But no,
Bring it back up, T-Bud.
An ass kicking is an ass kick. You know, it doesn't matter. They won the game. They won the game, all right?
They won a lot of games. Well, that needs to be remembered. But the asterisk thing, whenever you're great, they're going to come for you. Speaking of coming for you, if you're great, Jim Harbaugh has been talked about every single offseason about going back to the NFL because of how prolific he is as an NFL coach, and he has been. Now, last week, you said something that was, I don't want to say it caught my attention, but it certainly caught my, thought process. You said Harbaugh wanted to come back to his alma mater, and he wanted to restore greatness to his school. That was his mission, that he was going to do that. College football playoff, lost to Georgia. College football playoff, lost to TCU. Another college football playoff. If he went back to Michigan and took them to 3 straight college football playoffs, but never won one, would he consider that being a mission done? Like, yes, Michigan is back. We're Big Ten. We beat Ohio State 3 straight years. We're in the college football playoff. Would that be enough for him to think, check that box of restoring greatness in Michigan. Let me go back to the NFL. When you said that, is that like the overwhelming narrative about what Harbaugh's doing at Michigan? I'd never heard that before, but that makes a lot of sense, especially if that's why he's weighing his options literally every single offseason.
Well, I don't know what the narrative is. I can just tell you my perspective always has been that Jim wanted to restore greatness to Michigan. He's done that. He's now 1 game away from winning a national title and fulfilling a goal, I'm sure, of his and the schools and everybody involved in the program. So if and when he were to do that, or even not do that, I think that would leave him with one goal that he would like to accomplish in his great football career. And that would be to win a Super Bowl, be a part of a Super Bowl winning team. Came close to doing it against his brother when they coached against each other in that Super Bowl in New Orleans where the lights went out and Baltimore beat San Francisco. And so the way that I look at this is this. Like, let's just look at it in basic facts. He hasn't signed an extension with Michigan yet. He's hired an agent, Dahn, who has deep NFL connections. He's got Michigan one game away from a national championship. Whether or not he wins it, I believe that the NFL will help dictate or determine whether or not he goes. If there's a team out there that really wants him, that makes a really compelling offer, my sense is that he would be interested absolutely in listening and entertaining that offer, no matter what happens next Monday night. That's my opinion.
I think what you said last week was like $15 million, probably what he'll be getting paid to be an NFL head coach versus the $12.5 million allegedly being reported for the $125 million deal that was offered from college. But this could potentially become like how Sean Payton was, right, last offseason with these owners.
Here's the deal. The Sean Payton salary came in somewhere around 20, and the top coaches now seem to be coming in there. So if Jim wins a national title, who's to say that number's not going to come in at, I'm making this up, 17 and a half, 18, 19, I don't know.
25.
Yeah. But that's why you hire Dahn to go do that deal, a big deal. He didn't hire Dahn to go negotiate an extension with Ward Manuel. He just didn't do that, okay? So let's see what happens next Monday night. Let's see what happens in that game. And then he gets to sift through his options, and it's up to the NFL. It's up to the NFL to pull him into the league. I believe the opportunity is there. I believe he's all ears. It doesn't mean he's leaving. They have to make his mind up for him, but he's there to be had, in my mind.
Do you think there's a chance that he's told his team this and nobody's just talking about it? Because he said, whenever he was asked about the Chargers job or any of the NFL jobs, he says, we just have a singular focus on dominating today. And there was a story about when Ray Lewis retired, like halfway through the season or something like that. He told the team, like, hey, this is going to be my last go. This is going to be it. And they go win a Super Bowl for that guy.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They go on, but it was kept in-house. Is there any chance that Harbaugh has been very open and real with this Michigan team and been like, boys, I'm going to be honest. Like, this is my last year here at Michigan. I'm going to go back to the NFL, but let's go win. Mm-hmm. Let's go win. You know, because there's a very, very veteran old team there, right? And they're that Michigan team has been around a little bit, right? Yeah. Is there any chance he said that, or you think the boys are just thinking Harbaugh's coming back next year and don't care about it at all?
I don't think he brings his thoughts onto them, and I don't think it's a foregone conclusion he's leaving just because he's all ears and open to that idea, and he's hired.
That's good business.
It's good business.
Doesn't mean he's leaving. Like, it's still, again, Pat, it comes back to what I said to you. The NFL still has to want him. It's got to be the right opportunity with the right offer. And if that comes along, all that falls into place. I think he winds up leaving. It doesn't mean it will. It doesn't mean that the right team doesn't come. Like last year, Denver came along and it didn't work out for whatever reason. The year before, Minnesota came along. It didn't work out. We don't know whether the Chargers or Raiders or Panthers or somebody else will come along this year and it'll work out or not. And if it doesn't, I know Jim loves Ann Arbor. He loves the people in that program. He loves being a part of it. And if he stays, he stays. Like, that's great. But he's open to the idea that somebody comes along, pulls him away, knowing, again, I still believe that he wants to win a Super Bowl. I believe that's in his heart.
Yeah.
Okay? At some point, whether that's this year or next year or in 5 years.
Hey, what he needs to know, though, and I think all Michigan fans feel this way, going through this entire year and this entire run with him, he's a special guy, dude.
Yes.
He's a good football coach.
Yeah. Great football.
Hey, good. Way to go, Jim.
Good work, Jimmy.
He's also in the Ring of Honor here at the Indianapolis Colts. People forget about that. You know, a hell of a player back in the day.
Yep.
Got a chance to see
let me say something.
Go ahead.
I was at the playoff game where he upset the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs were the 1 seed, and he was the Colts quarterback. And I remember the silence that fell upon Arrowhead Stadium that day, being in the locker rooms, and it was incredible. And then the next week, I remember he's in the AFC Championship game, and he's one long completion away at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh from taking the Colts to the Super Bowl. And I think it was Aaron Bailey. The pass went through his arms. It was a Hail Mary in the end zone. It was so close to happening. And he nearly pulled the upset. And he willed the Colts to those playoff wins. Like, that's who he is, and that's what he does. And he helped do it last night again against Alabama, and let's see if he can do it next Monday night against Washington. Like, there's some. I was at that. Well, yeah, that was
moving. Look at him moving.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. It also helped that day that the Chiefs kicker Lynn Elliott missed a few different field goals. Okay. But Jim Rose.
You guys got to figure that out in Michigan, pal.
Yeah.
All right.
Jim was incredible that day. Look at that. I mean, he was really good that day, and it was really cold in Kansas City. The snow. Boy, that was fun. Yeah. Those are great times.
Yeah, Kansas City can get very chilly. We played there when it was negative 15, I think.
That's fun.
Frozen field. Yeah, it was not fun. It was not a good time.
Hey, let me tell you something. As somebody who's gone to school at Michigan, I think some of the coldest spots I've been in my life were in Kansas City. I was there for a Broncos playoff game one year where there was an ice storm. It was 10 below. I was there another year with wind chills. It was 40 below.
Yeah.
This is Kansas City. Kansas City can be brutally cold.
Well, the Midwest, with how flat it is, it's that. It's obviously the cold, but you need the cold. It's the never-ending that just doesn't stop because there's no hills.
Yeah. Game changer.
There's nothing in the way of the wind. So the wind is going from Dakota all the way to Ohio, pretty much. And it's gaining speed every single day. It's so cold. And then it runs into a hill somewhere finally.
Pittsburgh.
And it just stops. It's like, all right, we'll stop here. I guess we're trying to figure it out. And it's just, that's what I've learned from moving to the Midwest. Every day is windy, every single day. Now, let's go back to Jim Harbaugh. One of those teams that might just pay him a shitload of money. I mean, so much money, is the second wealthiest owner in the NFL. Now, David Tepper has obviously been something, we will say, as a NFL owner. He has meetings with the coaches every single Monday, and those, from what we've heard, have been a little loud. He had a lot of opinions. One thing leads to another. Team stinks. They're in disarray. Has already filed bankruptcy on a practice facility in one of the towns down there in Carolina. They've rolled through 5 different coaches. What? They have no real pillars. What? And the number 1 overall pick looked like he did not know football from the crew that was assembled to make him know football. But with all that being said, a lot of money.
Yep.
Yeah. Tons.
Money cures all. Harbaugh maybe go to Carolina, and will a video like this potentially change anything? When David Tepper, owner of the Panthers, takes a cup as if he's at a bar like Club Z in Morgantown and throws some ice and some backwash on somebody in the stadium there in Jacksonville that he was not happy with. Now, I've been told numerous different stories that the person that got hit with that ice, broken neck.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, I broken neck. I heard.
Yep.
There's been a couple other rumblings.
Ice in the eye.
Yeah, ice in the eye, blind. And actually, they are professional binoculars, so future earnings now
that's right.
completely ruined with the eye thing.
Frostbite.
What the hell happened? If this is what this guy's doing out of a suite at another stadium, what are these Monday meetings like with these coaches?
Man.
What is this going to lead to? And how did we get here with this guy? I assume he's got to be incredibly intelligent in some form of business.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because with how big of an asshole he acts, he should not be
Correct.
as
Might be the one.
successful as he is. Second wealthiest owner in the whole NFL.
By a lot.
So he's got to be great to act this way. Got to be great at something. So congrats to that. What is going to happen with him, and who is the right coach for this maniac down there in Carolina, seemingly?
They got to find somebody. They have to find somebody that is going to help Bryce Young turn into the quarterback that they thought he was when they traded the number 1 overall pick in the 2024 draft to get him. They traded so much to get this guy, and they thought that if they put enough weapons around Bryce Young, that he would be able to be like Drew Brees has been in New Orleans. That's the vision they had for Bryce Young. The problem is they don't have those weapons right now. And my question, as other people have said it to me, is will the quarterback break be broken before they can get enough weapons and help him develop into the quarterback that he has or had the chance to be? Because there are a lot of young quarterbacks in this league that are ruined before they can turn into somebody significant. Now, we've seen great comeback stories, reclamation projects. Geno Smith comes to mind, guys that didn't make it early on, that hang around, learn the game, improve in the craft, and turn into a quarterback. But I will say this. I've spoken to a number of coaches who feel like Bryce Young, the game looks big for him right now. He looks little.
Big. Why'd you say that? Oh, okay. You're size shaming. Wow.
Shefty.
No,
wow.
Nobody.
Look at 6'7" Shefty.
Yeah. Classic Michigan.
Wow.
Punching down.
Yeah, oh, you guys go to the national championship. It's like it's 27 years ago.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Bama quarterback.
Jeez. Shefty, you remember when anybody that brought that up was called a terrible person?
Yep.
That was last combine thing. Because I did have my wonders, you know, because I seen C.J. Stroud play against Georgia in the Georgia Dome right in front of my face. And he was big.
He's a big sumbitch.
Fast,
Right.
strong.
Right.
Yeah.
Seemed to be a great leader. The boys loved him. And they were a 51-yard field goal away from beating the team that beat TCU by 50-something, who beat Michigan.
Yep.
Oh!
In that entire thing. So going through that entire draft process, I remember just saying, Bryce Young is amazing. Obviously, he's a little small.
Yeah.
And boy, I got murdered.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, you don't need it. You see what Kyler does? You see what Drew Brees did?
Come on, dude.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, but he's skinnier than both of them. And he's, I think, about the same, shorter.
He's going
That's
to-
going to be a problem. Yeah, but he has feel. He does the whole thing. It's like, I think that has a chance to be great. You know what I mean? Like Steph Curry has had the Splash Brother alongside of him, had Draymond Green back before he was just,
Yeah.
smacking people in the mouth for no reason.
Kevin Durant for a little
If he's in a perfect situation, probably great, right? But that's a long way away.
thought.
That's a long way
That's what they
away.
thought.
Don't it
That's
feel
what
like
they thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
And by the way, they still think that, but I think there's a race. I think the race is on. Can they get him enough talent and help revive him before he washes out?
Live number one
And
pick, right?
that's why it's critically important to get the coaching hire right now. And, if you're Jim Harbaugh and if you have the opportunity to go to Los Angeles with Justin Herbert or to go to the Raiders and go draft J.J. McCarthy, or you go to Carolina with Bryce, what would you be picking right now? And that's what he's going to have to sift through in his mind if there's interest there.
Is that what it's going to be, you think? Like Sean Payton, obviously, he wanted the head coach, GM, and ownership to be aligned. Doug Peterson talked to us. He wanted a quarterback. Doug Peterson wanted a quarterback, which is why he ended up down in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence. They've obviously had success. Well, are they okay? We will.
I don't know.
What the hell is go? What is?
Good question.
But for him, I do wonder what it would be, what he would want. Because like you say those three teams, the Spanos Bank, different. Davis Bank, different. The Tepper Bank, different.
Much.
You know what I mean? So it's like, what would be the thing that would lure him away from Michigan?
Right.
Would it be the bank? Would it be the opportunity? I guess I'm assuming Jim Harbaugh is going to have a lot of options. You said
what it is?
Go ahead.
It's the kind of thing, it's you know it when you see it, you feel it when it's happening, and it just becomes something that you can't resist in the end. Now, we don't know if it's going to be any of them. We don't know that yet. We're waiting to see. But I think the opportunity is there for an NFL team to step in and make Jim make that decision to leave. And I think it's a combination of all those things he's looking for, Pat. I think he's looking for the right quarterback. I think he's looking for the right ownership group. And I think he's looking for money. It's all those things blended together. And you could talk yourself out of any one of them. I've spoken to enough coaches who've been on the sidelines, who've been waiting for a head coaching job, and something happens, you go, oh, there's a lot of money there, or there's a good quarterback there, or the owner's great, or whatever it may be, and they're lured in. You have to feel it in your heart that it's the right thing to do at that moment. And to me, it's up to one of these NFL teams to make sure that Jim feels that way, and they treat him that way, and they compensate him that way. And the opportunity's there, and let's see if one of them steps up to do it.
It's not in here.
No.
It could be.
It's not in here.
Nope.
It's right here.
Bingo. Shefty gets
Right here where Zion's tattoo is.
Exactly.
Lion.
A little to the left.
Right over here. That's where it is. Right behind that. You know what I mean? Tony, there's a question for you on some big names.
Yeah, Shefty, obviously the NFL picked Dolphins and Bills for the very last game of the regular season on Sunday Night Football. So I assume they think Tua and Josh Allen, the injuries that they sustained this past weekend, are not going to affect this Sunday's game. Have you heard anything? Because I think it's a stinger if they're saying for Josh Allen. It's a shoulder also for Tua. Have we heard yet if they're potentially going to be good to go or not good to go on Sunday night?
I expect both guys to be out there. Let's see how the week goes. I don't think that there'll be much of an issue with those quarterbacks. And, the league is looking for the right matchup that survives into Sunday night that no matter what happens the rest of the weekend, that it doesn't detract from the meaning of that game and the interest in that game. And that's the matchup that no matter what happens before, they're playing for the AFC East title at that point. So that matchup, like as we're watching the games at ESPN on Sunday, like we were saying it at 3:34, it's going to be Dolphins-Bills on Sunday night. Like that was a no-brainer for that slot. The health of the quarterbacks is such that I think they'll both be out there, and that'll be the game Sunday night.
Hey, a lot of implications this weekend. Obviously, that one has huge ones for the Buffalo Bills.
Huge.
And the Miami Dolphins. Is it Shover Ohtani?
No.
Is it Shover Ohtani? Is it Joe Bover?
Not quite Joe Bover yet. It could be trending in that direction, though, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
The Bradley Chubb injury is a killer. He's been playing lights out all year.
Yeah, Godspeed to him. He's a stud. And, you know, all the things we've been hoping for him all year, pretty much, he's kind of come to fruition this particular year. But there's a lot of people on the internet saying what the Ravens did to him. Tua Tagovailoa, dude.
Ravens did that to San Fran in their building, in their bar.
Oh, no.
Bradley Chover.
Also, it could be Buffalo over on Sunday. We don't know. We just don't know yet.
We don't know.
Shefty, the Canadian accent saying things are over has kind of captivated our entire office at this point.
It's gone over.
But you know what isn't over, though? Our relationship with Shefty.
Yep.
It's just beginning. We're very thankful for everything you did for us in 2023. And Happy New Year. Let's have a great 2024, pal. Don't be scared, though, to every once in a while, just let something slip on this show.
Please.
You know what I mean? Just get your entire career in jeopardy. Say something not supposed to say. Just let it slip out. And I would like to let you know, we reach out to a senior vice president or two at ESPN. We got a spot for you.
Boom.
No problem at all.
Well,
There you go.
You got a set for you. You got your own set.
listen,
What's done is done.
I'm trying to work it out. I'd like to do it.
It's been worked out.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you during this conversation.
Think about that
multitasker
1989 weekend, Shaq.
Yeah, you're in there.
Come
Great
on.
food in Houston.
You'll remember it forever.
Yeah, absolutely. You and Paul Wall.
Your entire crew, you're all going to be down there Monday night. You're all going to be at the game.
Yeah, and you got your own set. They're calling it the Shefty set.
Yeah.
It's about. All right, I'm not doing any size.
What is it,
No,
an
I'm not doing any size.
Not
That's what he's doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's doing it. It'll be real big. Anyways, you need to be there. Okay, you're a Michigan man, and we have something set up for you if you need it. If not, have fun at home on that Friday in which divorces are taking place around the NFL at a rapid rate. Week 18 is coming up. A lot of shit on the line. Can't wait to see what you're covering. We appreciate you, Shefty.
Happy New Year, guys. Appreciate you having me today. Thank you.
Hey, people are saying Connor Stallions is going to be down there in Houston.
Whoa.
Can't let him be there and you not, Shefty. I don't know what you
That's a good
think.
point.
Yeah.
That's a very good point.
He was at the
I need to have a word with Connor down there.
Where was he? He was probably in the Michigan side. He was probably even singing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Mr. Brightside.
There's a picture going around.
I'd be like, hey, Connor, what's going on, man?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are sick glasses.
Those
man.
are.
Kind of look like him.
Yeah, not too bad there. Get a little hat, bending around. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Shefty.
Hey.
Yeah, Shefty.
Connor was in the mountains.
No.
Yeah, with
there's,
the-
there's,
The
a
San Gabriels?
Yeah.
there's a picture of him in the stands.
I'm sure. Dude.
Well-
He's like the most brown-haired white.
Yeah.
Well, this picture.
You can put Connor Stallings' name on a lot of whites.
Exactly. He's the
And I-
definition of a Michigan
And I
man.
think a lot of us would go, oh, yeah, that is him. That is him.
Yeah.
I thought we drove by him. He had that sniper with the silencer on his back.
We saw a 50 cal just walking through 2,000 people on his back. How we doing? Excuse me.
Try
How you
something.
doing? Rose Bowl is hell.
Yeah.
Getting out
in
of
and
there.
out of. Cool. But boy, it is beautiful. Hour 2 on the other side with AJ Hawk and Aaron Rodgers. Starts in about 3 minutes. See you then. Obviously, this is a conversation starter for everybody when they're talking about the dynasty. And there's still Raiders fans that are pissed off about this. Here's the game plan. Go out there in the middle of a snowstorm and make a kick that you're not supposed to make at all from 45 yards.
This is the Patriots season on the line.
Do you remember this moment right here in your head? Were you scared to death? Were you fucking pumped?
I would say I was probably more scared to death as I'm watching the Tuck Rule review and realizing, holy shit, we get the ball back. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's coming all down to you, man.
This will be a 45-yard attempt. That's Vinatieri's luck from this distance of late.
Once I got out on the field, I really had three thoughts. First and foremost, try to attack the ball, but stay light on your feet. Just like anybody, you're running on ice. If your cleats don't stick, you're falling on the ground, and then the ball's going to end up hitting your center right in the back of the head. I wasn't thinking about missing 4 of the last 5, if that's truly what was going on. For me, it was all about, hey, these guys aren't going to be able to get a good rush, get it straight and get it above the line of scrimmage. And thank goodness, as it left and I saw that they didn't block it, then it was all about, I don't know if it's going to have enough distance in this snow, let's hope for the best. And I really didn't know until the referees at the back of the end zone raised their hands. I couldn't really see it. Couldn't tell if it was good or not.
Hell yeah, because it's a snow globe. What a kick. What a moment. Obviously, that would go on to launch a dynasty that the NFL will never see again or before. What a kick. What a moment. Here's an overtime. You got to make another one.
Substantially easier kick. Not just because of the distance, but we called a timeout. We cleaned a bunch of ground. This is the one time that a coach actually icing me probably benefited us, right? Because it gave my offensive lineman with the big size 16 cleats to get out there and move a little bit more ground. And, not to say a game winner's ever easy, but this one compared to the one quarter before that was substantially different.
So you're coming out here sighing a little bit of relief. Oh, thank God. I can see the ground. I'm not going to fall.
Right.
We've already done this.
Exactly.
This is no problem.
Tied.
And then you murder that ball dead center. And then obviously in the Super Bowl, you have like a 49-yarder that you hit at the top of the upright. Couldn't have been a better ball, I don't think. You hit it cleaner. You have something inside of you, okay, that not a lot of people have. And Joe Burrow seemingly is a guy that has it. What is that?
I would love to tell you that I was born with, or I developed the ability to, be a clutch under pressure. I do think that there's certain people that are born with the want or the ability to say, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Mariano Rivera. These guys and ladies are the type of people that go, I want the game coming down to me. I want to be the reason, LeBron, I want to be the reason why we win or lose. I was kind of that same person, playing soccer as center midfield, and in baseball, I either wanted to pitch or catch. I'd leave it there. I know what you're thinking. Knock it off. I know you. Anyway, but I always wanted to, be in the middle of the game and be the reason why. So once I get to football, obviously 59 minutes of the game, I'm standing on the sideline, but I guess this is.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey, let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers,
You pig! Damn it!
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life.
Sport!
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this overreaction. Aaron Rodgers, Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. Hour 2 starts now.
Football!
Did you hear that number at the end?
Yeah, pretty cool.
January 2nd, 2024. The vibes has begun, and we are incredibly lucky to be here. The Toxic Table is here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Cool shirt.
Hey, appreciate it very much. Actually, I looked into the this day in history today, funny enough. And about a year ago,
this day in history.
We'll just. Ty, how you doing?
Good start.
It was a year ago on the day.
Flawless, absolutely flawless.
This is why we don't do it. We try.
After the conversation last night, that couldn't have gone any better.
You asked what I was going to do. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'll do it.
We tried to add a seg at the beginning for Con Man. It's not a created seg. People have been doing this since the beginning of time. But this day in history, for sports, not a bad little gimmick to have. Mm-hmm. Con Man has stumbled out of the gates on this one a couple times. We talked about this 15, 20 minutes last night on the plane. Yep. Mm-hmm. Exhausted, about 1, 2 a.m. Eastern time as we're flying. Great flight back.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You saw the Sphere in Vegas?
Unbelievable.
Pilots sprinted back and made sure everyone...
Tone thought we were going down. Instead, it was just look to your left.
Yep. Las Vegas!
I mean, I had the parachute halfway on before he got Vegas out of his mouth.
Yeah, but the pilot did go, hey!
Guys!
Yeah. Are we dead? Left. Sphere.
Yeah. Sphere's right there.
Oh, yeah.
And we heard the alarm up the front. Wee, wee, wee.
Oh, he's got his fingerless flying gloves on, so you never know.
That guy's.
He was awesome.
I love him.
He grabbed our bags. He was he is.
He's Pilot Zeke, but like.
Yeah, he definitely does have some Zito qualities. It feels like he will be able to cure and solve any
That's
problem.
awesome. The guy was fat.
No.
That's awesome, guys. Let's go.
No,
he's a great
Jesus. He was not.
Nobody said that.
That's crazy. You need to start talking a little better about yourself. He was pudgy, but like
to be fair,
there you go. Yep.
he was not a fat.
No.
So
The story unfolds.
he was in pretty good shape.
How many neck rolls did he have, guys?
Nah, he's a good guy.
I think he's Cuban, and he does everything.
Yeah, and he has like his vibes are like very much like.
And he's
This is a compliment. Zito, this was not a. He is not.
He is also a fan.
There you go.
He's not.
He's husky.
He's active husky. You know why? Because he's going to pick that plane up at some point if he needed to.
Exactly.
For all of us. That's definitely my favorite pilot, though.
Yeah.
That guy's the man.
He's awesome.
He's my favorite pilot. And he was pretty abrupt to make sure we saw that sphere. And there was a couple. Whoa,
Yeah.
Two dads were in the back, passed out. Anytime you hear the pilot yelling, not always a great thing. But that was good. The sphere looks so sweet.
incredible.
Yeah.
I'm happy you guys took a couple good naps. Could have turned the lights off for you guys in the back of that thing.
Nah, I wouldn't ask someone to do that.
Just playing a little cards, celebrating the day.
euchre.
Yeah, we were.
Hey,
Good
that was a
games.
good day for me. Good night for me.
Great games.
Learned a new game.
Yeah.
And get the chance to watch AJ Hawk play cards.
Oh, yeah.
The worst. Cheating son of a
The
bitch.
best.
It's an experience. I can't wait.
One half of the hammer, Dahn, Cowboys Tone Diggs. That's Darius J. Butler. Joining us now is a man who is, at the same exact time, very good card player, also worst card player on earth to play cards with.
By far.
And it happens at the same exact time somehow. Always gets cards, always gets cards, but has no idea what game you're playing halfway through like the 40th or 50th hand somehow.
Does he?
Doesn't know rules of the game that he's been playing. Legitimate, not even seemingly for a bit. Like have to stop the game and explain the game that he's played since he was 14 years old. He used to do all-nighters, he said, in high school, in Centerville, Ohio, playing this game. And then now, 2023, he's almost 40 years old. He's stopping the game going, so
I can't tell if it's a bit still.
It's a bit.
I still don't know.
Joining us now is the worst and best card player at the same exact time, AJ Hawk. AJ, why are you such a scumbag when playing cards? Because I genuinely feel bad for you. I'm like, this guy's got actual CTE. He forgets the rules of the game from literally one hand to the next. That's a part of the gimmick. How long have you been doing the CTE gimmick?
No, there's no gimmick. First off, hot start to hour two. Connor with this around this day in history.
Just shut up and answer the user question. All right, you're gonna bring it back up or past it.
By the way,
do that?
AJ was a part of that conversation last night.
By the way, on this day in history, AB walked up.
That was it. Why'd you say it? That was it. Why'd you ruin it? It was gonna come up again. That was the one, Tony. The one time I actually have something that I like in history. You're gonna. This day sucks.
That's what we'll do 1 year from now.
Yep.
We'll look back on about a year ago, January 2nd.
Tony's a real sack of subs for doing that. I'm just going to say that right now. You are a sack of subs for ruining by this day in history. You sack of subs.
Sack of subs.
Absolute sack of subs.
That's so sack of subs is another inside joke. Everybody's a part of them. That was what the pilot described our sandwiches as. In the back of the plane, there will be a sack of subs in the back. And then there was also 40 sacks of wings.
Oh, so many sacks.
I love that pilot.
He's the best.
I absolutely love that pilot. But AJ, let's not talk about how despicable you are to play cards against. Good energy, though. I mean, it is fun.
Yeah.
I will cry laughing at, like, is this a real human or not? During
Just
game.
because I don't play it like the same tempo or same pace as you guys, you can't say it's wrong. I mean, I think Foxy will let you know. Like, Foxy's a great teammate, so I appreciate him. He really carried me at times throughout that game.
Yeah, you guys table talk the entire game. We're talking about euchre is the game. It's a Midwestern game. I think it was actually created in Pennsylvania by the Pennsylvania Dutch. And then when the Pennsylvania Dutch traveled left, they took it to Ohio and Michigan and Indiana and everything like that. So Pennsylvania actually created this game that the Midwest plays. I had not heard of it, though, until I got to Indiana. It is the greatest card game out there. It is it's quick. There's strategy. You got to get incredibly lucky. But there are a few rules that everybody kind of understands. You don't go out of your way to look at other people's cards. Sure. Okay. You don't like stand up and like go over their shoulder. AJ's the only guy on the plane standing up playing cards sometimes.
He does that.
Okay, trying to look at everybody's cards.
Yep.
Whenever you deal, you don't look at the cards that you're dealing, obviously, because that would be looking at the cards again. AJ always has some fumble with the cards as he's dealing it out there. Then halfway through, okay, because he doesn't know what his teammate has, which is a big part of the game, he's just openly asking, so do we win? What is it? Fox, what is it? Just openly cheating. And then when you say to him, you can't do it, he goes, what, you're going to fight me? Okay. That's the worst person to play against. But love having you at the table. It's
fun.
Great partner.
It is very entertaining.
Very.
Darius was learning the game.
Yeah.
So obviously, every 4 minutes when AJ would do something, it was like, yeah, that's not how you're supposed to. That's not how you're supposed to play the game. But that's how.
But it's not against the rules. It's just you guys don't understand. You guys, like I said, just a different tempo, different pace than you guys. Play.
Yeah. Joining us now is a man who's probably played cards against you in the past.
I hope not.
And I assume he has very similar experiences. Joining us now, 4-time NFL MVP, an absolute stallion, ladies and gentlemen, Super Bowl champion Aaron Rodgers. Aaron, how are you, bub? Is that a wine?
Yeah, I'm down in the wine room today.
Where?
I'm at my house.
Oh, I thought the Jets facility had a wine room. I'm like, that's the problem.
Everybody's
wondering why they got a wine cellar in the basement. That's at your house? You got... Oh! I didn't know. You a wino? Are you a wino?
You see what's over here? This one? Oh, there we go, right there.
Oh, yeah, I do know. I do see that.
Yeah, you know who gave me that, right?
Who's that?
You.
Oh, yeah, I did. That was, that's a really good scotch there. Impossible to carry. Really tough. That thing was much larger than I thought it was going to be. Awkwardly shaped, but damn it, I've heard it is glorious. Have you sipped it yet?
Not yet. I'm saving that for a really good time. Good occasion.
Oh, like whenever you play football again, whenever you're jogging out on a field with an American flag and the people are going bananas. Let's go ahead and hammer some of the scotch that comes in 3 boxes.
3 of them.
I think there's 3 boxes in there. It's a big deal. It's worth it. Before we close this cards conversation with AJ, have you ever played cards with him? And have you ever thought to yourself, wow, this guy is both the worst human I've ever played cards with, but also the most entertaining human I've ever played cards with? I assume that's a natural reaction.
You definitely want him to be your partner. Because as Foxy says, there's a little bit of table talk when it comes to AJ's game. Some would say may not be ethically a part of the, game of fair card play, but yeah, I mean, I've been a part of some worse cheats than AJ's cheats. That was in a different game, a game of Boo-Ray, and I won't get into
somebody cheated in Boo-Ray. I don't know how that happened. That's like that's when people show up with guns at the locker room. Yeah. That game is the guns at the locker room game.
Who cheated?
Yeah, how'd that work? What are you talking about? Fake
throw? Listen, the individual suffered enough, so I'm not going to put him on blast, but. There used to be a great euchre card game on the plane. I wasn't part of it because I was playing, we were doing some Blu-ray, but it was Matt Flynn and Graham Harrell against, I think it was TJ Lang and Josh Sitton. And there was 0 people playing by the rules in that game, I can promise you that.
Yeah, and they probably all have the same attitude as AJ. Will you fight me? That's what AJ said to me. That's what he said, are you going to fight
me? There's money on the line. Yeah, if there's money on the line, I'm by the book.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I
bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. Aaron?
Yeah, just like in golf, right, AJ?
Oh, I don't cheat in golf. You know that. I don't need to. I'm putting everything out. I don't need gimmies. I don't need any of that.
You're a big fluffer.
Is he? That makes sense because this guy will hit the ball into the woods. Okay, into this ball, into the woods. And then somehow, I think he cuts down trees too. He'll somehow have a direct line at the green, 75 yards into the woods with a perfect line. The golf gods bless this, and the cards gods do too. This dude gets cards on a regular basis as well.
Well, he's the classic. He'll start the hole with a Top Flight XL and finish it with a Pinnacle Gold.
Ryan Hawk, you son of a bitch.
What the hell?
He's got to be a part of that entire thing. Guy's beating up the lake and throwing balls all over the course. Hey, Happy New Year, Aaron. How was the weekend? What did you do for the New Year? We've seen some and this is obviously we talk a lot of shit on the show. It's been very cool to see what you've been posting on your IG stories about thought and life, happy, everything like that. Feels like you did a lot of reflecting this weekend. Is that real? And how was the new year?
I did a lot of sleeping. We had the Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, so I did a lot of sleeping. Watched some football Saturday and Sunday. Had dinner in the city on Sunday, but took it pretty easy for the most part. I think the New Year is always a time for good reflection, and every now and then I see something on a friend's story or post that I like, and I saw this post on a friend's page, and there was like 10 different kind of reflections from the year, and the one that I posted was that I met my happiest and saddest self this year. That one just kind of rang true for me because there was some really beautiful moments and some really difficult, sad moments. So the cool thing is when you post something like that, there's some awesome responses from time to time. So people reaching out and saying, that hit me too, and I went through the same stuff. So it's nice to connect in that way. I love Rumi poetry as well. My godson's middle name is actually Rumi. Randall's second son, his middle name is Rumi. So love him, and I both love Rumi poetry. So every now and then I'll post some of that stuff. But it's interesting. You get some interesting responses from it. I'm sure people think I'm super weird with just about everything I do, and there's also people that maybe appreciate some of the occasional non-cliche-ish posts.
Aaron, you went into a dark hole, for a while to find your true happiness. You went into the jungle to do something that makes you go out the attic and the basement, right?
Very cool, yeah.
To find yourself in there.
Time.
I think everybody, I think we're all very appreciative of the fact of how open you are about how you feel and mental health and everything. I think you're an inspiration to a lot of people in that particular facet. Now, granted, if people think you're weird, I assume that is definitely true. I assume that is definitely true.
And I'm fine with both of those things. I think I'm trying to live as authentic and genuine as possible. And I think there are people that that have been inspired, and I appreciate it. Jordan Poyer talked about it recently, and Jordan and I have become good buddies the last couple of years. There's, like I said, after on the show many times, after I talked about Aya, there were a lot of people that reached out and were interested in the sports world and the entertainment world. And it's been great to be able to connect with those people. Some people who follow through and have done their own journey. Some people who are just not ready for it yet, which is great. But I definitely encourage people to look into it. And I don't think it's smart to maybe recommend it because people always want to blame other people for certain things. But I can speak from my own experience. It was life-changing, has been life-changing, and it's going to be something that I look forward to doing in some form or fashion this offseason as well.
Aya? Is that what you said?
I'm sure there'll be some sort of ceremony this offseason. Not sure what medicine, but there'll be something.
Hell yeah! So we got that toad thing, right? We got the
toad
thing, and I just heard you call it Aya. I feel so cool when I say that. I'm gonna walk into a crowd that I know knows. I'm gonna say, "We talking Aya?
You guys got Aya?
We got Aya.
Talking
what we doing?
We doing the Aya? Or is there's some others as well, right? There's some other things that go in there. And what do they do actually? They're like a mental reset. They kind of open your eyes. What is it? What is really the benefit of that? If you could take us back in time a little bit.
Benefit of what are we talking about? Are we talking about Bufo, Aya, mescaline? What are we talking about?
Bufo? What's Bufo?
Bofa?
Bufo is the toad. It's
I'm a child.
Different kind of toad.
Yeah. Listen, all medicines should be respected and revered and done in with some reverence because medicines can be healing, and they also can be poison. So I think you got to approach each medicine with the proper type of reverence. They all have different experiences associated with them, and if you want more information, hit me up offline.
Okay, hey, just hit Aaron up. He'll lead you in the right direction in that whole thing. the beginning of a new year is a good time to have this discussion because there's a lot of people trying to find themselves.
Yeah, you bet.
That's like one of the things. Isn't that kind of what the Aya and the Bofa and the other, that's like a massive piece of it all, right? Like people are trying to find, I don't want to say find themselves, but like find happiness, right? Isn't that like kind of one of the steps of the whole process there for some people? I do not have the attention span or the toughness to be able to go through any of this stuff. But for folks that are seeking, that is kind of what it is about, right? For you, that is kind of what it was, right?
Yeah, purpose, understanding, connection, joy. A simple psilocybin journey can really open up, some pretty euphoric experiences. There's a lot of great research out there. It's pairing different types of medicine, some plant-based, some synthetic, to help so many veterans now, people dealing with depression, people dealing with PTSD. There's a lot of great clinics, and the alphabet gangsters who control a lot of the medicine. I say that very loosely. That gets cleared. Aren't exactly on board with, giving a lot of clearance to some of the stuff yet. But there's a lot of great studies. There's obviously enormous anecdotal evidence of healing, but there's also some incredible studies that are going on. There's some incredible people, like the people at MAPS organization, that have been doing in this space for 30, 40 years, trying to, get their research out there, be able to let people know there's other ways of healing depression, PTSD, some of these issues, mental health issues, than just getting you on antidepressants for the rest of your life and dealing with all the side effects associated with those. So, it's fun to be able to, I got to speak at the MAPS conference this year, and that was
Were you wearing
really
the leather
awesome.
jacket? Was that where you were wearing a leather jacket? You remember how cool you looked?
That was the Bitcoin one.
Oh, which by the way, still up if you bought it a long time
Yeah,
ago.
it was good. I'm not sure. I was probably, wearing something black at the MAPS. I'm not sure exactly what I wore.
Did you have one of those cool necklaces?
I'm like AJ. AJ is, you see him like yesterday on the sidelines of the game. If you had no idea, just you taking a stab in the dark, what's AJ Hawk going to be wearing on the sidelines? Black long sleeve shirt is, a really safe bet. For whatever reason, he doesn't like showing off his hairless arms that he shaves. But he's always going to be in black.
Hey, and his legs too. I saw that because he had his pants on, and when he was standing up to look at my cards and sitting back down, his pants kind of rode up a little bit in the calves. I saw some good definition at the bottom of the calf.
Fantastic.
I'm like, that's a shaved leg right there. I used to shave my leg. Look at how good those calves look.
Trimmed, yeah. Use hair clippers. Boom. Take it everything.
Yeah, of course you're not.
But he's like Christina's husband in The Other Guys.
Sure.
Shaved.
I've seen it. This is fun.
Guy has a beard.
Aim for the bushes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, hey.
Will Ferrell.
Yep, Will Ferrell.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, we're doing gun tests?
Bingo.
Despot.
Despot.
When's the last time?
Despot.
When's the last time you did a Despot? Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
September 08.
Yeah, you're right. That is who AJ. Anyways, AJ, your question for old Aaron Rodgers, pal.
Aaron, I wonder if has the Jets PR reached out to you at all? We saw Kirk Cousins kind of lead the skull chant shirtless, wearing a chain. His son was there. Have you given any thought to possibly doing that? We know that your physique was obviously one of the things you worked out really hard going into this season. I'm sure you still are jacked. Like, would you do this? What Kirk did?
Well, we don't have a whole pregame chant.
Whoa! Wait! Watch your mouth! That guy used to run towards
We don't have
fires.
the clapping,
Wow.
Shit. We have three, specific people, Fireman Ed and two other guys who do they get their things going. They get the JETS. But I think they're pretty territorial about that stuff. That's their shit. So we don't.
You do it shirtless with a fireman's hat on?
So you walk over there in some tighty whities, fireman head, Ed, maybe jersey.
Yeah.
Firefighter helmet on. You'll be welcomed.
I think that there's rumors of increased ticket prices for the Jets this year. Maybe to offset some of that. Wouldn't it be a great idea to have, because of the firefighter connection to New York, a calendar, New York Jets fireman style calendar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that would sell pretty good. So we'll get 12 ish, maybe more guys to do this calendar that we can put out.
Make the PR guy do it. What's his name? Jared? Make him do it too.
Jared or Eric. I think Eric Gelfand, he would maybe put him on the cover. Yeah, get some coaches involved in it. We can get Ron Middleton to do it. He'd be fantastic. Sala for sure would want to do it. Sala would want to do it.
Hackett.
Brant Boyer, special teams guy. Hackett, maybe.
For sure.
They would definitely.
Put Hackett on the cover.
And in December is Woody.
Yeah.
December is Woody.
Chain on only with the with the firefighter pants on.
No shirt.
Shirtless,
Yep.
yeah. Woody.
Maybe a Jet Speedo.
Yeah.
On his head or on his? You're talking about underneath the thing.
Speedo, yeah.
From what I've seen with that chain, probably gonna need a triple XL Speedo on that Woody Johnson.
At least.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Quadruple,
the
maybe.
chain from it.
You know what I'm talking? You know,
Someone say great idea.
Knee-high socks, too.
especially if they're gonna raise. Well, then you got to worry about the top of that thing getting hit.
Well, you got to tuck. You got to
The top
tuck and
of the
roll.
socks.
Tuck and roll.
Yeah, you never know if the inside. It's like Roy Hibbert. Roy Hibbert said one time that he put icy hot on his knees. He's never going to do that again because obviously what happened. I'm like, Roy, that's not normal.
Yeah, that's just you, Roy.
Roy said, hey, just a little tip. Don't ever do this because it's going to happen. I'm like, Roy, you and about 4 other people on earth having that problem right now.
I think Greg Oden did respond. Like, yeah, don't do it.
And then Woody Johnson was like, boys, I've been waiting. You know, that's kind of what I've been
Join the club.
All right, we're running on 2 hours of sleep. Darius has a question for you about football, and this is a big topic. Big topic of conversation.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier with obviously what happened at the end of that Cowboys-Lions game. Have you had any experience with that? Obviously with, somebody reporting and somebody getting confused. And where do you think the blame should fall there? Is it on the ref? Is it on Detroit because they were trying to get a little too cute with it? What do you think about that?
I was part of the Hail Mary, DB.
Mm-hmm.
When the NFL got too cheap to pay their referees what they're due, and hired a bunch of people that didn't deserve to be on a high school field. They couldn't even ref my JC games.
First down.
Respect to NorCal junior colleges because that's a high level of football. We wouldn't want those referees reffing our games. But
Not as good as Indy and Kansas, but
back in 2002, I don't know what it is now, but 2002, the California, especially Northern California, had the best football in the junior college ranks. But listen, there's been a lot of talk about the play, and I think everybody wants a little bit of accountability for sure. Now, I don't understand. I get it. I don't understand why 3 guys went to the referee. I saw Sewell went, Decker went, and 70 went, right? And I don't know if that was the whole, you can see here, Sewell and Decker, right? And then 70's running on. Now, I don't know what Brad was thinking here. It seemed like he left before what could be said. But I'm going to focus listen, a lot of these times there's certain plays that would negate this whole thing, right? So 2nd and 14, they throw the ball. Incompletion, right? So there's talk about the 40 seconds could have been lost. But I didn't want to focus on that. I want to focus on 1st and 10 after the interception. I believe there's a 5 or 6 yard carry by Pollard, and they call it tripping when it was Hutchinson who reached his foot out to try and trip the back. They called the tripping on Dallas. Have you guys seen this?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I saw the clip. I didn't know the full context, though.
So, first of all, I don't think it should have been a trip because he didn't get him down. Now, there are trips that happen and have happened. I mean, T.J. Watt got a sack on me a few years ago when he totally tripped me and didn't call, right?
No, cheater. That was a tackle with his leg.
Yeah, exactly. But trips happen, I think, a lot more than you think. And that was an attempted trip. But because they threw the flag, it should have been on Hutchinson. That half a distance to the goal. That's a first down. There's 40 more seconds or a timeout. I don't think the situation would have even been close had they just made this correct call. So this is, on the 29-yard line. Pollard runs, so he gets 6 to maybe 7 to the 22. We're going to add 15 to that. So now it's first and 10 on the 11, right? They call this penalty on the on 89 there.
Blatant.
I don't understand how they do that. It's a total whiff. of a call, just total miss. But also, Aiden didn't actually get it.
Touch.
So what would have been better in the situation for Dallas is 2nd 2.5, right? Because then you have a chance to an extra down for a first down. We're not starting back on a first down, right? Where they can, then you have 3 downs. Now you have 2nd down, you can get another first down. Now you basically get an extra down, extra 40 seconds, or make them call a timeout. Shouldn't have been in this situation. I think, the response from referees, like they're going to protect their own. John Perry's protecting, obviously, his own. I will say I did see what MCDC said. That does happen all the time. Coaches will go to the referee before the game, say, here's the plays we may be running. Just be alert. This is the formation we're going to do. This is the guy that we want eligible. I think there was talk that he may have even drawn it up for them. That 100% happens all the time. They always go to them and talk about what trick plays they're going to run. I think as players, we know who the best refs are. And, I say this guy's name a lot, but he was the best. Gene Steratore was the best.
Paisano!
And I think there was too many times over the years where it wasn't a true meritocracy for the playoffs. Because you'd be in these games in the playoffs, and it should be, you got 4 wild card games, right, the first weekend, and then 4 divisional games, and then 2, right? So do you really need to have 10, counting at Super Bowl, 11 of the 16 or 17 crews, I guess it's 17, I think it's 17 crews, be represented? No, you don't. You don't. You just have the same, maybe the top 4, or maybe you go to 6 at the most. But it should be the top of the top. And Gene, and what I'm saying is that Gene and his crew should have been reffing every single round. I don't see why that doesn't make any sense. You're giving important playoff games to, in this example, let's say the first 4 games of the wild card weekend, right? You're going to give, the what rated crew? You're going to give the 7th, or what would be the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th rated crews those games. Those are important games. And then you're going to have the divisional round, and you're going to give it to the 4, 5, 6, and 7th rated crews. Why? If that's the case, why not have 1, 2, and 3 and 4 work the first weekend?
It's because everybody's
or
soft.
Or maybe 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It's because everybody's soft, Aaron. That's why. Everybody's soft. Because you get a game. You get a game. You get a game. Come on. You worked hard this year. You get a game. Oh, I'm sorry. Heartbreak. You don't get to do it in the playoffs. You get a game. That's why. That is the reason why.
And I'm saying it's wrong. It should be a meritocracy. It should be the best crews. And if that's the same 4 or 5 crews, so be it. Look at the NBA. It's the same couple crews once you get into the final rounds of the playoffs, right? Because it should be. I don't know if it is, but it should be the top-rated guys. It should be the same in the NFL. And because we know who the best crews are. And actually, part of the problem over the years has been then in the Super Bowl, you create this super crew that actually doesn't work together. There's a reason that crews work well together is because communication, usually coming from the white cap and the umpire, who, unless there's a veteran guy on the field, and there are some great veteran line judge, back judge, side judge, but you know who the best referees are. And when you get into a game, you're like, we have this guy as the line judge, you can talk to him. You have this guy as the umpire, okay, he's a little sensitive maybe. This guy's white cap, you just know, who the people are, but you also know who the best ones are. And I've said this many times too, there was, in the last 5-6 years, there's been a ton of the white caps who've retired, who were at the top of their game. A lot of them, including John Perry, go into TV because they make a lot of money. They're not the ones working for the league. And it's a problem. It's a problem with the officiating. But again, it should be meritocracy. The best guys should get the best games.
I think they're going to fix it. I do believe. All the right questions are being asked to the right people from what I've been being told. Nice. So I think the NFL understands it's an issue. The meritocracy thing, that just feels like a mindset of being soft and thank you for your service this year and this is what you've earned and everything like that, as opposed to we only have a certain amount of games and you got to earn your way into it, which is... Meritocracy happens in professional sports. It's one of the only places it continues to take place. Everywhere else, you got to know somebody. Potential nepotism takes place. Networking takes place. You're able to have a gig. It's professional sports is one of the last real meritocracies. Why not do it with the refs?
Come on,
especially in the biggest league. I think that's a good call. They have said that Brad Allen Dahn will not be reffing in the playoffs, allegedly on the internet. We have not heard that from Goodell. And we also heard that Brad Allen was not a part of the pregame meeting with MCDC when he was drawing up the plays. Somebody else was. They didn't relay the proper message to Brad, I guess. And now you got a whole new kerfuffle to break down in this entire story. Yeah, a lot of finger pointing. No, but it's not just this though, because remember, when you point one finger, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at yourself. Remember that, asshole, Rich Rodriguez. Okay, so you got to do this one whenever you're blaming. You got to make sure. And I did that to Rich Rod as soon as he said that. I said, well, and then it was out there. Then obviously, why are you such an asshole in this thing? But it is real. You got to take a little accountability on yourself. But we're in a world where a lot of people. And, the more layers you have, the more different people you can blame. It happens in everything almost.
It's a $1 billion business, and there's multi millions of dollars bet on this every single week. And there's franchises and fan bases and players' careers and coaches' careers that depend on these games. And you're talking about, and you're taking a home playoff game away from a city. That's 8-figure probably economic boom to that city.
It needs it.
Think about it from that standpoint. What happened to us in 12? We had a home game taken away from us by a freaking terrible call, and the NFL didn't want to actually give the refs what they deserve. And it took that game, if you guys remember, the next week, what happened?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. Guess it was back.
So good.
The regular refs were back. So, again, that call, the way it was handled, was messed up. However, it was also should never have been a tripping call on Dallas. So what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I do.
It isn't just cut and dry like the NFL. The refs screwed the Lions. Now there was another game in Dallas a while back in the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
That it had a controversial call. I think Foxy can probably speak to this one as well.
Oh yeah. Fourth quarter, Stafford to Pettigrew, pass interference, refs call it, and then they go, wait, no, wave it off. Detroit loses a playoff game.
Oh, that's because it was Detroit. They didn't want.
Yeah, boo-hoo, Detroit.
They want the stars.
That's why they picked it up and they said, "Are we really?"
Can't do that.
In Jerry World again.
Can't do that.
Does it not seem like there's a lot of more outspoken conspiracy NFL is rigged conspiracy theorists showing up?
Hey, last year, Aaron, I know you were in the middle of it last year and playing and everything, and there was a lot going on. Last year, if you live on the internet, you got to be able to follow a lot of different parts of the internet.
Yeah.
And shout out to the whole internet. I appreciate the love. Lucky to be a part of it. The whole internet had a good time the other day. But the NFL is scripted thing was starting to cook in every part of the internet. Okay, every person or group that we follow from every different group of the internet, they were all starting to really start. The NFL is screwing us, especially with gambling happening. And then it grew to a fever pitch about week 14.
Yeah.
Week 15 last year got real loud. So much so that the NFL was like, in the face of controversy, you lean into it. They make the commercial this year about the NFL script and everything. But then as things continue to happen, like this and other stuff that happens in football, it's like somebody's writing this thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's to screw me over every single time. That is literally the people that are talking about it. And it happens to be this person is Detroit more often than not.
Yeah.
You don't deserve it, Foxy.
It's terrible.
You don't deserve it, Foxy. You don't deserve it.
I will say, Pat and fellas, that if the Super Bowl is Baltimore and San Fran, and I tell you what, that Super Bowl 59 emblem better have jet green on it, because I know you've seen that one, Connor. That's a real interesting.
Yeah. Well, let's not get into that today.
What are we talking about?
What happened?
What's the Jet 59? What you just tied the Ravens and the Niners?
Don't worry.
Into Super Bowl 59 into something.
Well, not like the
just
logos,
look at the
we've had
colors.
team colors that have been in.
Look at the colors.
Super Bowl.
The Ravens and the Niners. It's purple. It's red.
Bring it up, Foxy or somebody back
Seats
there.
on it.
Bring up Super Bowl 58.
You'll see it.
The emblem, put it on the screen, and then bring up 57 and 56.
This has something to do with the Epstein list that came out.
Feels like
That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar.
Yeah.
I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show whenever Aaron brought up the list, and then Jimmy mocked him for it. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are, sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Oh, yeah. Something
He's been waiting
That's
for
the one.
You've been waiting for
Hey, I'll tell you what. If that list comes out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle.
Hey, you've been calling for it for a few years now. Anyone else notice this? Oh.
My God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They've known. They've known for years.
Like I'm saying, that 59 better be jet green. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting.
Well, unless it's Colts blue. Remember, we got Anthony Richardson coming.
Could be. Patriots blue might be there too.
I don't know. You've been jumping on the Minshew train, I feel like.
I love him. I do. He shakes his shoulders.
Team loves him.
He'll throw a pick. Who cares?
Exactly.
He'll just go right in there. He is awesome. This guy is phenomenal. Legitimate. What they did to the Raiders this weekend, I did not expect to happen. But with Minshew Mania running wild and Shane Steichen's big-ass brain, I mean, why not? Zaire Franklin's leading the NFL in tackles.
What? Dog.
I mean, we got a team. But with that being said, we drafted the future at number 4 overall. Gardner wins the Super Bowl this year. Trade. Go ahead.
I feel like Tay didn't get enough targets this weekend.
He didn't.
I appreciate you saying that.
21. You need a few more.
I didn't see much of the game because it wasn't on any of the TVs that we're at. Also, couldn't see the first half of Dolphins-Ravens, biggest game of the weekend.
Can't change channel.
And we can't change the channel once the games have been set. We were told at said sports bar, but they literally just changed the Colts-Raiders game off the TV that was right in front of me, which is why we sat there, and they moved it to another place. So they could change it, then they didn't change it. Then our guy Sean, shout out to Sean, had nose ring, great hair. Sean went to the back. He did some maneuvering for us, so we saw the second half of Dolphins-Ravens, even though he broke code there at said sports bar that we were at.
Yeah, and he also told us that the manager is a big dumb dipshit, and that's not on him. It was on the manager.
We don't know if he said that or not. I assume they're going to hear everything that we say here. Sean would like a promotion, not a fire.
Too late.
I mean, Sean did great work there. But anyways.
Question, AJ. Speaking of that game, what do you think when you're down by 30 with 4 minutes left in the game and the starting defense is still out there and your stud tears his ACL?
Yeah, that was not. I was watching that live and I saw it. I knew instantly it could not be good for Chubb. But I don't know when do you sub everybody out? Like that's the thing. Everybody doesn't really have. There's not as many backups as people think too. Like you can't just wholeheartedly take everybody out, but you can. I would definitely pick and choose and take some dudes out at that time.
I mean, I think if you take out him, you take out Ramsey, for sure. You're down by 30.
What if they wanted to, though? What if they said no? Guys will fight and say, no, I don't care. I want to stay and stick it out with the boys. Like, they could have done that as well.
Well, McDaniel pulls down his joggers and he says no.
Listen, it's different on the other side. Like, if Myles Garrett stays in the game up 17 because he wants to get a couple sacks, he knows he's going to be throwing it. That's a different battle you're going to fight. Still, probably shouldn't be in the game. The game's over, It's a under a minute drive. But down 30 when you know you're just going to run the ball, I don't know.
Yeah. What about Lamar? Lamar was still out there when they were up a bunch. And that was like our first thought because it ended up being on TV. We couldn't hear it, obviously. But we see the score, and then we see Lamar on the field, and it's like, what are we doing? And then I think to myself, well, everybody's killing his stats this year. Everybody's like, his stats aren't good because he has rested in the fourth quarter early in the year as well because they've dominated people. And then he ends up healthy, of course, because he's Lamar Jackson. And he goes, 350, 351 or something like that?
18 to 21.
5 touchdowns. I'll tell you what stat was good. That was 3 incompletions and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. Jeez. Anytime you're throwing more tuds than you have incompletions, pretty good day at the office, don't you say, Aaron?
Hey, I don't know if you saw it, but I saw this. He had a perfect rating, and then Huntley came in and threw a touchdown, and he had a perfect rating as well. So I think he might only throw one pass or a couple passes, but they both had perfect ratings. So
Baltimore has been on a miraculous run here. Niners in Niners, then Dolphins come to town, And they just neutered both of them.
Yeah.
Just absolutely neutered both of them. Tone actually has a question for you.
Yeah, Aaron, about the Ravens and the Niners, since they both just locked up the 1 seed, and if they sit guys this weekend, they'll have 2 weeks off. How do you feel about that? Like, as a quarterback, do you like having that much time off? Would you like to play in Week 18? What are your thoughts on that?
I think sit them. I think it's one of those ridiculous media talking points where it's a win-win. If you play them and a guy gets hurt, you're an idiot. You should have never played these guys. And then the other win is, if they start a little bit slow, if they're rusty in the divisional round, you should have played them in Week 18. It's ridiculous. The fact is, you've gotten this far with these studs. Take care of them, sit them down. They don't need to play if you're not playing for anything. If anything, you want to get them a little bit of work so it's not 2 whole weeks without playing. Play the first half. We did that a couple of years ago in Detroit. We played the first half, but there's not a lot that can come from playing. I don't believe in the whole rust thing. You're going to be hosting a playoff game in your stadium, rested against a team that's won a playoff game already, because it's going to be some of the highest seed remaining. Or lowest, when I look at basically the team with the worst seeding left in the playoffs is going to come visit you, and it's a game you're going to be favored to win in your place. So I don't believe in the whole rust thing. You got to save your players from themselves sometimes, and I don't think there's a whole lot to be gained by playing those guys.
My rookie year, we were undefeated until we chose to lose. We started resting like Peyton and Jeff and everybody that was good at football seemingly, and then we rolled Curtis Painter out there behind like every swing offensive lineman we had, and I think a couple of backup tight ends were playing tackle, and we were going to lose the final 2 games to the Jets and to the Bills. But I think the boys were pissed afterwards because they could have had an undefeated season. That was kind of the thought. The rest was nice, but also potentially doing something historic was a decision that wasn't kind of weighed, I don't think, with all the players. I assume Peyton had some say.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't a part of those conversations. I was just a rookie. But, there is different situations, I think, that change that, right? Don't you think? Like, if you're going for history, I remember, Robert Mathis, a lot of the boys were like, Freeney, I think, 72 Dolphins, the only ones that done that. But if any of those guys were to get hurt, we didn't have a very deep team. We would have been shit out of luck going into the playoffs, and the entire season would have been ruined. So it's a fine balance there at the end. I'm happy I don't have to make that decision.
I think, it's that for sure. I would want to play if we're undefeated. Definitely want to play, no doubt.
Got it.
The other reason to play is if there's an all-time record to be broken with your organization. So we had a situation like that in Detroit. I think Devontae needed 15 yards or something, and I wanted to be the one throwing to him. If Tay's going to go out there and play, I wanted to play. So we were already scheduled to play at least a half that day, so it wasn't even a question. But that'd be another reason to play. I mean, you're talking about the history of a franchise that goes back to the beginning of football itself, and being able to be a part of history would be pretty special.
Yeah.
But again, that situation, we were already going to play. But if we weren't scheduled to play, and Tay's like, I want to play to break this record, I would have said, well, I'm going to play with you.
It was cool to watch that type of situation for Tay. I assume you guys lined him up at running back, had him play a little wheel, because we had Reggie Wayne and Dallas Clark playing running back against the Buffalo Bills, because a couple guys needed 2 catches. Somebody needed 5 yards receiving for another 1,000-yard year, 100 catches year. They were literally drawing up plays in the snow, seemingly. And by the way, we just walked right down the field. I mean, it was just right down the field, score. All right, now who do we need? Dallas needs to get a couple. All right, got him at running back, tailback. What? Got him slotted out. He's going in there. You need how many catches? 4. We right down the field again, and then boom, sideline the rest of the time in the middle of a blizzard. And it was fantastic. Well, I'm like, these dudes are just playing games with these people out here. But congrats, there's incentives on the line, money on the line, history on the line. Those conversations are all going to come to the forefront later this week. I think we're gathering all the incentives that can be earned this last weekend, because that's a big deal on who's going to be motivated a little bit more. Yeah. Speaking of motivation, Mr.
Playtime incentives too, right?
Yeah.
Playtime incentives would be interesting, and catches and yards and all those things.
Yeah, you need to play 75% of the snaps. Then when you get to 73% of the snaps, they start forecasting, we're going to arrest you. Like, whoa, it doesn't sound like you're...
That's happening too.
That doesn't sound like it's health reasons. It sounds like you're trying to screw me a little bit. No, we're looking out for you.
Okay.
I need about 15 more snaps. I'm doing the math here.
Multi-billion-dollar business, and sometimes they're playing games with a little $50,000 bonuses, $75,000 bonuses.
It's the best. It's the highest level, man. Remember, it's the highest level, Aaron. There's no greater league than the NFL. Ty has a question for you though about Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, Aaron, just curious if you've paid any attention to kind of the shitstorm that's going on in Denver right now. We heard Russ came out and talk and basically said, like, hey, yeah, the Broncos did approach me about restructuring my contract or waiving my injury guarantee or whatever the case may be. Do you think all the stuff that's happened, like, was that laid out by Sean Payton to him when he first got there? Like, hey, I don't really want you to be my guy going forward. We'll try to make it work. If it doesn't work, I'm going to get rid of you. And also, like, now a lot of people are saying, like, hey, this is dirty pool. This is, negotiating in bad faith or just, and it's going to really affect guys wanting to come play for the Broncos moving forward. Like, what's your take on that whole situation, and do you think that's true?
Do I think what part is true?
Like, how much does that affect guys wanting to go play for Denver moving forward?
That's a great question. I think people that are just money motivated, and there's always in free agency, there's the guys that just want to get paid, and there's the guys that want to get paid and be on a good team. So guys that want to just get paid, it won't make a difference. I think that's just the way the NFL is. Guys who care about character and chemistry and look, the NFL is it's a great profession. It's a tough business, and this type of stuff is probably more commonplace than you would think. Obviously, we're talking about a premier player here and some bizarre circumstances. I think anybody can probably look at the situation objectively and say that Russ probably wasn't Sean's first choice. It definitely paints the last however many weeks in a way different light, though, doesn't it? From play calling, from interactions they had on the sidelines. Listen, there's an old adage, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Russ and I have had some battles over the years. And Seattle and Green Bay, were two of the premier teams in the 2010s, especially. And we had some battles over the years. And there was a great rivalry, and we couldn't seem to beat them other than in the Phil Mary game in Seattle. They couldn't beat us in Green Bay. But I think we have, more of a common enemy based on some comments that have been said about, a dear friend of mine, and then seeing this come out. So my heart actually goes out to Russ for dealing with this. I think, say whatever you want about him. Like, I think he's handled this pretty well. I definitely applaud him for speaking on it because it's a tough situation, and he basically said what he said what went down, which is pretty scandalous that they would do that.
Sketch.
Now, obviously, there's the team would probably say, oh, we're just trying to get him to move the date on the injury clause or whatever. It's still crazy to threaten we're going to sit you if you don't do this.
Franchise quarterback. Franchise quarterback.
If that actually happened. And it's not like he's having a shit year. He definitely is playing better than he did last year and taking care of the football. And then they went on a run too. I mean, they lost 3 or 4, but they won 5 or 6 in a row, I think.
Yeah, 5.
So, and in the midst of this, him knowing that they just wanted to bench him and get rid of him. So kudos to Russ for dealing with the shit situation, and that's about all I'm gonna say about everybody else in Denver.
And that's all I gotta say about that. Way to go, Russ.
Hell yeah.
I do like that the common hatred of a man can potentially bring you two together even more.
It's glorious.
You know what I mean? That is a glorious thing. It's been happening since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
A lot of wars actually have had alignment because of said thing.
Absolutely.
Well, we hate each other originally, but we don't hate each other as much as we hate that person. So we are going to now. We thought. Hate can really bring a lot of love, can it? And maybe you and Russ will be able to share a little moment or two here because of the situation's brewing with Sean Payton. At his age, everything he's accomplished, and he's handling it right. You said whenever he addressed it, he had a Broncos hat on, was standing in front of his Broncos locker. Yeah, so they just basically told me they wanted to steal $37 million from me.
That's all.
That's pretty much why. That was a surreal scene there almost,
You could tell he was emotional about it. It affected him. Which of course it would. Hey, great win against Kansas City, but we're gonna bench your ass unless you move the shit around.
Because your knee, we don't need it,
Can't have it.
We need everything to stay. And we want you to play.
Bad.
But we don't want you to get hurt right
For
now.
free, though.
Yeah, no.
It was just the front office, though, right? It wasn't
Sean Payton. Wasn't Sean Payton.
Yeah.
So maybe there isn't an enemy that you guys share.
Nah, we know Sean Payton's got control. He's calling the shot.
That's why he signed there.
Yep.
The alignment.
And if Sean Payton wins next year or the year after, now they're going to have to eat a massive dead cap next year. So if they're able to win, there will be some real salary cap gymnastics that they'll have to do. But if they win 2-3 years down the road, nobody will remember.
No.
Nobody will remember.
Good.
But the man who founded the Danger Witch is going to remember this.
Yeah, he is.
Forever.
And I can't wait to see his comeback trail, his revenge tour next year. As we end here on ESPN in our first show of the year of 2024, we can't thank you all enough for allowing us to do this for a living. Who knows if 1 year from now we're still able to do this?
Sure.
I hope.
If we're still able to create a terrible crop ass show.
For sure.
We're going to try every single day from now until then to keep doing it. Have a great one. Be a friend. Tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Goodbye. Nailed it. Aaron, professional send-off. Right?
1 for 1 on the year.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for.
2 for 2, actually, first hour.
True.
Yeah.
Go. Let's go. Good start.
Pretty exhausted, too. Pretty exhausted. Yesterday was a long one, Aaron. Yesterday was a long day.
Yeah, I give you guys credit, man. I will say, once that first game was over, I went to the main broadcast feed.
Oh, you missed out. You missed out, brother. Great moments.
It was Joe Over.
Yeah. Joe Over for those guys.
Aaron Rover.
Joe Over for Deuce.
I doubt it.
I think they did good. We didn't see any of it. I mean, we're on a plane.
Well, we saw one part. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah, we did. We appreciate Cole Kubelik, Harry Douglas, that boy Bad, obviously, Colt McCoy, Sacho. Way to go out there, boys. Appreciate you guys.
Boys.
I didn't get to see any of it. Aaron didn't see any of it. I mean, so we're not 100% sure, but I'm sure they had a blast. It's crazy just standing down there. Can't see shit, really. Have no idea if it's a 6-yard gain or a 30, honestly. If they're running in a straight line, you have no idea at that. That field was beautiful, though. AJ, wasn't that was beautiful? That kid's leg. Do we know what happened to Burton? Was it Burton's leg?
Yeah, Burton.
We do not.
Have we got an update?
I have not.
Because if that's not a real serious injury, then the grass conversation could have a real one. You know what I mean?
Can we talk about one thing that really chaps my ass about our game, football in general?
Yeah, let's get your ass unchopped.
Listen, when you're playing on turf, you can wear all the plastic molded cleats you want. But when you're playing on grass, wear screw-ins. The quarterback for Alabama, right? His name is Milroe, right?
Yep.
Got a bright future. I mean, I watched a decent amount of Alabama games this year, and watching him mature as a passer and trust his legs, he's dynamic. I mean, I think he's going to be. He reminds me of Lamar, and that's with all due respect to Lamar, because Lamar's about to be a 2-time MVP. Like that, his game. I think he's going to be really, really good. But wear 7 studs, screw-ins when you're playing on grass. There were multiple times where he slipped, and he's wearing plastic cleats on grass. And the grass already, if you watched it looked like it was newer solid, right? So it was. I don't know if it was slick or just like a lot was coming up, but multiple people in that game were wearing the wrong cleats. Our guys, I can't even believe it. We're wearing the wrong cleats. We're playing in Cleveland on grass, and they're wearing plastics. Put some goddamn 7 studs on. Wear the friggin' screw-ins, because that's what you wear on grass. I mean, I can't believe I got to say this. What are we even talking about here?
Nice reminder.
It's so easy. It's easy.
There was that.
Everybody was bitching about the Super Bowl last year, right? Same thing. people were bitching about the Super Bowl last year, and they were wearing moldeds.
The Sodfather got kind of cucked in that entire thing.
Yeah, screwed.
Sodfather didn't get an opportunity to really put his hands on the grass for his last Super Bowl. And with the Rose Bowl, I don't know what the grass normally is. They say it's the greatest grass of all time. It looks that way.
Tastes delicious.
The rain. What's that?
It tastes
grass.
delicious.
Legit tastes like a caprese salad. We were eating it. We were eating it all day.
Just gnawing on it.
AJ had
swallowing
mixed it with his gum.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Like our field supervisor in Green Bay, Allen, used to say, that grass looks supple.
Oh,
Yeah.
Very supple.
It was.
Well, it sounds like it was more supple than I could have even imagined while I was looking at that delightfully plump and delicious looking grass. But like it rained heavily and they had it covered, but not on the side. The side wasn't covered. So I do wonder with rain in Southern California at the level in which it was coming down within the 24 hours of the game, I wonder what the whole process was. Because if you remember at the Super Bowl, the Sodfather came out, who's 98 years old, has done every Super Bowl since the football has started. There he is.
Boom.
And he said, this sod kid who's taking my spot, cucking me, he doesn't know. He can't be watering and then covering it for 3 days. You're basically baking a puddle in there.
Come on.
You're making a soup. He made a soup. He said, that's why I'm the father. He's the fucking kid. But nobody let me do anything. I'm just the old bastard who doesn't know anything. Pretty much what the Sodfather said.
Yes.
As they kicked him out the door and forced him out of his way. So I do appreciate the fact that you're like, let's put a little bit more onus on maybe what we've been, decisions that have been made in every sport that plays on grass since kids. Hey, what are we wearing? The long ones today or the short ones today? Molded or studs? And you even said that, AJ, yesterday as we were watching, because there was a run up the middle Jalen had where he wanted to stop and just, that was a third down.
Yes.
It was a big third down, actually.
It was early in the game. It was a big third down early in the game.
Yeah.
But I will say, I'm really glad that because of the World Cup coming, that we're finally going to get grass in so many of these stadiums.
Shout out to those soccer boys.
Thank you, football.
Thank you, lads.
Thank you, football, for taking care of the boys. J.J. Watt has said, though, a couple times, and he's in the soccer world, now his team sucks. Have they won? Have they won?
No, they had a hard
Yeah, everyone else around them is winning, too. And the pitch at Turf Moor has never been the nicest of grass.
Okay, so they're just getting worse somehow. You know, it's going to be better for the story, though. You know what I mean? Buy the hump.
Yep.
Don't buy the dip.
No, non-soccer.
No, yeah. Buy at the top. You know?
It's different.
Yeah, so then you can enjoy the ride down because that's the best part of the roller coaster. And then, you know, inevitably it's going and try to get back to even there. And that's kind of what's happening with JJ. He said he's not going off the ship, but his wife's soccer player, obviously. He's been around the soccer world. He said some of those soccer fields that they're putting on top of those turf fields for grass, he said those are crap too. Like, you don't want, he said he's thinking that some of those World Cup grasses are going to be crop. Like, it's not good because it's just put on top of cement or on top of turf. It's an issue in not having it grounded, I think. Yeah. Like having it actually, you know, being a full ground.
Living grass, yeah.
One with the earth.
Yeah, living, I guess.
Like J.J. McCarthy was doing.
Yeah, did you see his ass? Did you see him? He was doing a full thing. Did you see that?
It worked.
He was a little meditation. I saw that. It was awesome. Yeah.
We said he needs some iron.
Did work.
I feel like, Pat, you're like Snoop Dogg in Starsky and Hutch. You know?
Huggy Bear?
You don't know a lot about golf, but you know a hell of a lot about grass.
Amen.
Pretty good.
Speaking of grass, we need to stop smoking the stuff off the streets. Okay? They're putting fentanyl in it.
What?
This is not a joke.
I just learned this.
Come on.
I just learned this. So this is a real problem in the modern day and age, I guess, with these kids. Some people are describing it.
The CIA?
The fucking China.
The CCP.
Actually, it's China, but if it wasn't China and it was us, they would say it was China. So whoever it is.
True.
You know, there's also, I saw Tom Cruise flying a plane for the CIA with some stuff down into the Central America area, and he took off on a runway that was certainly too small for that plane
Tom Cruise
to take off. So there's been some drugs and gun.
Was it Barry?
American Made. Great movie.
Tom Cruise.
What's that?
One of the best.
Yeah, the best.
Anyways, they're putting fentanyl in everything, man. Even like weed in edibles.
Why?
Trying to kill people. I think that's what I was told by a doctor.
Why would a dealer want to kill their clients, though?
It's not the dealer.
CCP trying to kill Americans.
It's like an attack. They're saying it's like an attack on like an entire generation. They're putting this fentanyl in
It
everything.
could just be the alphabet gangsters in this country. You know what I mean?
Ooh. You've said that a couple times. You feel cool when you said it? You got to.
It's truth. I mean, do we need to go through the criminal history of each organization? We can. I can do it real quick.
Come on, man.
Actually, let me open my drawer here.
Yeah.
I got a report from 2 years ago I did while I had my COVID. Nobody was letting me. Listen to the CIA. You want to hear this? Today should be a big day for you guys. Can't wait to hear what we're chatting about next week. Aaron, have an incredible week. What are we doing? Are we still playing football? Are we doing 7-on-7? Are we practicing? What do we got going on?
Oh, I don't know. We got a few days left. If there's full speed practice, I'll be doing it this week. Trying to pick off some passes on the jog through defense as usual. This is always the last week of the year is always strange when you're out of it. It's only been a few times in my career, thankfully, but the weirdest day is kind of the Tuesday after the exit meetings, where you have exit meetings on Monday and then there's just nobody around. So that's strange. This is last week this group will be together. That's always a little nostalgic. You think about everything you've been through from the off season to training camp to season ups and downs and frustrations and celebrations and excitement and just the relationships that are formed. Everybody's going to go their own way here in about a week from today. So just try and enjoy time with the fellas and know that it's not going to be the same. This is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience with these guys and gals. So a lot of gratitude for it. Also, I think it's important that we learn the lessons, and really communicate entirely before we leave town so we can do things a little bit better next year.
Yeah, there's a lot of hopes and dreams for next year. Everything we thought was going to happen this year with the Jets, we're delaying until next year is the mindset. And I know Greeny was down in his dumps. He was bummed out for a while.
Very bummed out.
But now he's excited for next year.
Think how excited Greeny and Rich Eisen and all the Jet fans in the media are going to be when they see that Super Bowl 59 emblem. Oh. It's got that Jet green on it.
Yeah. And Doe 36 is making the announcement. It'll be good. It'll be a good time.
Foxy, what if it's jet green and a little baby blue?
Ooh. Here we go, Aaron. Now we're talking.
Carolina. It might be Eagles Patriots.
No, Lions Jets. Yeah. Let's see it, and then Aaron will tear our hearts out one more time and win the Super Bowl. I already see it coming. We're writing the script right now.
I thought you had Stafford tearing your dreams out this year whenever he comes back to town.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen it. The Cowboys just ripped our hearts out. It happens all the time. That's what the Lions
That's because you guys
for.
are doing a little song and dance with the reporting of the eligibility.
We're smarter than everybody.
I thought it was the refs.
Maybe just line up and play football.
Let's get to a break.
If you were smart, you could have called timeout after they announced it, right? Or no?
Well, headphone. I'm telling you, the announcement.
They didn't have timeouts.
The announcement of this person's eligible. Sometimes it happens so often. I don't know if everybody's even. You know what I mean?
I heard it on the Spanish, the ESPN Deportes. They showed it.
Bingo.
You can hear it.
He walked over.
Also, Ty, you didn't mention at all the big GB win Sunday night.
Oh, it's huge. Ecstatic. Hey,
broke a little bit.
No, well, still got more to do. Bears have been playing very well these last couple weeks. So, but hey, everything you want. Got one more to get into the dance at home. Jordan Love has played incredible down the stretch here. Absolutely incredible. He's been really fun to watch, especially with guys being hurt. I'm worried about the defense still, Aaron. I think that's kind of just the way it goes. But hey, beat the Bears and you're in the dance. That's all you can ask for.
Definitely the young guys have played really well, and Jordan's been excellent. He made 4 or 5 pretty incredible throws the other night. So one more game to go. It's the Super Bowl for the Bears just about every year because they haven't been in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, Bears not.
Who knows how long? So this is their Super Bowl. We've won. What have we won? Matt's never lost to them. I don't think it's 9 in a row.
Zito?
Yeah, I believe so.
Zito, is Matt LaFleur.
That was a rhetorical. That was a rhetorical
Yeah.
question. It's at least 9 in a row.
Oh, okay. All right. He knew, by the way. He had the stat.
18, we got beat by him there when Joe Philbin was the coach. We beat him earlier, so it's definitely 9 in a row.
Do you think?
Is it a rivalry anymore?
Oh, jeez.
It's a fair question. It's a fair question.
If they can't beat us, is it a rivalry?
Yeah, you're like bug windshield type thing. We're going to run into each other, but really, that's what you're saying here in this entire conversation.
I mean, every coach that gets hired in Chicago, his first goal is to beat Green Bay. It's been rough the last 30 plus years, and now, I think there was a lot of people like, all right, Favre's out of here. This young kid ain't getting worth a shit. And then, we had our run, and then, okay, the old guy's out of here. This young kid's ain't gonna be worth a shit. And they're like, oh shit. Jordan Love's pretty damn good.
Yeah, week one was ugly.
There's another one. Oh no, they got another one over there in that tiny little town. Because remember, if I go back to learning about this rivalry that you held in such high regard, I think you talked to Justin Fields about him holding it in high regard. Same thing with Jordan Love. You're like, it's the big city taking on little Green Bay, have played against each other for a long time. That's why whenever you're telling people that you're their fucking landlord and everything because you appreciated the rivalry. That's an old school one this week. Everything's on the line.
That's right. It's always blood ball, baby.
And you said it's Chicago Super Bowl. It is blood ball. You're right. It is blood ball. They've been playing their best ball.
They have been.
Chicago coming in the Super Bowl hot.
They got a couple people I really love on that team. I mean, besides Getsy, who's a great friend, but Big Dog is there. And he got a touchdown recently.
Yep.
And Lucas Patrick, I love EQ as well. EQ's there. Lucas Patrick, who's playing center for him, awesome guy. But I think it's going to be a good day for the G&G.
Hell yeah. Hopefully Jair Alexander just makes himself captain again. That was awesome. It's a big one. Coach didn't know I want to play in the playoffs too, so.
Boys have my back.
Guys have my back.
I'm from Charlotte.
He said, yeah, dude. Call it. You want to? He won a coin toss.
Yes, he did.
People forget about that.
Yes, he did.
He's back, big game.
Jordan Love since week.
I mean, the part of him saying to go on defense, that's one of the most overblown parts of the story. Now the other stuff, whatever, but a referee is not going to let a team win the toss and go on defense. It's just
there's some power hungry.
Didn't say it right.
I've been out there when somebody says defense and they will not let them. They go, "Do you mean defer?" And then multiple times no, he said defense. He said defense, and they won't let us get the ball twice.
Hey, defense.
You heard it. We get the ball twice. We get the ball
defense.
Never worked.
Never worked. It's not possible. It's not possible for a referee to allow you to go on defense.
Jair knew that. He said everybody was laughing. I'm like, what are we laughing about?
Get it?
He's the best. He has sunglasses.
Yep. He's incredible. He's one of my favorites. I love Ja.
He's a movie character, that guy. Yeah. He is awesome. We need a microphone on him at all time. Truman Show? Let's do Jair.
Boom.
I like to see that guy eating dinner. I like to see him waking up in the morning. I like to see the decisions being made on the road when he's driving. I like to hear everything that Jair is thinking. He's one of one. Yeah? What'd you say?
He's one of one.
Team had his back.
The guys had his back.
Yeah.
They said I deserve to see shit.
Coach knew.
All right, we appreciate you, Aaron. Hopefully you'll be able to crack open that bottle over your left shoulder there for some good news or some good times. We appreciate you in 2023. Excited to see 2024.
Release the Epstein list, and I will be cracking open a bottle of something real nice tonight.
How many does are there, you think? There's at least 36 from what we've heard about.
There's probably about 2,000, but who knows?
Well, Doe 36 is an interesting name. Supposedly.
It's not Jerome Bettis.
No, it's not.
They put that number 36
not
on
the bus.
He doesn't even know that's going on.
Yeah, of course not.
Not the bus, Doe 36.
Refs screwed him on that coin toss, though.
Yeah,
they're gonna. All the people in trouble are gonna have to turn their comments off, which I hear is already happening. So,
all right,
turn your comments off on X.
You snooping around a little bit?
Yeah, who did that?
Yeah, you snooping around a little bit?
You did, AJ.
Look how happy he is. Look at that face. Look how pumped he is. That's real joy. That's a childlike joy right there.
We've gotten prematurely excited about this list coming out for a while.
Who's we? You and
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that don't want that list out. A lot of people.
Everyone's raining on my parade today, saying that it's not going to happen. Just saying.
I mean,
Just
I hope
saying.
it does, Conrad. I hope it does. But there's a lot of people that don't want that to come out. So if anything happens at the distraction, you'll know that list is about to come out.
Okay, real quick. Are you and Conman going to have a reading together tonight? Or are you going to go through it like a book club? Hey, Conman, let's start at Doe 1, and let's start snooping around here. Let's start seeing who this.
If that list comes out, Conman, I want you to FaceTime me. We'll have a little celebratory drink together, right?
Absolutely. I'll be there. Maybe have a couple. I will have to read through it on my own, though, because everyone needs to kind of experience it on their own when we've been waiting for this for so damn long.
I'm going to let you know. There's a really
Just like the Podesta emails.
Bingo.
All right.
Just like the other emails that just came out.
Okay. I'm excited to hear about it. Can't wait for you guys to tell me what I need to know. I'm sure you guys will do it in a fair, biased way.
Absolutely.
Sure, that'll be a good thing. I'm excited about that. That's what I'm pumped about. And that's
Nothing fair and biased about a name on an Epstein flight log,
Yeah.
Especially when it's heading to a little island in the Caribbean where,
AJ.
Disney sent a bunch of, kids to do snorkeling.
Especially when some people took 50 plus flights to said place.
All right, I'm excited for you guys to break it all down for us. I'm excited for it. If there's any sports people in there, please let us know too.
Well, that's kind of the other fun part is because not all will be named. Anyone in the sports world who you might want fired, you could be like, I heard Doe 138 was, insert name of coach that you don't want, which I almost just did.
Oh, the internet's going to start doing it.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
No.
I don't want this.
The internet can't have anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No. For example, like Bailey Zappi, this did not happen.
Just don't even. No reason.
But if I did not want Bailey Zappi to be the quarterback,
we get what you're saying.
You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah. So you're projecting on it. All right. Hey, hopefully you have a good day soon. You and Con Man have a good meeting. Hopefully you get everything out of it that you want. Hopefully some real change happens.
Let's get corruption, especially when you're talking about sex trafficking and pedophilia. Let's get all of it out in the open. And
Hell yeah.
Let's take back our country from these fucking terrible monsters, awful politicians, lifetime, incredible stock trading, fucking villains. You know what I mean?
What?
Get it off your chest, Aaron. I appreciate you.
I wore my hoodie today.
All right, we're going
This country was founded as a constitutional republic, not a democracy. In a constitutional republic, the emphasis is on civil liberties, right? In a democracy, it's on freedom and equality. Actually not freedom, sorry, it's on equality. But democracies always unravel into dictatorships or fascism, which is what you're seeing right now, when there's an emphasis on equality and not on civil liberties. So we got to take back our country from these fucking monsters. And so many of them potentially could be, involved in some real heinous stuff. Hopefully the corruption and this stuff is exposed at some point, because we're at a real important part in our world right now. And
you're scratching Connor right where he itches right now.
Here, brother.
Is there like a 6 or 7 hour Rogan episode I can listen to and maybe get to the bottom of this thing? Or
not even the doctor knows.
No,
not even the doctor.
All right. I'm going to get out of here. Hey, Aaron, hopefully you have a great day. Hopefully we get America back today.
Yeah.
It's already been a great day. I get to talk to you guys, and hopefully we get a list at some point. Probably not, because it's probably just stringing us along a little bit. But
hold on hope, Aaron. Just like Jets fans are doing for next year.
That's right.
We appreciate you,
hold
buddy.
on hope.
Happy New Year, man. Hey, a lot of naysayers out there. Time to prove them all wrong.
Yep. Fauci's a criminal. All right, see you guys.
I mean, he also... You never know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID MVP.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers. I do wonder if he has like a little box in the back.
Yeah.
He's like a little reminder.
AJ, you want to comment? Because there's other people on sports networks that say that, you never comment when Aaron starts talking like that.
What do you mean? What do they say? What did they say about me?
Fuck. AJ, they know I'm involved. That's what they say that you're thinking.
I heard.
I want to ask Aaron why are these so-called powerful people or whatever? Why are they all pedos?
Never mind.
What's the pedo situation about? Is that a power move? Like, I don't get it. Why?
Yeah, I don't know either. That's a pretty disgusting little situation there.
Ask your neighbor.
Wexy.
That's right.
My neighbor's. It's my brother and sister-in-law. That's my neighbor. I don't think they're involved.
No, Wexy. He's Columbus royalty.
Yeah.
Never met him, but yeah, I would like to see the compound someday.
I do appreciate the fact that Aaron Rodgers has the capability to throw a ball better than anybody. Okay, be the hippie, obviously.
Yeah.
But also the time to say, I do want America fucking
want it back.
Alphabet game.
He's very passionate about that.
Yeah.
It's hard not to be. When you know the amount of information that's out there regarding the thing, it is very hard not to be.
But I want to let you know, I appreciate the fact that you guys have spent your time to focus on that. To let guys like me know that I should be paying attention to it. And I will be paying attention to it more.
I mean, when you go to the movie theaters to watch something like The Sound of Freedom, I'm not sure if you've heard about this film, but when you do, when you take the time, you have?
Yeah, a lot of people were adding you and me saying, can't wait for Connor to bring this movie up. That's how I...
Well, it took me about a year because I saw it about a year ago, and I'm glad it finally came out. But when you are ingratiated into that information, it's hard not to be like, hey, what the fuck? Can we get some real repercussions here? So maybe we're on the brink of that. Probably not.
All right. I'm sure it's all real, too. Excited to hear what you guys think. And see, let's get to a break. On the other side, we'll have Puka Nacua.
Ooh.
I don't think he'll be talking about.
Probably not.
He's in the middle of a rookie run right now that the world has not seen before.
No.
His name is amongst
goats.
Him and Matthew Stafford immediately.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take 3 minutes. We'll have Puka Nacua on the other side. Then we'll have Dan Orlovsky taking it home.
Ooh.
Nice.
Dan Orlovsky had his Dahmer glasses on earlier.
Yep.
Smelled Molly's shoe.
Yeah, it's got a couple million views.
Live on air.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I heard that right.
Was he doing a shoey or something?
You heard it right.
Dan Orlovsky had his Dahmer glasses on.
Yep.
And then he sniffed Molly's shoe on TV. Right over there.
Did he make that sound too?
Yeah.
They muted his mic. They were so disgusting.
Yep.
Yeah, you could just see it in his mouth formations.
So we'll ask him about how that happened. Here it is right here. Look, Dahmer glasses. Everything I said was that. Look at that.
Why did this happen?
Nice.
It's TV, bro.
Thought about licking it. You can see it in his eyes.
All right, let's take 3 minutes, okay? Let's be quick because Puka Nacua is on the other side. Cannot wait to chat with him. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take three.
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel reading LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know. Being told by his former offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien.
That is not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me again. It got real tight up here as you were. I just want to let you know.
Reese, you were too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. I thought it was going down out here. I looked over at Liz.
Oh, sorry about it. Let a naysayer know.
Let a
naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time. That's what we all thought. Today's event is me versus a Carolina Reaper pepper. A pepper that has what?
2.2 million Scoville on average. I think it's pretty much the hottest pepper in the world.
In comparison, a jalapeno is
6,000 Scoville.
For every second after it is in my mouth, I don't grab this milk. We'll give $25 to a random person in the comment section right now. $4,500 feels like a good amount to give away, though. And that'd be 3 minutes. This is going to be a long 3 minutes.
That's redder than devil's dick. That crunch. How we doing so far? Doesn't look too bad.
I should have taken a drink of water beforehand, though, because I think I had a dry mouth. I had a little cotton mouth. Oh,
okay. Once the hiccups start, I think you're just about done for. What's your biggest regret in life? Do you have 2 more minutes in you?
I think it's just starting to hit like the peak. The curve on this thing is just starting to go up.
You are handling this much better than Bill did, though. You are, yeah. Billy Tubes was puking 10 seconds in. 130. 130.
It's burning my esophagus.
Do you feel like you're going to puke? And that milk looks ice cold, too.
No!
Beer that broke my heart. Hey, one more. Yep. Now we go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dance with me.
How you feel now?
A little bit better, but not great. Oh, God. That's a bad idea. I need more.
More milk.
Oh, God, God. Yikes. Hey.
What?
Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this overreaction. Aaron Rodgers, Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. Hour 3 of the program starts now. Football! Had a great weekend.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah. Saturday.
Wide.
Sunday.
Wide.
Monday.
Wide.
Now we overreact to it all. We're very lucky to do it. That's AJ Hawk. The Toxic Table's here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Boston Connor, 1 year ago today.
What?
Not ringing a bell.
What was it?
Antonio Brown running off the field. Took his jersey off. Took his
What a great day.
pads off.
That was a good
Is that
day.
1 year ago?
2 years.
2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Are we sure?
Yep.
Okay.
One half of the hammer, Dahn. Cowboys Tone Diggs is here. That's 9-year NFL vet Darius J. Butler. And joining us now is a man who's about 28 yards away from breaking a receiving record for rookies in NFL history. Ladies and gentlemen, out of BYU, Los Angeles Rams superstar, Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Puka, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, sorry we made you wait there for a little bit. We had to go to the bathroom as a unison there. And you're the man, bro. Why do you think... And obviously it's because you're fast and strong and smart. But why do you think you and Matthew Stafford were able to get on the same page so quickly, Puka? It feels like a perfect fit between you two.
I don't know. I got invited in the summertime, and he takes such a strong presence in making sure that every ball he throws has a nice tight spiral to it. I'm like, man, I feel like that's one of the easiest things as a receiver. When you see that thing spinning nice and tight, it's like that. The ability to track it makes it so easy, and he never lets the ball get out of his way that's not spinning tight.
So you're saying the first time you played catch with the guy, you saw the ball, you're like, wow, I feel like I can really catch the shit out of this thing.
Oh, I'm thinking like the one rule as a receiver is not to like pop your head, and like I'm thinking like, yo, as soon as I seen the ball come out of his hands, I know exactly where it's gonna be, and he don't miss either. So it's like I always shoot. My coach is always like, you gotta watch the ball all the way in.
Puka, people were saying you were gonna be on the all-white team because you got tracked right there in the conversation of it all. But you have made some like ridiculous catches. You played against the Indianapolis Colts, and we saw you on a crossing route where Stafford put it right over the top of our linebacker. I think it was EJ Speed maybe, and then you just beautiful catch. I mean, when did you get drafted to the Rams again? What was the pick number?
I was the 5th round, somewhere in the last pick.
Why was that, Puka? Like, why do you think that people didn't expect this from you? You know, 5th round, obviously, have a chance to make it. There's investing some draft capital on you. But I assume during that combine draft process, you were wondering and confused about it all, because as we watch you play, we were wondering and confused by it all as well. Why do you think that happened, Puka?
I'm not sure. I did my combine training with Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, guys like Mike Wilson. So I was just hanging around these guys that everybody was talking about going and playing football at who were going to be the first picks. And I was like, oh, I'm with these guys, so I should feel the same. And that confidence kind of, I just walked around. I was like, man, I'm hanging out with these guys. That means we're doing the same shiz. So let me get to work. Like, I thought we were going to all be in the same spot, but the Rams believed in me enough, and the opportunity has gone crazy.
Go ahead, AJ.
What's it like working with Cooper Kupp, and how big of a help has he been, especially early on when you kind of step in and you see what he does day in and day out?
He's been the biggest help to me from the day I stepped in here. The ability to ask questions and for him to really give all the knowledge that he has in this offense, and the ability to win routes and the ability to understand coverage. He gave everything to me. When I was asking questions, he was taking the time to give it and make sure I understood it in depth, and he made the game so much easier. And I go out there and I'll be like, Coop, like what we just talked about happened in the game. He's like, the backer's going to be here, the corner's going to play this leverage, and you're going to be able to 1-2 him at the top, and you'll break in, and Matthew's going to hit you. And we come out there at 1-2 at the top, and Matthew hit me. I'd be like, Coop, like you're a genius, man.
That's amazing to hear, because that's what, like when Cooper wasn't playing, we all assumed, because of what we saw Nine and Dime be able to do together, it was like, oh, there must be some fall off. Instead, And obviously, Cooper Kupp, very established. He's the not only Triple Crown champion one year, but he won all 4 because he had the yak as well, I believe. So it was like he is a absolute guy. But whenever they lost Cooper Kupp, it almost brought in more reps for you. Do you feel that way? Like, all right, you kind of got dropped into the deep end, and now that whenever you're both back, now we don't know. We hope he's okay, obviously. But when you're both back, you've become an offense that's seemingly unstoppable. Do you feel that way? And how much is Sean McVay a part of that messaging, and kind of how does he lay it out for your offense?
He makes it super easy. He knows that we got some guys who can make plays all over this field, especially with number 23 in the backfield, and guys who have been in the offense, like you mentioned, Coop and Big Higgs. So they make it easy. They understand how to move and how to win in this offense, and Coach dials it up and makes it super easy for us. So with number 9 in the backfield, when he don't miss, and Coach McVay dialing up all the plays that we got, it's like it does feel like we're unstoppable. Especially with number 10, like he during practice, I'll be lining up like the play calls are so lengthy, I'll be forgetting what the can is. He's like, hey, you got this, you know this, right? You're going to 28 right here. And he's like, or this is you got the corner on this route when you motion to the backside of the formation. I'm like, all right, thanks, Coop, because I didn't know. I was like, I forgot.
Happening on the field? Is that happening on the field?
Like right before the snap, because him and Matthew were talking about, like, I'm gonna change the route right here, right before the snap.
During games, all right, can somebody, let's not snap this one quick. All right, no problem. And then bang, goes for. Have you looked at the numbers in comparison to like NFL history? I assume it looks like you're having a terrible time, but like whenever it's historic, Puka, you're doing historic things right now. Darius has a question about that.
Yeah, Puka, everybody kind of has their expectations, coming in as a rookie into the NFL. What were your expectations kind of coming in, and how was the reality of, touching that NFL field? Obviously, you had instant success. Was there ever a rookie of the year? I mean, welcome to the league moment for you. So what was those expectations versus the reality for you in LA?
Yeah, I mean, the expectations, I had 2 brothers who had my brother had been in the training camp with the Colts during 2021, and then my brother had played 6 years in the league. I was undrafted, played safety. So the idea to get drafted and to go in the 5th round was to be a special teams guy and to take advantage of whatever opportunity was to be given to me. And then the kind of welcome to the NFL moment was like during OTAs. I first got here where no pads on and stuff, but I get a rep with the ones, and Matthew, I have a route where I didn't know I was the number 1 read. I'm running an under route, and I'm like, I'm going against DK, one of our corners. He's wearing number 1. I don't really know who's who. I'm like, all right, this is my opportunity to like show him what I got. I win the release clean. Matthew dots me up like in stride, and I remember turning upfield and being able to make a move on the safety, and like, oh, that was such a smooth transition, Pook. Like, hey, I remember watching the tape later, and like Matthew did like a little gunslinger thing, and coach and everybody, like all the coaches, like they like no like reactions, but they all just like look at each other on the tape, and I just remember showing it to my siblings. I'm like, yo, this was the one.
That's awesome. You believe in yourself, and also the coaches hey, we got a 5th round.
Yeah.
We got a 5th round Mormon. Hey, we got a guy. It has been, I didn't know you were like this, by the way. Did we know?
The man.
Awesome. So sick.
Pookie, you're fucking awesome, dude. You know what I mean? You are I don't know, the energy that you are bringing through this call. Now, we're running on like 2 hours of sleep, fresh out of the road. Your mana is fantastic, Puka. I assume that's what the locker room is like over there in LA. What is the team like? Because what you guys have been able to do here late in this season, come together, play great ball. All eyes are on the playoffs, obviously. Don't want to get you in trouble. You're a rookie wide receiver. We don't need to talk about that. But what is that locker room like? And how has it been for you kind of being dropped into a new culture?
It's been crazy. One, my locker mate is Big Rob Havenstein. He's been on the Rams for a long time since they've been in St. Louis and stuff. So it's been somebody super cool to like. He's the OG. So I walk around like I try to be like little bro to him, because I'm like, hey, if I'm next to Big Rob, if you're saying something crazy, Big Rob's finna let you know. So just the vets in our locker room, they're super cool. AD's always laughing. The D line is hilarious because AD he controls that side of the ball and just the energy that they have. But then Matthew and Cooper, just like the 2 mastermind geniuses that you could just like, they're just like, if they're not talking ball, they're talking something like, why? How do we save more water? Like, how do we get the earth? They're just like they're the guys that you want to be around, because that conversation's heightening your skills, your knowledge.
Yeah, that's what I am. Is there like Is that in the locker room? Is that at the cafeteria? Where is most hang happening for the Rams? We playing cards?
A little bit in the cafeteria and in the locker room for sure. I used to get Coop out there playing some pig back in the day, earlier in the season, but we've widened down on that, less movement as we've gone later in the season.
Yeah, you're an old ass man now, Puka. That's kind of how it goes. Go ahead, AJ.
What about your head coach Sean McVay? Is he like from what you expected? I guess coming in, what is he like? What's reality like and expectations? I know you said you guys have some super long play calls. We know he's an offensive genius. Also, was the playbook? Is that something that is still ongoing, or do you feel pretty confident in everything you guys do?
Oh, there's some weeks I feel super confident, and the next week we'll come in and it'll be like, oh my gosh, we're reading like a Harry Potter book, and I'm just like, all right, Matthew, you're the guy. Like right before the huddle, that's the ones where I'm like, Coop, where are we going? And he's like, yeah, you got the shallow right here, Puka. Like when we're like the ball's being snapped, he's like, shallow, outside release. Just run it as fast as we can.
They were telling that story about Kevin O'Connell and the Pastronaut, as he's breaking the huddle, telling what the play is. The thought of you breaking this rookie record while literally as the ball is being snapped, Coop's like outside release, shallow, and then he's running routes off you, and then Stafford knows exactly where you are. Something special brewing over there, man. Yeah. Something special. Obviously that win against the Ravens, the loss against the Ravens, but taking them to overtime, I think a lot of us are looking back on that going, wait a minute, hold the phone. This Rams team is for real, even though it's supposed to be a transition year. And LA is the right city to be doing it in.
Yeah, Puka, how is LA? Obviously, BYU, a little different vibes in Utah, although there's still quaking in both, soaking, some would say. But also, is it tough personally for you because you are a fifth-round rookie and so you're living off like $30,000 in California right now?
It is crazy expensive because if I think about how much my rent costs right now, what I would be living like in Utah, man, I would be living like a king.
LA.
But it is crazy. We're in like, I don't even know what's LA. Everybody says everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm in LA too. And then they send like the location and they're 2 hours away. And I'm like, there's no chance you're in LA. Like, sorry, you're not in LA where I'm in LA.
I'm in LA. You're in a different state, man.
Traffic, you never know. 2 hours might be 2 miles.
We were in Pasadena this past weekend for the Rose Bowl. I was staying there. They were in Glendale, and that was anywhere between a 15-minute drive to a 55-minute drive.
Yep.
Because of the way it is. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? You got to live close to the facility, I assume.
Oh, I like my 20. I get like a 25-minute drive to myself, get some free time, play some music, listen to a podcast, get the Joe Rogan experience going, hit you guys. Get some non Drake. I be listening to Drake pretty much most of the day. So
okay, so you're listening to Drake and Rogan. All right, so we just had a conversation with a guy who was listening to a Rogan podcast as well in the last hour, and some big shit coming out today potentially, Puka. I think that Rogan experience. Yeah. You know, I mean, this is modern world, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the exact modern world, and the way it is all kind of cooking. Ty has a question for you, Puka.
Yeah, Puka. Obviously, being a rookie, you don't know what you don't know. But in you guys' division, everyone always talks about, hey, the Niners are, until they got, steamrolled by the Ravens. Hey, that's the clear-cut best team in football. But as you guys have kind of gone down the stretch here and you've played as well as you've played, you kind of get the sense in the locker room and around the guys like, hey, we are definitely a team that no one wants to play in the playoffs because we're kind of just rolling on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. That sounded like a great compliment. I didn't know where the question was. You said we're rolling. I guess, I feel like we're playing some really good football. But I guess even at the beginning of the season, I didn't. I mean, we came off our week 1, we beat Seattle, and then week 2 going to play against the Niners. There is that the Rams and the Niners is a big game. But I feel like for even at the beginning of the season, we could hang with the best of them. We just weren't able to execute. But it's fun. I think our confidence is high, and it's just coming down to what happens on Sundays.
Puka, you're the right guy to ask this question too because it's already been mentioned. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Tom.
as Connor just mentioned it, we were at the University of Utah for game day, and all they were saying is that all BYU does is soak and quaking, and I just wanted to give you a chance. Is that the true, or is it all Utah? Is it just BYU? I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, what's the percentage of BYU Cougs that are quaking and soaking? Is this 100% soak rate out there, or what?
No, not 100%. Quaking must be a Utah thing. I've never heard of that. That I know soaking Soaking can do that down there at BYU, but quaking's got to be.
So,
It's a bunk bed situation.
So quaking is, when you get a teammate on the bottom down, Nate Hardtongue, somebody, and then it's a full on the bed. This is what we've learned, Puka. Listen, what are you playing dump for?
Hey, no, that's for sure Utah thing. I have never heard of that over down there at BYU. They don't do that.
This is what Ryan Smith was saying, too. This must be the email at BYU. Hey, listen, any of the quaking nonsense, the evolution of soaking, you send that right to Utah.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what we're
getting
doing.
out.
Is that right, Puka?
Yeah, BYU is old school. We stick to the soaking is the.
That's a staple.
We're old school Big Ten football.
That's right. We pat the rock.
Puka.
You're awesome.
You are awesome, dude. The NFL is lucky to have you. I want to let you know that. We have no idea how you became a 5th rounder, but watching you grow this year and now getting a chance to. Hey, you're a fucking G. Dude. Hey, Puka, we are very thankful you took time out of your day to join us. Good luck the rest of the way, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat with you again.
No, I appreciate you guys. I always love seeing you guys' content. You guys are hilarious. Put a good smile on my face. So you guys have a good one. Appreciate you having me on.
Puka, I feel like you smile all the time. Our content's terrible, and once you stop watching, we understand completely, but we won't stop watching you, pal. Good luck with the record, ladies and gentlemen. Puka Nacua.
Yeah, Puka.
Infectious.
Is that a new favorite player in the NFL?
Hard not to like that guy.
Yep.
What the fuck was that?
What a great representation for the league. Like the league should be pushing him everywhere. Hey, let's get this guy out there. Let people know who he is.
Hoodie, smile, laugh.
Laughing the whole time.
I don't know if that was a question. It sounds like a great compliment. Thanks.
That was awesome.
Thanks for everything. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who works at ESPN.
Still coming on after Puka. What a bold.
To be honest, I never told him we weren't going to call him like 20 minutes ago.
Oh.
Because Puka was a late ad. Shout to Puka's people getting that set up. The Rams PR people would never let Puka on.
The worst.
So let's assume that Puka's never going to be on the show again because the Rams PR is on a list of PR people that we just know we're never going to get along with.
We'll always have that time.
Right there.
Mm-hmm. Frame it.
Let's cherish that. Never going to happen again.
Nope.
It's awesome.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Good to see Stafford's. It was a little overblown earlier before the season. He's definitely connecting with that young locker room. Love to see it.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I can see why,
Name tags.
Yeah, I forgot about it. He knew Puka's name.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you see him, Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Coolest name of all time.
You're my guy.
How about in training camp or OTAs when he hits him? He dots me up real quick. Then I shake a guy. I'm like, okay, Pook. He's saying to himself.
You can do this.
Showed his siblings, too. Hey, check this out.
And his 2 siblings played in the NFL, right? His brothers played in the NFL.
Yep.
So they were probably potentially the ones who were like, look at McVay. Look at the reaction around this entire thing. Look at the other defensive guys that are like, what the fuck? That's a 5th rounder.
Hey.
That kind of happens to everybody. You know what I mean? That is kind of whenever you see a rookie that isn't supposed to be what he is, do what he does. It's like a automatic babyface move, too. Performing way above what expectations were. We are very lucky that he joined us there. And we'll never talk to him again. It has to be stated.
Mm-hmm. It was fun, though.
It was fun. Those PR people are so smart.
Mm-hmm. What is it? They don't want him talking about soaking or what? Why would they keep him away?
He'll be back on. 2024 for the vibes. He'll be back on.
Depends who's working.
2024, the vibes. Our particular vibes are not the PR for the Rams guys' vibes.
No, they aren't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Been around a long time. Gatekeeper.
Mm-hmm.
They do nothing. We know that because we played in the league. But I didn't know the way they talk to the media is as if they have actual say.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
They have a Puka Nacua on the practice squad, though. I mean, we might be able to get.
Well, he won't be there, so.
Good player.
Who?
Miss you, Puka.
Some other guy who is like Puka-like,
What's he talking about?
Just some guy that they would have us talk to.
Oh, you're talking about the Rams?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Just some irrelevant person that.
Yeah, we'd have to earn our keep.
Never heard of.
We have a couple wars across the NFL with some PR people.
2 of them got mentioned today.
Yeah. Well, maybe being the firefighter, a little costume calendar thing.
Yeah.
Do something good for the program.
Yeah. Or fuck off.
Race him. That's how Connor feels.
Either or.
That's how Connor feels.
Either or.
I've been told we might be able to have Nacua on again.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but he's about to get a full talking to.
I was going to say.
Oh, yeah.
You went on what show?
He's going to be smiling with a hoodie on.
Yeah,
He's
you
gonna be, hey, great to
yourself.
see you guys. What'd you do yesterday? Got a massage, listening to Joe Rogan Experience. Looked at the list.
Don't love that so far.
What do you want from me?
Joe over for you, pal.
You mentioned what podcast?
Puka Nakover.
Oh, no. Puka Nakover. Do we have Orlovsky on?
I hope not.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now. He heard you.
I didn't say it.
You did?
No, I didn't.
You've been really saying a lot.
When I say
heard it.
We all heard it. Did you hear it?
I heard it, and I love Dan.
I heard it.
I love Dan.
College teammate.
No one saw me say it.
Professional teammate. Now you're a teammate as well. This man is on television all day, every day. This morning, for instance, he had Jeffrey Dahmer glasses on and was sniffing heels of the host on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, NFL aficionado for ESPN, Dan Orlovsky.
I
heard it, Connor.
Sorry, dude. People with foot fetishes creep me out.
I don't have a foot fetish.
You had those Dahmer glasses on. Did you see it? Have you seen it yet? Have you seen?
It's going. It's going on the Twitter.
Here's what I don't understand is why everyone is like so taken aback. It's the first time she's worn the shoes. Of course, they're going to smell totally normal.
Dan, you have Dahmer glasses on. Okay, that's the big part of this is your appearance on how you look here. Okay, obviously we won't talk about the suit and everything else, but then you just take a lady's shoe and sniff it.
She gave me the shoe because she was like, "Listen, these are the shoes that Stephen A. bought me because the UConn national title bet. This is the first time I'm wearing it. They just showed up in my office this morning." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, but you as Dahmer decided to smell it. Like instead of saying, "Hey, Stephen A. bought Molly these shoes,"
These are nice.
I did do that.
That new leather.
Yeah, but then he said, "But wait, there's more," and then he said, "Oh, that is what everybody, I think, you know what I mean? I don't think it's necessarily the showcasing of the shoe with the bats or the Dahmer glasses, but once you add in the sniff with it all, that's when it really starts, you know what I mean?
Well, that's just making an assumption.
No, this is observing and reporting.
Sainted.
This is journalism.
This is journalism?
Good job.
How did it smell? Like leather? It smelled like leather? Brand new shoes?
Yeah, it smelled like a brand new shoe, yeah.
How often are you smelling shoes?
I feel like I smell my kids' shoes probably once or twice a year, but other than that.
Just in case there's dog doo-doo on her?
Yeah, or just sometimes you're like, "Yo, guys, this is gross. Take a shower."
And you were like, "Molly, not gross." Don't take a shower. Is that what?
What is wrong with you?
That's not what you're in. What? There's nothing wrong. I don't know if you're in this conversation that we're in right now.
Well, whose shoe did you smell today?
I don't think I smelled anybody's shoes in my whole. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My whole life. I do get it forced upon me by some people in this office.
Who?
There is somebody who has made record-breaking world record smell coming out of their feet.
What?
In this office.
Some pilot?
No.
Who's got bad feet?
Oh boy.
And why aren't you using like baking soda or something?
Well, his mom actually told me at his wedding all the things that they have attempted over the years to combat.
Whoa! Oh, I got you.
Where did you think?
Dahmer, this is another thing. What were you thinking? Dahmer.
The hell?
What's going on?
Danny Dahmer?
What were you thinking the other day when Reese was speaking?
I thought Reese was about to send himself right off of a job. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Whoa. I was like, whoa. Reese about to do this. Reese is about to really go.
All time.
I've never been more uncomfortable. I'm sitting there. And then he says, naysayer. I'm like, oh, shit. All right, Reese. And you never want to interrupt somebody in that moment.
Herbie reminded you.
But that is, Herbie said, in the middle of his, I agree, but you should have seen what my heart was doing.
Oh, yeah.
I was at the Rose Bowl thinking of my guy. I love Reese.
Yeah. Good run,
I thought it
Reese.
was over for Reese. I thought we were looking for a new host. I thought it was done. And he saved it. I don't know if he knew by the end of that segment.
No, I don't think so.
Idea.
He had no clue.
That's what made it even better.
Yeah, what
Still
about
doesn't.
Anyways, let's move on from the Dahmer smelling and the naysayers and the merch marketing. Merch does look sick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it on Mark Ingram. And shout out to Jalen Milroe. Hopefully he sold 1 billion of those shirts. Happy to be a part of it. Dan, let's talk about some teams here, shall we? I know at the beginning of the year you said Lamar Jackson's not really quarterbacky, right? Isn't that what Dan Orlovsky said?
No, Dan would never say that.
No.
Oh, that wasn't you, Dan?
No.
Okay, well, somebody who was a white in recent memory said he's not quarterbacky enough.
Something about him.
So there was somebody saying some stuff. This has been what Lamar has been battling pretty much since the before draft when they were telling him he should play another position. Now they are dominating these teams. He is the clear-cut leader of the team, and he had 3 incompletions, 5 touchdowns. It's his MVP, right? And why has this year been so different for Lamar Jackson, you think, Dan?
Yeah, I do believe Lamar has sealed up the MVP. The difference, I think, number one, they finally have a pass game that is developed down the field pass game. I think it's important to say this. You know, Greg Roman, who is obviously his previous offensive coordinator, did a remarkable job with getting Lamar and putting him in an offense that was going to allow his talent and his skill set to get him on the field and thrive early on. But at some point it capped. At some point, the lack of a real pass game capped kind of what he and the offense was going to be. And that's why Todd Monken came in. And really what you've seen is this development throughout the year of a dynamic down the field pass game. I think probably the I don't want to say surprising thing, but the most development part of it is how much play action pass that they've decided to use. That's one of the things that I certainly begged for Greg Roman to do more of, is you don't do enough play action. And they've become such a high volume, high efficient play action pass offense. I think it allows Lamar to see it down the field with the developing passing game. Their offensive line protects. I think one of the things that Lamar is struggled with this year, not much, is sometimes pressure, and it protects against that. So MVP, and we got to stop looking at the MVP as just a numbers thing. There is numbers that play their part in it. But if you watch the game and you see how much Lamar makes something out of nothing on a consistent basis, that has to create value that is greater than numbers. So, I think we finally get to see him in a pass-centric offense, and you're seeing his impact on the game be even better than it was his MVP year.
Best team in football, most valuable player on the best team in football. I'm okay with that being the argument on whoever ends up winning the MVP as well, but that is certainly one of the arguments you can make for Lamar this year, and congrats to him. Probably resting against the Steelers.
See, here's the thing. So I don't know. So I'm calling that game, the Steelers-Ravens game Saturday. I don't know if they'll rest him. Because
the line says that.
But here's the thing, in 2019 when they were the 1 seed, they rested, and then remember they played Tennessee, and Tennessee went up on them 14-0 like that, and they couldn't get themselves back in the game. Because if you think about it, if they rest him, he goes 3 weeks essentially without playing. That's a long period of time. So I don't know if they rest him that much. Also, back to the MVP real quick. If he wins, he would be the 2-time winner at the age of 26. No, I don't think anyone's ever done that.
Yeah, there's college football players that are older than him still, and he'd have 2 MVPs and some other things potentially hanging on the mantle with how that football team looks this year. Let's stay in that game because there's a lot on the line. Steelers need a win, and Buffalo or Jacksonville loss to make it into the playoffs. And the line is kind of saying that Baltimore's going to be resting players. But I appreciate your point, and also the fact that you're calling the game and chatting with some people over there. Tone has a question for you.
Yeah, Dan, Maserati Mason Rudolph has now scored 30 points in back-to-back, his only 2 starts of the season. How much is that Mason? How much is the offense doing the same exact thing? And if they get into the playoffs, you think Mason can make some noise? Is he the quarterback going forward?
I don't think he's the quarterback going forward as far as franchise guy. I do think you got to give him credit. The fact that his 2 starts, they've looked the best on offense now. They've played Cincinnati, who's not a great defensive team. Going on the road and doing it in the NFL and against anybody is meaningful. So yeah, I understand Seattle's not dominant on defense. So 2 things that have stood out to me for their offense. They've run the ball relatively consistently well throughout the majority of the season. Not dominant, but well. They're finally moving Pickens around in the formation more. So often George would be standing out to the sideline by himself and be like, hey, just run a go route. So they're moving Pickens around a little bit more, especially after the poor performance blocking on the perimeter that he had. And then way more play action pass. Now, it's a little bit like Cleveland. Cleveland with Flacco has done a ton of gun play action, and Pittsburgh has started to do more of the gun play action for Mason. That's helped their offense as well, both in the receivers getting down the field and then the offensive line protection wise. So, if they get in the playoffs, I'm not willing to say that they're going to go make some noise. Obviously, with the defense, they have a shot. But the fact that they're in this place and Mason's their best quarterback right now on the roster, it at least gives them a chance, and it gives him credit that Mason's kind of kept his head into it.
The Kenny Pickett drama is broiling at the moment, seemingly on the outside, maybe something on the inside, who knows. Really never get a chance to hear what's real and what isn't if you're not in the building every single day. But Kenny Pickett saying he's learned nothing while being injured and sitting last week with a little bit of sauce. And then there was some narrative being built that he didn't want to dress if he was going to be the backup quarterback. He came out and said that isn't true at all. But what a scene over there. And Mike Tomlin, yet again, above 500 for the 18th straight year, whatever. It is wild times in Pittsburgh, Dan. Wild times.
It's crazy. It's crazy that they're in the conversation. I mean, because there's been so much noise around the football team this year. This has gone from, hey, defense is going to give them a chance to win the game every single week, to Kenny Pickett's not playing good, to firing the offensive coordinator, to are they going to move on from Mike Tomlin, to hey, they're going to, another backup quarterback. Oh my gosh, if they win and they get help from one of two teams during the playoffs. It's been unbelievable, like roller coaster ride in Pittsburgh. Honestly, just knowing the NFL, I'd be surprised if Pittsburgh doesn't get in. I would think that Baltimore would probably, my guess, rest some people. Pittsburgh gets the chance to go win the game. Buffalo or Jacksonville, just because it's the NFL, I wouldn't be surprised if one of those teams loses.
Buffalo's got a big one, doesn't it? They got a big one. But people are saying it's Shover Ohtani down there in Miami, aren't they? You know what they're saying?
No, we'll be fine. We'll bounce back.
Bills could be number 2 overall seed in the AFC.
Whoa.
What?
Or out.
Or out.
Yeah.
The NFL is awesome right now. Especially with, you talk about what the Steelers have gone through. I think about what the Bills have gone through this year.
I'd be surprised if Buffalo doesn't win that game, though.
Why is that, Dan?
One, the injuries in Miami. That defense is so dependent on Jalen and Chubb to create pressure. Xavier Howard not playing, or more than likely not playing. That's a big deal. The fact that they won't move Jalen inside, I could see, Buffalo just working the slot receiver all game. And Miami's in. Why they sit there and say, like, hey, we could get home field advantage. They're in. Buffalo is win or go home, essentially. And I think, like, that urgency and the way that they could pressure lends itself to me thinking Buffalo wins.
Well, let's hope they stay out of Tootsie's down there in Miami. Obviously, the Miami flu has gotten a lot of people in the past. With this much on the line, you would think they'd be locked into the hotel immediately upon landing. But it sounds like you're saying the Dolphins aren't Uncle Dan Marino over. But for this particular weekend, there is a chance that they're Joe Bover.
You never know with McDermott, coach, and what could happen.
All right.
Could be McDermott over.
Oh, no.
Could be Buffalo over Orlovsky.
Dan Orlover.
Yeah. Dude, like, there's 2 injuries on the edge rushers. It's massive. Like, that defense is predicated on covering guys.
I think you're forgetting about Van Ginkel, Dan.
Yeah. Andrew
Van Ginkel.
AJ has a question for you.
Good player.
Great player.
Not Bradley Chubb, good.
Agreed. We can all agree on that. And I think even Andrew Van Gulver would tell you that was.
He's cooking.
Dan Orlovsky is just saying
That's
so many things right now that are just scratching me right where I itch. Isn't that right? Gumping over.
Absolutely. He's nailing it.
I mean, he went to Ucover, so.
He did. And that place has been Joe Bover for a long time.
Relax. All right.
Hey,
probably since Darius Bover.
Darius Bover.
We're killing this. We're beating it like a dead horse.
No, because no one knows.
I don't know what it is.
Talking about.
So basically,
Nobody has seen the Joe Bover 1990 Fleer card. No one understands what it means
Get
to us.
all of Joe Bover's cards up.
So
who looks more lost, me or AJ?
Or Reese the other day. I would say you. AJ knows, though. AJ was on a plane for 4 hours.
Heard plenty of Joe Bover.
Everything was potentially over about 10 different times at all times. Because we don't like looking for the end, but every once in a while you just got to point it out. the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Still alive.
You know what I mean? When it's still alive, very
Hell
much.
yeah. Hell, we got Mike McDaniel still calling play. Tua's going to play. Tyree Hill's going to play.
You're right.
We got
What
a
am I
chance.
saying? I'm watching Hard Knocks tonight, too. It's not going to be Mike McDover.
It might be.
At home. Come on, man.
I just wanted to hear you say Mike McDover again, honestly.
Anyways, AJ has a question for you. This conversation is close to being Joe Bover.
Yeah, Raheem over.
Dan, when you watch.
What about Vic Fangio over?
After that Ravens game, it might be.
That was a revenge game.
AJ, let's have a one-on-one conversation here.
All right, mute my mic. I'm going to keep doing it if we keep going.
When you watch this Eagles team play, Dan, what do you see? What's going on? Obviously, they're giving up too many points. We all know that. But do you have faith in them that they can make a run?
Definitely Philadelphia.
Yeah, Syria.
No, I think Philadelphia is more likely to lose their opening round game than to go on a run. I'll start defensively. I think structurally there isn't any fix right now. They're worse under Matt Patricia, like just structure-wise, than they were under Sean Desai. I think number one, they can't cover outside of Slay right now. I felt like I was watching Green Bay's defense on third down. They were just giving up easy completions and not challenging receivers. Number two, the interior of their defensive line is not playing good. Arizona absolutely controlled the line of scrimmage. And it's crazy to see how their defensive tackles just have kind of fallen off for the past couple weeks. Three, I have no idea why they're dropping Hassan Reddick into coverage like he's fudging Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Like, makes absolutely no sense. Number four, I don't think they tackle well on defense. Offensively, I felt they're predictable all year. Their offensive line hasn't been dominant. Jalen doesn't trust the pocket, and their pass game is, concept-wise, a very predictable unit. So, if I had to pick today, and they got to go on the road to Tampa Bay. RP over. If they had to go on the road to Tampa Bay today, I think I would pick Tampa Bay.
Well, and also they don't have Big Dom DeCastro over on the sideline.
The tush pullover like he used to.
Yeah, the brotherly show over.
Justin.
Dan, we got to get out of here, dude. We are so sorry.
Oh man,
You're probably tired.
Yeah, it's Lane Jover for us.
Yep.
We're not sniffing shoes, but we are tired.
Mm-hmm. Dallas Goddard.
What'd you think of that game? Actually, Darius has a question for you. I would like to hear your take on this. This is real football talk.
Yeah, I mean, we were obviously in the Rose Bowl, unbelievable game. Missed some of the other game with Michael Penix Jr. put on an absolute show.
Steelers future quarterback.
Yeah, I got to ask you about him. Has he moved up your board? Obviously, a big national championship game coming up against Michigan, but has he moved up your board at all?
I would say yeah, D, but I don't know if I've ever seen a college kid throw the ball better in a game than what I saw last night from Penix. Just as far as throwing the ball, like so many just absolute perfect throws, whether the placement of the ball, the air, or the trajectory of the ball. Some of his touchdown throws are absolute piss missiles. This is the throw early on in the game. I think that's the poke on the deep crosser. Throws that demand. And it's funny because you watch a quarterback throw for 420 yards and you say, man, the coverage must have been brutal. It wasn't. It's just perfect throw after perfect throw. And move up in my board. I'd say I got to study these guys a little bit more. So many slot fades. That's just a great adjustment. There's a better slot fade to a Dunze later in the game that's sick. But I think 1-2 are locked quarterback-wise. Jaden Daniels is probably going to get in that conversation for the third quarterback and maybe even a top 10 pick.
Yeah, maybe.
J.J. McCarthy, I'm a massive fan of. I thought mid-season he would probably be the third quarterback taken. I feel that way right now. Penix is going to be a first-round pick. There's no way that a human being throws the ball like that, which is the most important quality of a quarterback, and not going to be a first-round pick in the NFL draft. So, yeah, he's definitely jumped up for me.
He's a lefty, obviously, so it's an easy comparison to Tua, but it is he's so accurate, but he also has a cannon.
He's definitely got more power and juice behind it. This is a great post. Look at that throw. First of all, Dunze is sick. He's just absolutely sick. I'm hoping you guys show the missile over the middle of the field for the touchdown.
21-21. It'll be coming here in a second. Is phenomenal. That's all we really got to see because the wife over on the plane was not great. So we were trying to watch the game, but it was like
Delta.
American
Airlines.
Yeah, it was Dover for us.
Frontier.
Southwest.
Spirit.
Frontier.
Yeah, a couple different airlines.
This is it. This is it.
Man,
That's just ridiculous, dude. That's how he's different than Tua.
Yeah, he's got a.
I mean, that ball leaves his hand at what, like the 25, and it does. It looks like Ichiro from right field.
Yes. Nice. Sick reference.
Hey, that was Ichiro over.
Yeah, Ichiro over.
Truly.
That was pretty good, bro.
Viewers played pretty good last night too. That was a good ball game.
Yeah, great battle. Hey, college football yesterday, awesome.
Yeah, nailed
it. Yeah,
phenomenal.
Banner day.
You're calling
Banner
games?
day.
What do you call? You're calling the Ravens Steelers game?
Yep, Saturday.
Any call? You're not calling college this year. That's right.
No college. There's only one game left. I think Herb Street's probably going to call that one.
And us.
Yeah.
Are you guys doing that as well? Another on the field pass megacast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dan Orlow.
That's awesome.
What do you? Yeah, we get a chance to walk on the field. It's dumb. Makes no sense. We're on the sideline of that Rose Bowl, just like, why are we here?
How we get here?
And then Tim Tebow lines up next to us. He wants to take a snap. Tim Tebow
Yeah.
wanted to take a snap, and Dan, he might actually snap you in half.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim,
No, he's a big human being.
huge. Do you get to see him much?
Yeah.
You guys talk ball much? Similar quarterback styles.
No, I don't see Tim in person ever. I see him on TV some, but I don't see him ever. No.
You ever say him?
He's a giant human.
You send him DMs and say like, "Thank you for your service to society" or anything like that.
No, but he's a great human being.
Subscribe to his text. Then you can talk to him more.
Yeah, I would like to do that actually.
I do.
He actually texted and said, "Great sesh last night, dude."
It was a great session.
He had a great sesh last night.
Didn't want to leave.
You think we just FaceTime him right now? He answers.
Yeah, it's never
hilarious.
Never Tim Tebow. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not Tebow.
Tim Tebow.
Close. I mean, we just did it for you. Dan, you smelled a shoe this morning. It's tough for me coming into this conversation.
Did she ask you to smell it?
Okay.
I don't fucking care. I love smelling shoes.
It's fine leather. Stephen A. bought it.
Yeah.
I just want to smell. It's not about the shoe. If that
It's a
leather
weird
was-
looking shoe.
It was. Which once again, he could have Vanna Whited that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been your play. But instead, you're like,
Nah.
oh, it's Timbo. Oh, whoa. Hold on.
All right, working out.
Then we're live.
Tim, we're live. We're live right now. We are live on the air right now.
Of course you are.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay, good. Tim, did you get to see the Sugar Bowl? What were your thoughts on Michael Penix? What do you think about the boys? And hey, let's go Michigan. What a game yesterday.
Oh, it was an incredible game. Loved hanging with you and the team. It's hilarious. Also, Sugar Bowl, come on. 2 amazing semifinals. Michael Penix Jr., it's ridiculous. His just resilience. He's become one of my favorite players because to overcome that many injuries, to bounce back, to keep fighting, to lead UW to now the championship. I love it.
Yeah.
Gotta be one of my favorite players.
Yeah, us too, by the way. And I don't know if you've seen Puka Nacua yet. He is he is phenomenal. We just had him on the show last hour. I know he's on college ball, but might be one of your new favorite humans. Speaking of favorite humans, do you know Dan Orlovsky at all? And do you think you two played a similar style of football at the same position or no?
First of all, I do know Dan a good amount. Wonderful guy. Awesome heart. Really good at his job. Wow. I feel like we played this style very differently.
I think it's a good read. That's what you do. You're Tim Tebow, dude. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for last night.
Of course, man. So fun. Tell the whole crew I said, hey.
Hey, Tim.
Love you, Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Connor will talk to you tonight.
Hey, Tim. Yeah, talk to you later.
Danny complimented you. He said you do good work.
Wonderful heart.
I wonder if he saw you
Sweet
sniffing
boy.
that shoe this morning or not.
Hopefully not.
Tim's a great human being. I'm thankful for his words.
Did you ever do the Tebow before a game?
Yeah.
That's good.
Probably before Tim because I'm older than Tim. He's a little bit better of a player than me.
He's just got off the phone. Why don't you say this when he was here saying that
You were in the league longer.
gimmick infringement?
It might be Tim Tebow.
Well, because you didn't ask me till he was off of the phone. Hey, why did you put on your Christmas card that you were on with your beautiful family, Patrick and not Pat?
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, why? Why?
Why'd you do that, Pat?
It was formal.
I just want to know, why? No, I've never heard anybody call you Patrick.
Hey, Patrick,
Don't do that.
It'll be McAfee over. For
Okay. I just want to get one out there for Dan, just so he can see how it is.
Patrick's cool. I don't care. People call me Patrick every once in a while. You know, the mom will drop.
Why'd you put on the Christmas card?
Well, I definitely put it on there. I said put it on there. I want more space on this thing. You know, because Pat just 3 letters. It's kind of annoying. You know, Dan.
Yeah.
You extend that thing to Danielle though. Your full name. That's a lot more letters. You know, you put Patrick on there. It's a little bit more space on there. You know what I mean?
I don't buy that reasoning, but
Well, Dan, I just found out my name's Patrick on that card. Just now. Just found out. Next year will be different, I promise. Is your name Daniel?
it's a great card.
Daniel?
That's the proper pronunciation. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you got today? NFL Live? What are we talking about? What are we doing?
NFL Live. We are doing. I should probably know this. Pittsburgh, Stroud, Baltimore offense, Philadelphia, Dallas,
New England.
Fields. So
Fields hot right now. Big game this weekend, too. Can go into the offseason on a high note, knocking Green Bay out of the playoffs.
Green Bay back-to-back seasons with a chance to win and get in. Loss at home would be relatively an interesting conversation piece.
Sweet wink into the fist bump. Don't know who it was, but they certainly on the other side were like, wow, Daniil Orlover is a fucking cool guy.
Is that Swagover?
Yeah, Swagover. That would be my
Was
guess
that big
as well.
Swagover?
Yeah.
No, Marcus is at home again.
Is Mark
Again,
Spears?
you took a shot there at the end. You took a shot at the end. There.
Mark Spears filling in for
No,
him?
Marcus has to come up here, I think, for the weekend because of the games.
All right.
Did you say Marcus Spears?
Yeah, we
Is he
appreciate
filling in or no?
You guys are being complete idiots today.
We are. This happens when.
Yeah, we're in a bad spot.
It's slap happy. All right,
Yep.
Dan, sue us.
To be honest, we won 3 hours today, so we should be getting fucking standing ovations.
Yeah, that was not the conversation before the show.
We were walking in here. This thing.
Anytime the show is longer than how much.
What time did you guys land?
3.
Past your bedtime.
2:40.
40. Yeah.
Yeah, 240-ish.
2:40.
AJ, when's your car come? 4:30.
You don't know what time I go to bed, Connor.
AJ, your car never made it? Oh my god!
I made it. I just didn't know the time, so I stuck in that little FBO for about an hour and 15. The guys were great in there. I appreciate everybody in there.
Guys were great.
Did you sleep on the couch?
Oh no, sat in the chair straight up.
Oh man! Happy.
I'm glad that you guys did that game. That's awesome.
What was that?
I mean, there's a little bit of like salt because I asked you to do a college game this year, and
You did. How about the
twice?
Oh yeah, you did.
Twice.
Yeah, you did. I remember that.
Well, you had that thing though.
That thing happened in my my thing.
That Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah,
Came out of
it was
nowhere.
self-over whenever my phone.
Bingo.
Yeah, so the over changed.
Tim Cover.
Tim Cover.
Screwing us.
Well, let's see how many. What about Monday? What are you doing Monday? Are you in Houston?
I'm not in Houston now.
Oh.
Well.
All right.
Come on.
There was. I kept my promise, right?
Yep. Tried to get him for the
No, you
natty.
didn't. But
Yeah, that's still
Doesn't want to do
technically
that.
New Year, same season. Though.
We just got Schefter.
Boom, Schefter. We got him a set. Schefter has a set down there now.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was
That's
almost.
Why are you such a hater? You sound like a hater right now.
No, I'm just I thought that people should know. That's all. Not being a hater. Just thought that people should know.
Sounds like.
Yeah, we might have had a convo or two about getting you involved.
Well, we did. We definitely did.
A couple of them in person too. One of them. Let me get the boots on the ground here. Let's make sure we're going eye to eye here. Dan, it all comes together so quick.
It does.
This college football playoff, you seem to sneak up on it.
It doesn't come together that quick. You've known it was going to be on New Year's Day for basically the whole year.
No.
Yeah, but think about what happened to me about that game day on Saturday. I didn't know.
had no idea.
That was
That
brand
whole
new.
weekend changed pretty much 4 days beforehand. You know what I mean? It was late December. All right.
College go over.
I'm getting out of here. Dan, Monday, offers on the table if we can get credentials, obviously.
Right.
Which
Tough in Houston.
And Rose Bowl, we were only allowed so many credentials. We couldn't even bring some of the boys that normally travel. So we apologize for
Who didn't get to go?
Big Nick didn't get to go.
Man.
Thanks
ZD
for bringing
Baby
it up,
wasn't
Dan.
out there. ZD Baby wasn't out there.
Whew,
Dan,
that's tough.
Yeah.
I would have brought you guys if I was there.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, but Dan, the thing about that is,
I wasn't there.
well, ladies and gentlemen, hey, good luck, NFL Live. 50 minutes away. Let's have a good one today. We need it. Boys need it.
Gonna be watching.
Obviously, I'll be there. I'll bring it.
Are you guys doing
Per
film?
usual.
You and RC doing film?
RC is today's Tuesday, so he's doing Inside the NFL. Right, today's Tuesday, yeah. So no, just me. Little Justin Fields stuff, little Baltimore Ravens offense
Gotta
stuff.
keep that guy.
Is it NFL Lover?
Yeah.
I mean,
no
Swagoo or Ryan Clover.
Swagoo is here. He's just home.
What about Laura? We saw her yesterday. She was very nice to us.
Rowdy's here.
Too nice to us.
Laura's.
She's the best.
Laura's up today?
Laura's the best. Yep. Laura's here. Me, Laura,
Dog.
Marcus, and Mina.
Oh, Marcus is. You just.
She says Swagoo.
He said
From his
Glover
house.
wasn't
From his house.
Marcus is from his house. Mina's from her house.
So.
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Yes. So rude.
This is
Guys
Dan
sniffing
Orlover.
shoes, burping.
You
What
guys
are we
deserve
doing,
that.
Dan?
Al Bundy.
If
What
we're
is
being
going
honest, you
on?
guys
Have some
deserve
respect for the
Remember when
program.
he farted in his mic?
Yeah,
exactly.
fucking Brad Pitt.
football?
Yep.
I respect
You guys deserve that. That's kind of like my feeling towards you today.
Yeah, plus thanks for not chewing on popcorn today. That's nice.
Yeah, you
That's
remember
a
when
nice
you were
change.
going through that entire run where you thought you were Brad Pitt and you were eating every time you were on our show? Do you remember that? We love that.
So those times when like, hey, I'm coming from New York and I've got 17 minutes of a break and I hop on the show and just try to fuel my body, that's not good?
No, we're not talking about those times. We're talking about times whenever you're on vacation and you're in your kitchen and you're like, you know what? Let me get some apples here. Let me do a little popcorn
Backwards
here.
hat.
Yeah, let me throw some lacrosse balls around. You remember those? You were thespian. And then we see him in the Equalizer.
Yeah.
Boom.
Oh!
I actually watched Equalizer 3 on the plane
How good was
on the
Dan
way
on
out
it?
to LA. Dan was not in that movie.
What?
I was just waiting the whole time. Just waiting for Denzel to like stick a butter knife into his throat or something. And he never did.
And then the movie was
And then
equal over.
It was equal over after that.
3.
Guess I don't
Did you just wish death on me?
No, I'm talking about in the movie.
You never
Dan.
seen The Equalizer?
He kills you. That's how it goes.
He's going to set his watch to 8 seconds, and then guess what? You're going to do something dumb. He's going to pick up a butter knife and shove it right in your fucking jugular.
And since it didn't happen, you were a lot. Can you tell us some of the quotes behind you there? Are you up at the ESPN?
Yeah.
Go ahead and walk
this
around
is like,
there. Hey, just go tell those people we said hello. A lot of people love us in that building up there. A lot of anonymous quotes coming out of that building about this show in a super
Yeah,
popular.
I'll
Any of the
make sure I
anonymous
go hit
quotes
'em.
Up there, you know.
They're
ruining our network. Is that up there?
Booyah, Stuart Scott, obviously.
Rest in peace.
We are men wearing makeup talking about sports. I think that's Kenny Mayne. Back, Boomer.
Yeah.
He gave us cigarettes.
He eyes it, he tries it, he buys it. From way downtown, Bang, obviously Breen.
We got any Dan O quotes?
Yeah, what about you on there? Like Dan Wagon is that on there?
Let's go Carson.
No, they couldn't. They paid you guys too much, so they couldn't redo the wall.
All right, man. If you need a painter, we'll send it. That's kind of our thing. He must be the.
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. That's a legendary one.
For the
Is that
love.
Is that Mark Jackson?
No.
I'm gonna let you know. You put me on that wall right there, start reading them, and say, Pat, who said these? Gonna have a tough go.
Rumbling, stumbling, bumbling. He could go all the way.
That's boom. Can you give me Stuart Scott?
Tatum might be DP.
Boom. Probably some Rich Eisen stuff up there, if I had to guess.
You can't fire me. It's my job.
PT Pier.
Obviously.
You are looking. It's all about the Benjamins.
All right.
Like Button.
That's Jermaine Dupri. All right. We will see you on NFL Over, okay, pal?
You guys have a great afternoon. I appreciate you. Be better next time, okay, guys? Better energy. Thanks.
Okay, LeBron.
That's what we're saying. You kind of. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Orlovsky. Thank you, bro.
Dan.
Let's do some overreactions and let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, shit.
I didn't even have to be reminded.
I was trying
I
to
remembered.
I was trying to think of Jover, but it's over.
Reaction.
Yeah. Bummer.
I thought we missed
Think
it.
Dan enjoyed that? Think you enjoyed that segment?
Well,
Why do we do that every time he comes on?
He's a pretty good sport today.
We didn't enjoy him sniffing shoes like a weirdo this morning.
I mean, you didn't enjoy that?
I didn't. I enjoyed the after he sniffed it, but I didn't enjoy the actual act.
Come on. I gotta watch it again.
It is.
You can see it.
Startling.
We will bring it up. I don't think he did. I think he said, "Whoa, it smelled really good." I think, and I think he was just saying, This is some fine quality leather.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Goofing.
He was complimenting Stephen A. for buying such a nice pair of shoes.
Quality leather.
But those Dahmer glasses, who told him? Did somebody tell him? That's you.
Prescription. There got to be prescription, right?
No, he's talking with none on there.
Just some readers.
Doesn't have glasses.
I'll put these ones on every once in a while when I feel like I'm not opening my eyes enough and people are trying to take pictures of me. So I'll do this one right here. You know, when the eyes.
Or when we're having a very smart conversation.
Yeah, or if there's some journalist doing something special, I like to pop these on so that whenever it's shown, that people say, "Look at that guy on the left. He's smart."
Ready?
Look, he's showcasing it.
That was like a real sniff too. Like
No one
Did
reacted.
Stephen?
Really.
Yeah, I was watching the faces there. Stephen, I don't think he saw the sniff, did he?
Yeah, I missed it.
If Unc would have saw that sniff, maybe
He saw it.
He did.
But he said, "I gotta keep my eye on you, Dan."
Is that what he said? I was about to say his reaction going to be top notch
I mean,
regardless.
if we know Stephen A. and his podcast, he probably would have respected it.
He'll probably-
would have had a big salad beforehand.
He'll actually. Well, I've heard about that, but he will. He'll probably put this
Yeah.
as a full thing.
He'll comment
on his show.
Yeah.
And it'll get 7,000 retweets.
Oh yeah.
And then Dan Orlovsky has to be like, "What? I like the smell." That's what I say. That's Yukon Husky.
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky.
Him and Molly.
Molly's pumped about it too, I assume.
Is that what they
What's that
do?
guy smelling my fucking? What's that? What'd you say?
Is that they're soaking at UConn?
Yeah.
You guys sniff shoes?
Nah.
Joe rocked
That
up.
was
Yeah.
aggressive.
What's that?
That was aggressive. I'm sure it was probably a lot of people at home that would
Rex
wish they were
Ryan
in
was
Dan's
like,
seat.
"Dan, that's the beginning.
First time.
That's it's just starting, Dan."
It's
Just to be
gateway.
clear,
Rex Ryan's like, "Let me take you under my wing real quick.
Yeah.
Next time you do that, you gotta get your tongue out."
to be clear, because we never actually verbalized it. We were talking about Woody Johnson hanging his chain from his dong.
I was talking about his dong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I didn't know that.
Because someone said, he should be wearing a Speedo. I didn't know how that would work.
He's wearing around his neck in my eyes.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but, I never put it.
No,
Yeah.
you're just saying that he falls into the icy hot on the knees because his fucking dick's like 18 inches and it touches his kneecaps when he's walking around.
I was just hypothesizing.
Yeah.
potentially.
Exactly.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to ever just say something as a guarantee. I would like to keep the door open.
Okay.
And that's why we do journalism.
Your own interpretation.
We don't know what Woody's walking around with.
Responsible.
No. Speedo would be tough though because you'd have to coil your summer sausage. if
His
that's
last
the
name,
case.
that was actually never his real name, Woody Johnson. That was just someone saw his penis one time and Woody Johnson.
Woody and Johnson.
Yeah.
Put them together. 2 hot dogs, 1 bun. That's Woody and Johnson here. They almost called him Woody Dong Johnson.
Yep.
Because of how
Might
big it
have.
was.
Is it Richard?
Yeah, that's why they call it Johnson. It's not over. Let's do some overreactions. We need to get some sleep. This is one of those days. What an honor. What an honor to do that.
Awesome. That was awesome last night.
It was. Dude.
Really was.
Yeah.
That was really
So-
cool.
What a game. What a game.
Overtime.
I woke up this morning and thought, my first thought was actually, I wonder how long AJ had to sit in that FBO.
Well, your first thought should have been, I got like 4 extra hours of sleep than all these other guys. You and Ty in the back.
I tried to stay awake because me and D-Butt were going to play euchre, and then you asked him, like, all right, you got it? He was like, absolutely not. I was like, all right, not going to be playing euchre. I'm going to take a nap.
I said, Darius, you get it after like the 3rd game. I was like, you get it? You go, no. I go, you don't get any of it? He goes, once I start to get it, then you do something, and then I don't know. I'm like, well, that's AJ.
Yeah, that was AJ's.
Yeah, he's cheating. That's why you don't understand what's happening.
I was not cheating. You know that. I was not cheating.
It's the only thing that is just interesting how you play is when everybody has thrown a card. You're the last guy. No one has thrown the highest card of that suit, and you're like, who threw this? Who did this? And it takes like 5 minutes. D-Butt's trying to learn. He's lost. Then you throw the ace that we know you have, and then it's just like, hey, we just waited 3 minutes just so you could do this little shtick.
There's always a production, it feels like.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like there's a production. Now, sometimes the production is because I think you genuinely forget the card that you just threw down 4 seconds ago. I think that happens.
Yes, I tell you, I live in the moment, so I forget Trump all the time.
No, he doesn't.
Trump is the strength
Trump card
suit. Yeah,
AJ's president.
Yeah, AJ doesn't forget DJ.
Oh, yeah, I
too.
guess
We
everyone
know
doesn't
that.
know what euchre is. Everyone doesn't understand euchre, so yeah.
And by the way, if it's past 10 p.m. Eastern, it's eyes open over for me. Okay.
I don't think that's
eyes open.
Yeah, it was a swing and a miss. So.
That pilot woke
I forgot you're the rule maker for everything.
It was Anthony DiGiulio over is what it was.
Hammer Dahn boys are good gamblers.
It might be Hammer Dover.
Oh, no. Hammer Dahn. What did Gabe Morency said he could fly to Mumbai and back before he gets out of the Rose Bowl?
Yes, he did.
That bucket list, once in a lifetime, never fucking coming back. Absolute nightmare getting out of this place. Never doing it again.
I think a lot of people were sharing that sentiment. I heard Stephen A. this morning on First Take go, loved being at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Loved it. The logistics are impossible. They need to have the Rose Bowl at SoFi. That is what he said.
Not bad.
There's a 2-lane road in.
Unbelievable.
And it's not just a short 2-lane road. It's like multiple miles, seemingly. You got to be on that 2-lane road going in and then on the way out. And there's how many thousand? I don't know if we got the official number. 90-some thousand people. And then all the checkpoints, they're trying to save the world, which we appreciate. But the checkpoints, once you get through the traffic to get all the way to there, it's like now you're going through car TSA. And it's not just like mail it in like that fatso in the soccer.
Right.
It's like turn a car off. It's like immigration almost when you're going to another country getting in there. So the process getting in, impossible. The process getting out, even harder. But when you're there, it is beautiful.
Yeah, cool. Amazing.
It is absolutely beautiful, AJ. And we're very lucky to experience it. We're also very lucky that whenever we ask the world for their opinions, some people, at least now, for now, respond in a big way. Ladies and gentlemen, we missed this yesterday, but we are incredibly pumped for hashtag I don't want to overreact, but ended up being a trending topic this morning. We can't thank you enough because we're 2 days removed from the NFL, although there's probably a lot of college potential overreactions. Refs always seem to take it on the shins, but who did Ty see as beautiful overreaction? This one's from Joe at Joe Lennox 55. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but it's Tuesday. And why does Brad Allen still have a job? The NFL needs to get real, full-time officials who can protect the integrity of the league and sports books. Hashtag Detroit versus everybody. Love that that's Detroit's calling card now. Once again, they're trying to screw us. Brad Allen's got primetime game this weekend, Steelers-Ravens.
Yes, he does.
Brad Allen's got all the eyes on him. You know, he's going to bounce back in a big way. He's going to be throwing a good flag.
Revenge game.
He's going to be throwing a good flag, AJ. Let's think about that.
Can you imagine how? So we talked last night. I don't know if we were on the air or not. We're talking about how refs, as the game goes, it gets closer and closer towards the end. I would assume they feel pressure just like players do. Can you imagine Brad Allen now, his mindset heading into a game? Like I can't imagine you can just, hey, I'm just going to block it all out. I'm just going to call a clean game. I think that would be tough.
After review, the ruling on the field. Yep. What if his mic goes off?
They couldn't have given him Jets Patriots at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
Whoa. A lot of implications in that game, Tony. A lot of implications.
What are they?
Oh, man. I believe if the Patriots lose, they could have a top 3 pick. And, yeah, that's a lot of implications.
Don't be trying to get yourself into these implications conversations.
They are. That's a huge we're talking about Mike Penix possibly being a top 10 pick. We're talking about J.J. McCarthy.
His name's Penix.
Well, Dez told me one thing, and that is my truth now. And so there are a lot of different players and a lot of different teams that could end up with either the 2 pick or the 5 pick. Yeah, that's a big deal.
You add Russell Wilson into the free agency discussion, and then who do you say? He said Caleb, Drake, Jaden, then he said Michael Penix is going. This is Orlovsky we're talking about.
JJ threw in there.
JJ McCarthy was in there. He's been talked about. Then you had Russell Wilson in there, who's probably going to cost a good amount of money.
Flacco's
going to be. There's a lot of quarterbacks.
Kirk Cousins, maybe.
Mason Rudolph, probably.
Fields, maybe.
Whoa.
I think that one might be dead.
Maybe.
I feel like Chicago should just say, hey, we're winning.
Sound like you were wishing there, Foxy.
It did.
I think he's good. I think the Bears are great right now.
Is it Jared Gover up there?
No, I mean, I'm just trying to get past this, right? I'm happy it didn't happen in the playoffs. I'm happy they clinched the division because if they didn't win last week and then this happened, I don't know how I would have reacted. I would have lost my mind. They'll be okay, though. MCDC will use this. They'll get grittier, tougher, the whole deal.
We watched that game at the Crypt, Crypto.com Arena.
Yep.
Formerly the Staples Center, or in most people's eyes, still the Staples Center.
Yes.
Because Staples not a company, neither is Crypto.com, I don't think.
They're done.
But beautiful building. Absolutely beautiful building. We were watching the Cowboys-Lions game in the basement of that place, pretty much in a beautiful setup.
Oh, gorgeous.
Shout out to
Big Mike.
Big Mike is this guy who's worked for the Kings for 30 years. the fucking plug.
Great hair.
Great hair, phenomenal moxie, great handshaker.
Yep.
Got you everywhere, got everything set. Hey, Big Mike, we appreciate you and the Kings, pal.
Mikey connections.
Kings rolling this year too, right?
Big Ben as well. Oh, yeah, them and the Oilers played one to overtime, one to a shootout, and then Mick Dover and the boys get a big-time win over the Kings. We were there for the entire thing. The Kings are an awesome first-class organization.
Oh, yeah.
And got a chance to learn. Also, in the same room, Frank Agnone. Frank Agnone.
Legend.
Hey, Frankie Agnone. He executive producer of South Park.
Ooh.
Big brain, very Italian, white hair like Bob Barker.
You're welcome, everybody.
Married a couple times, great energy, knew who the fuck we were. That was wild. We're sitting there.
Crazy.
Guy comes over, hey, watch your show or whatever. I'm like, very nice to everybody. I'm incredibly high right now, too. So it was like, yep, nice to see you. How you do? Guy introduces himself, says his name. Thank you so much. Have a good one. We're still watching Cowboys Lions before we go out there. He goes out to watch it. And on his way away, I said, what's your name again? He says full name. I go, my man. He walks away. And I Google who he is, and we all go, holy fuck. That's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
That is the guy. That is the guy. So he comes back in the next intermission, and it's a whole new
Frank.
Get
over here, Frank.
Frank, we are massive fans of old Frank. That LA Kings setup was dope. It was
So sick.
phenomenal. They
Very
took care of
nice.
us in a big way. Big way. Shout out to the Kings. And then that's where we saw Foxy's heartbreak, too. Yeah. We're in the middle of this beautiful 5-star restaurant.
Probably one of the greatest rooms I've ever been in as a whole.
Legitimately, one of the nicest places. They really do it well. And Foxy's just screaming in there. Screaming.
Oh, yeah.
Frank Agnover was like, what the fuck?
Who's this guy?
This guy's really loud, doing his entire thing. His heart's breaking as we're having a blast. Thank you to the Kings. And this is good for Detroit long haul. MCDC is going to continue to stack these chips. Let's go to another overreaction, shall we? Let's go to Freddie at Edgy Freddie 72. Edge, don't know, hashtag I don't want to overreact, but the Eagles are completely dead. The whole coaching staff needs to be fired or things would never change. Offense has no identity and the defense is just horrendous. There's no chance of us winning a playoff game. It's Jove. Big pop from the gumption.
Hell yeah. Nailed it.
Freddie.
Nailed it.
Edgy Freddie, it might be Jover over there. I don't think it's easy, though, to just replace both play colors. I think that's a massive ordeal. And it doesn't show up till it shows up. They have the talent, obviously, to be able to turn it around, but it doesn't feel like this is the Eagles' year this year, AJ.
It doesn't feel like Philly fans love Patricia calling the defense right now.
They don't love,
which is weird.
They don't love Sirianni right now either.
Yeah, easy come, easy go.
Whoa.
Yeah.
They're turning?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of
Big
that.
time.
We're talking about Philly.
Got to win.
Jeez.
Got to win.
Is surprising.
Little Super Bowl hangover, maybe?
You got high standards over there.
Philadelphia.
Losing both coordinators, that is a big deal. But
I do miss Sirianni talking his shit in the tunnel.
Yeah.
It's a lot better when they're winning. And this whole slide started.
Yep.
Big Dahn.
That's right.
100% right.
They thought they won that in the moment with Dre Greenlaw. Turns out.
Big Dom's presence is an important one. He might be up for MVP.
He should be.
Should be.
A pretty valuable presence.
Yeah.
Let's go to another one. I don't think the Eagles. Next year. Scott Lawrence at ScottFree27. Hashtag I don't want to overreact. But Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl. Y'all tried to deny it, but the dynasty is inevitable. Travis will retire after winning his third ring and going to Canton with his brother Jason. Don't believe me? Just look at the aura in this pick. Sorry about it. Do we have the pick?
Yeah, no, we don't, clearly.
There was
smart.
There was a picture with it.
That was really smart.
I didn't even read that one.
It is Travis and Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes and Patrick Mahomes on New Year's
I've
Eve.
seen it.
Yeah.
Travis has got sunglasses on.
Bingo.
He looks so cool.
And she's draped over him.
They're in love.
Loving life, yeah.
They are in love. And Patrick and Brittany, I believe, holding hands.
Yep.
They just beat Cincinnati. There were some haters from Cincinnati saying Patrick Mahomes stinks. You remember that? We heard from them.
Yeah.
We talked to them. They're like 16, 17 years old.
Yep.
Over there, big-time Bengals fans.
Haters.
But
haters.
They're still figuring the game out.
Look at how happy they are. Look at the vibes.
Boom.
They just beat the Bengals.
That is a good pick.
Happy New Year, team.
There's a report.
Happy New Year.
Travis's people are pulling him out of a bunch of commercials and stuff because they think too much overexposure. People are going to start not liking him.
I think they need to have him talk more, like from himself, as opposed to reading other people's.
I agree.
Words. Because hard not to love Travis when you hear him talk. But a lot of people ain't listening to what he's saying these days.
No, they're not.
Which is weird.
But that's how it's going to go. That's just life at the top, baby. That's why you got to wear sunglasses, because the future's so goddamn bright.
Amen.
I will always be a Travis Kelce fan. I will always be a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I thought they were dead just a couple weeks ago, and then yet again, now they get a win. It's like, you know what? What were we thinking?
Yeah.
You see that New Year's pick? What are we? They got those two guys on a team. Now, granted, it certainly helps that there's a multi-billionaire in there who's one of the most successful people of all time. But look, those two on the end there, the one with the beard, the one with the backwards hat, the one with sunglasses, and one with the collar, the picnic table shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Two of the best to ever play football in history.
That's right.
Let's never forget that.
Yep.
No one's told them it's Joe Bover.
No. They said, just wait until somebody tries to come into the home of the Chiefs. Go to another overreaction, shall we? Here's from Big Michael at Big Mike PKP236. Hashtag I don't want to overreact. But I'm letting these naysayers know.
You go, Mike.
That the Indianapolis Colts are ready for fucking war. Gardner is peaking at the right time, and no one wants to face this Colt squad in the playoffs. Let's beat some Texan ass and get to the dance. Hell yeah, Big Mike.
Big Mike.
Texans Colts Saturday night primetime here in the Lighthouse, Lucas Oil Stadium. Playoff spot on the line. And if the Jaguars were to lose on Sunday to the Titans, AFC South Championship on the line. CJ Stroud's been balling. Gardner's been balling. But they got to do it in the Loud House? I think not. I can't wait to see this Colts team go dancing. They've been in the wild card spot, both with Kornacki and our graphics, for like the last 7 weeks. They've remained. All you need is one more dub over a team you know very well. And Shane Steichen will be locked in for Coach of the Year finalist if that's
Absolutely. He'll have him locked in. And after the Raiders game, he said, no time to celebrate. We're on to Houston. It'll be a big one, a huge one. Obviously in the Loud House, I think Gardner and the boys show up.
I think so too. You know, there has been a couple games where they haven't, which is football, NFL football, but they've been playing great. And Shane Steichen, you know, you talk about the Eagles issue. That guy not being in the building, I think is a big deal. Not only because of his brain, like football acumen, but I think he's
details.
Yeah.
Guy. And you hear Jason Kelsey talk about the difference from this year to last year. He's like, we're not really as disciplined or as accountable or whatever. It's kind of sloppy. It's like Shane Steichen might have been hey, we're going this far, and then we're stopping. We're going this, we're doing that. He's done it with the Colts. It's been phenomenal. We did not expect this year to go how it has gone, especially if you would have told us that the number 4 overall pick, Anthony Richardson, will be out 4 out of the first 5 games and then done for the rest of the season. It's like, well, we're fucked then, right? Because we're right back to where we were last year. Shane Steichen and Gardner Minshew, AJ, we're a problem. Let's go to the next one. I don't know who we're playing. Now, there's a couple of trouble situations brewing for the playoffs as well, but nonetheless. At Shane O. Smith, hashtag I don't want to overreact, but the Dallas football team, Cowboys, well, I don't know if that works, but are destined to win the Super Bowl. If the refs are with us like they were against Detroit, nobody stands a chance. It's Dallas and the refs against the world. Hashtag how about them Cowboys? That's a good way to look at it, AJ.
I like that.
Look at Big Mike having the refs on his side.
Yeah, and you know what? Like Jerry said, I read Jerry's quote. He said, "What when you try to make it fuzzy, sometimes it can get fuzzy, right, for you."
Yes, when you try to fuzzy it up, sometimes it can get fuzzy for you. I believe is what Jerry Jones said, and I don't know, something along those lines. He was talking about reporting and them hiding and disguising and multiple. I think everybody around the NFL thinks the same way about it. Like, yes, Brad Allen, we need to get that right, but also, guys are doing a lot for a report.
Play with fire, you're going to get burned.
Going to be hot in the kitchen.
That's right.
Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes.
Exactly.
I like that.
Not that was stupid. It was next level smart, but you get what we're saying.
Yeah.
All the metaphors make sense in this situation because they were trying to change the game. Brad Allen just wasn't listening. It wasn't there at the beginning of the game to hear it about.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're going to try to be the smartest person in the room, you're not.
Amen.
Good job.
Yep.
Amen. Ben Johnson might be.
Yeah, he might.
Yeah.
MCDC might be.
Yeah.
We have no idea. Have you seen what they've done up there?
Yeah.
Great play.
Yeah.
Jealous.
Great
They
play.
had a great play down there.
And
But it was
Ballsy play.
Well, and even Penny walking next to him, like that's a funny. Like that's even like super smart. But you're right. I don't
team
know if
is-
they're smartest people in the world.
They should this weekend just for fun. The whole O lineman should walk up. The whole O line.
All of them get a penalty.
6 or 7 of them.
7 guys reporting eligible. Yeah, what now, ref? And it. Illegal formation by who?
Yeah.
Everybody on the Lions. 5-yard penalty. MCDC is good again. Just takes a stand on the entire thing. Go ahead, Gumman.
Actual question. If they do, so in this situation where the team doesn't have timeouts, if the offensive lineman who is reported eligible is the wrong offensive lineman reported eligible, how do they change that? Let's say the Lions do hear that, and obviously it wasn't the guy they wanted to be reported eligible, and they can't call a timeout. Can that even be changed? Or once they report that to the crowd, 70 is eligible, is that just locked in?
I do wonder if you can make an edit and be like, no, 68, and then correction, 68 is the eligible receiver.
Puts the defense at a disadvantage because once you report, we're looking at that guy out of the huddle. Because that was an unbalanced formation if Decker's eligible, but if he's ineligible, it's a balanced formation. He's just a left tackle. So it's tough.
So, how do you even, is there any way out of that situation once they report Skip as the eligible?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question.
Unless the ref just says, hey, it's on me.
We'll give an extra 10 seconds to the play clock so you guys can figure it out.
Play clock operator.
All right, play clock operator, let's do it. It's crazy, dude. It is a wild way for the Lions to get fucked, though, seemingly. But also kind of self-inflicted a little bit, but definitely some ineptitude from the other side. Mm-hmm. It's the perfect story for Detroit.
It is so perfect.
It is the perfect story for Detroit to propel themselves. And on Dallas, hey, way to go. They called it your way. Never do that. Never do that for the Dallas Cowboys. You never do that. Let's go to another overreaction, shall we? It's from Cameron Manfredi. Manfredi?
You first one.
Manfredi.
Cameron Manfredi. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but I'm no longer bummed out to be a Steelers fan. This team has done a 180 the last 2 weeks and has got the playoff juices going. Pickett is no longer the ticket, and they need to keep pounding that rock down teams' throats. Hashtag here we go. Steelers, here we go. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. What's going on with Pickett over there, dude? There's some real storylines brewing over there. You hear this, AJ?
Oh, yeah. Where there's smoke, is there fire?
Well, that's what they always say.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is stuff going on, but I don't know what it is, and I don't care because Mason's our starting quarterback right now, and I'm focused on making the playoffs. Okay?
Well, that's the problem. Nobody seems to care about Kenny Pickett. This guy didn't get a real opportunity with an actual offense coordinator.
That could be true.
He's drinking beers.
I mean, his one game that he did, he was dominant and it was awesome, but, Maz is where we're at right now, okay? And we're going to try to make the playoffs with him right now.
Maziano?
Who's that?
Maziano?
Maserati, Mason, Maz.
You just give that name's been thrown around a little bit. I thought it was Maserati.
Well, if
no, Mazda was used for somebody else.
Mazda Mitch.
If if Gus can do it,
reliable.
Why can't I?
There's a full resume, Hall of Fame stuff.
Sure.
Aren't you?
Credibility. I mean, there's a lot.
I'm just saying it's
that would separate you.
2004, the vibes. And the vibes right now in Pittsburgh are sky high. So why would I?
20. 2004 was for the vibes, though.
It was a great year. Ben was drafted 15-1, lost in the AFC Championship.
To who?
That stunk. I said the Patriots.
Oh. Well, Super Bowl.
But 2024, the vibes?
Mm-hmm.
This team right now reminds me of the 2004 team.
How come?
Just, the way that they're running the ball down people's throats.
Naj, they ran the ball how many times?
40 times between Naj and Jalen Ward.
Naj throwing dudes, stiff-arming dudes out of the stadium.
24 pass attempts for
Mason. Maz.
Come on.
I don't like that.
Brand or not?
Huh?
You trying to build a brand or not?
No, because after I thought about the other Maz, and I don't like it. So
what are you going to go with now? Because you kind of just did a whole thing.
Mace, maybe?
Mace? Mm-hmm. Well, Cameron and Mace, it is what it is. Sports, you can't do that either.
Bear Mace?
Mason jar.
No, I don't like that.
You don't like the Mason
Come
jar?
on.
No.
Mace over.
Usually.
Well, could be.
Might be.
Let's call him Deuce.
How come?
Because number 2.
All right.
Man, I feel like we can get something here.
If Deuce
Rudolph, Mason.
Yeah, let's not just stay on.
Christmas is Jover, so let's leave that behind.
You're right. Christmas is Jover.
Yeah, but like the rocket arm Rudolph or something.
That's cool.
Are you gonna start calling him that?
Rocket off. Mason, rocket off.
That's right. You should knock it off.
Hey, get your rocket off.
I think so. Maybe bop it off too.
Yeah, there it is.
Now we're bringing quarterbacks to the pass back.
Oh, masturbating.
Who?
What are we doing?
We didn't break that news either.
Nope.
That
No,
wasn't
we
our
didn't.
fault. We were thrown into a fucking war there. How were
Yeah.
we not supposed to? That was a problematic situation.
Guy was on the show earlier today.
Just saying vibes are high, okay?
Sounds like it. People bopping all over.
Mm-hmm.
Who's bopping?
Everybody.
We heard about it. There was an ungodly amount of bopping going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard about this?
Oh yeah.
Testimony.
Oh, okay, yes.
It's messed up.
That one.
I feel like a lot of quarterbacks go through that. There's been many reports of quarterbacks going through that.
But you're cranking it?
Through what? What are they going through?
It's that old McCown video that
Bingo.
was interesting.
Whoa. It's a PSA.
I follow a couple of people that have had those PSAs put on their posts, Instagram posts.
Sure.
Special teams
I'm
players?
like, what the fuck's going on, boys?
Yeah.
You guys all right? You guys trying to take the skin off your dick?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Most of them.
That's the goal.
Most of them do freak me out. Weatherford's I like. I don't know if you've seen any of his. Those are the ones that actually are kind of like, okay, fine. Steve, okay. But the other ones that they just don't hit like his. That's just me. And I'm laughing because I'm in my
Steve is
goofy,
jacked.
slap happy. You know, I haven't slept much, but I'm being serious.
Are you saying it's Lou Over for them?
It'll never be Weatherfover. Ever. just know that.
I'm gonna buy you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy you one of the two plans that Steve Weatherford is selling right now.
Here we go.
Put this.
Okay, here we go. Please, I fucking need this.
Sign up, Don.
Please. I need this. I need this to start 2024. I fucking need this. Please make it.
Bro, he's so jacked.
Yeah. That's
He's
my
the most
goal.
jacked human of all
That's
time.
my goal.
How about the
He's
Rock?
running like 80-mile races,
Liver
too. I
King
think.
still
100 mile. Steve, 100-mile race
Jeez.
as a super jock dude. I don't know how he's doing it. Now, he does wear those tiny little shorts.
I also need those.
And he's going through the neighborhood, and I'm like, I wish I lived there. Just see this vanilla gorilla running by. He's the most jock dude that I've seen.
Yes.
The Rock. The Rock.
He's strapped up.
Good.
Did you see him come out at Raw?
Oh yeah, that guy. He's killing it.
Yeah, I'd say. Here's for a Weatherford plan for you.
Come on.
Here we go.
Come on.
All right, here we go.
Come on. The house. Oh!
Look,
We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
One fucking time. 2024. I need this shit. Yes, here we go.
Oh, no.
One more. Come on.
Oh,
Come on, dude.
that's the universe.
Cabo
Why do you need
Wabo.
it, Con? Why do you need that, Con? Why do you need the program?
Here we go. Oh no.
I wanted you to be on it.
You got rug burn all over your meat or something?
You
What?
have
Is that what he said?
No idea, brother.
All right, we're going to get out of here. It's been a good show. 3 hours, 45 minutes. What's our problem?
Sure.
A lot of them.
We appreciate everybody that's sending their overreaction tweets. There was more that were better, but to be honest, we got to get the fuck out of here. What a weekend.
Yeah.
What a weekend.
Thank you, football.
Love you, football.
Football is the absolute best, as are all of you that allow us to do this every single day. We'll be back tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Oh, tomorrow. Big one tomorrow.
Oh
Yeah, massive.
Wednesday.
What were you saying tomorrow? You're breaking some news tomorrow, Darius?
Huge news.
Nice.
What?
Huge.
Put it on and take it for the last 30 seconds.
Yep.
Boom.
Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome.
Oh, wait.
I think Kush and JJ said they were breaking news too tomorrow.
Hey, Cush is breaking news?
That's what I thought I heard.
Let's call him.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let's ask him why that snapper was doing what he was doing.
That's an even better idea.
Hey, why is this snapper symbol? Because he's a good player. He plays for Bama.
Yeah.
Fan of the program.
Why couldn't they pick up 5-man pressure?
That's a good question too.
See if
Those
it
are
keeps flushing
those
that
are.
toilet.
It was 5 big men.
That's also a question.
Just 5 men.
Fast too.
Yeah.
Michigan was fast.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Car
Trying
wash?
for another war practice.
No, sure.
Oh,
I'm running. What's up, boys?
oh, the half marathon.
Is this the long run?
Is the half marathon today?
Oh, yeah.
Boy, if you take the
10
video
miles,
away.
10 miles today, boys.
How
Hell
far in
yeah.
are you? How far in are you?
4.5.
Hey, you got good juice, good vibes.
Yeah.
10's nothing. Do 20.
Dude, I feel great. Let's go.
All right, let's continue to waste some energy here talking. You're breaking news tomorrow or what? We're Darius is breaking news tomorrow. You going to do the same?
Yep, I'm breaking news.
Bingo.
All right. Safe travels, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. See you tomorrow.
Not JJ, right?
What's his problem?
It's an animal.
He is an animal.
He's running a half marathon. Is that right?
He had a lot of breath left for some miles.
Dude, I ran up the tunnel at the Rose Bowl to take a piss in between commercial breaks at game day and back down the tunnel. Sat down. They had Steve Sarkisian on the thing. Like, Pat, you got a question for him? And I'm like, I had to hold my breath because of how tired I was and had to get a whole question out with one breath. And then immediately afterwards, dying, breathing. He's running 4 miles, having a full conversation with us?
Yeah.
What's his problem?
He's on the Weatherford. That's what I'm trying to get on.
We ran that 110 too, right before overtime.
Different reasons.
We did go.
Yeah, you guys did.
Down the
That was
Bama
On the sideline.
Yeah.
I was running alongside Nick Saban.
Hilarious.
You're beating Tebow.
Well, he dropped his phone. Ball security's job security. Hey, we're live.
Oh, boy. What's going on?
I don't like the negativity. It's 2024. It's
Oh,
the first time
boy.
we talked. You know what I mean? Happy New Year, JJ. Good to see you.
More the vibes.
Happy New Year, guys.
Hey, Darius is breaking news tomorrow on the show. AQ Shipley's breaking news on the show tomorrow. Any thoughts on maybe, continuing the trend breaking news tomorrow? Big breaking news Wednesday.
Yeah.
What are they going to break?
Well, that's why it's happening tomorrow. That's why it's happening tomorrow.
What is that?
What do you think, JJ? Breaks some news tomorrow? Breaking news Wednesday or what?
Come prepared.
I mean, I don't know how great it'll be, but I'll break something. Sure.
Yeah! All right! We got a big one tomorrow, dude. We're excited for that.
Tell us Fire Company on air.
I'm really excited for it. Looking forward to it. Hey, Connor, how are you? Suck it, buddy.
Good to see you too, Jage. Thanks for that.
Yeah, you have short arms. I saw when you caught the ball at the Rose Bowl and then you threw it back. You have short arms.
But I caught the football.
Caught it. You did. I was impressed.
I dropped a kickoff, broke a guy's camera lens.
Dude, did that punter not get I don't know how they didn't get that.
Left his leg out there a little.
The ref.
Ran through.
Hey, us and the ref actually had a very good relationship. I think he watches the program. His name's Mike. He came up to us before the game, and we asked him about how he was going to do the game. I think we talked about this during the game. He was like, we're going to be observers. We're going to let the boys play.
Yep.
And we're going to be consistent. That motherfucker was. Punter gets killed, doesn't call anything. Quarterback gets killed, doesn't call anything. Fight after the play, doesn't call anything. They're like, hey, we're just letting him play. He was real. I appreciated that, JJ. I did.
I appreciate it as well. I do. I was watching and I heard you guys talk about it, so I knew you were a little bit okay with it. But man, that guy got ran through.
Yeah, and he said, didn't he hold his leg up a little long? That's what the ref said. I'm like, are you talking shit to me right now?
DB said that? I think D-Butt said that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his first response. He's kind of
leaving it out there.
Up there. I mean, it was a pose. It was like Steph Curry holding a three, just holding it up there.
No, that's his form.
That is not a foul.
That's form. That is not holding it up there.
Admiring his
and
work
remember, he would go on to hit a 62-yard ball
played well after
that would change the entire game. Good game last night. Big Ten representing pretty well in the Natty, pal.
I mean, double Big Ten national championship, no
right.
big deal.
It's coming home, baby.
What?
Yeah,
Wisconsin almost pulled it off.
If you remember correctly, Washington is a Big Ten team. So
Don't you guys take this from the Pac-12.
Yeah,
it's their
this
last
is how it
year.
ends with the Pac-12.
Oh,
Sorry.
Big Ten arrogance.
I like this
talk about it
angle.
tomorrow, but every single national championship should play at the Rose Bowl. I mean, it's just a fact.
No,
Well-
you've never been there, so.
easier getting to Mumbai.
Yeah, well, that's what people are saying. It's impossible to get in and out of there. If they just if they make a tunnel train, well, tunnel's a whole nother.
They got him over there.
Anyways, you breaking news tomorrow? Yeah, we're breaking news Wednesday.
Yeah, sure. I'll figure something out.
Atta boy.
All right, make sure it's real, too. We're fucking journalists.
Yeah. Are you breaking news tomorrow?
No, other people.
Spread the rock.
Smart. That's delegation. That's a good boss.
Hell yeah, people forget.
Smart.
Amen.
Thank you, JJ. I'm going the rest of the day on a powerful. What are you doing? You're sitting here
I just finished lifting, and I'm considering doing cardio or not.
Do it.
What? Connor says, do it. There's a playoff push coming here. You're still a free agent.
Come on.
Why are you still lifting the way you are, huh?
AQ's running the neighborhood right now.
I enjoy looking and feeling good.
Yeah, you need to look outside. AQ Shipley's running. You should maybe join him for the last 6 miles of his day.
I know. I saw him with a AK-47 on his back.
We must protect this house, he said.
Yeah.
All right, see you tomorrow, buddy.
Later, guys. See you.
Breaking News Wednesday.
Boom.
Boom.
Huge.
Hey, listen, you better bring it. There's a lot of news coming.
You started this.
No problem with that.
Tell.
Is it going to be punditry news or like journalism news? What do you think it's going to be?
We'll see.
You got a lot of breaking news. Wow. Okay.
A lot of time left.
Breaking News Wednesday coming right down the pipe tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
All of us probably going to sleep at least an hour, 2 today.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe catch up from what we did yesterday.
There's a chance.
I love that you had to sit at that fucking airport for 2 hours, AJ.
Not quite 2, but yeah, I was gonna get in an Uber and just drive that direction and be like, hey, I'm gonna get dropped off at a gas station so we can kind of. But there's no Ubers at 3:15.
Yeah, especially up there.
Oh, in Indiana.
Yeah.
I would have drove him.
It was good, honestly. It was all good.
You would have been his drover?
I would have been his drover.
All right, let's get out of here. See you all tomorrow. You're the best. Happy New Year. We love you. Goodbye. Oh! I got to say it, though.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What?
It's really the only thing I say to people.
Yeah.
It's a good message.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it should continue in 2024.
Yeah. Amen.
Yes.
Comment, this ball goes in.
I can't get my hopes up again.
Top tier with the program.
I can't do it again. I'm pretty.
Steve Weatherford playing.
You got another. It might be fate because you got that ball before the show.
He did. Said Connor, take that.
Yeah.
This is for a plan.
Okay.
Elite membership, top tier.
If I make mine,
Bro.
It's that one.
Yeah, if you earn it. I
Poop
mean, maybe
about
that's
a
what it's
break.
supposed to be because that is
Yeah.
a Weatherford thing. You would have to earn it. You want to describe what that ball is there?
Come on, Connor.
this is a Nocta basketball. It's Drake's. It says sometimes you, sometimes me, always
Is that a $100 ball?
200.
It's a women's basketball as well. Mm-hmm. So the hoop should be bigger for Con Man trying to earn himself into a Steve Weatherford workout plan.
It's a long shot.
Job of the defense.
Hey Bruce, can we move this fucking thing one time? Jesus fuck.
Nice.
Hey, Bruce, good work back there. Good defense. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Bruce.
Make him earn it, Bruce.
This is for Weatherford.
Yeah.
Weatherford plan.
This is one of the plans. You have to find it, though. I don't know. He has
Bar
numerous.
shot. What the?
Son of a bitch. I don't have it today.
You don't have it.
I usually make those. I
This guy hates
I
brother.
do.
You gave it a chance.
I usually make those.
He doesn't want to work out. That's what I just heard right
I
there.
swear I usually got those in the bag.
Tomorrow morning, see you boys in there.
I never make it.
You're going to be in there?
Yeah.
Really?
Is it 25?
You're joining the Hawkeyes?
Yeah.
Let's give another look at Connor's attempt here.
Is he tracking?
Is it?
Tracking. Ah, left.
You're going for the bank, I see.
Yeah.
All right. This one's Jover. From the Thunder Dover. How long does this last, you think?
I think it's got legs. I think this thing's got legs.
Couple days.
Gumpy, how? There's
As frequent.
62,000 people watching.
As frequent, I don't think so, but I think this has legs all the way to the NBA Finals.
To the Super Bowl.
Gumpy, how did we fall into Jover?
Super
Just so I know?
Bover?
I've kind of been beating this drum for a long time already. I'm glad everybody's hopping on board.
No, yeah, I've heard it for
Yeah.
sure, but I think like how heavy you've been hammering it has made us all just be like, all right, Gump.
Let's do it.
I think also the Joe Bover
Joe Bover
1990
card,
Fleer card kind of made everybody jump.
But
on
remember,
board.
it is not Joe Bover down in Miami.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You sent the card out.
Yes, you did.
That was just for that game.
Yeah, plus, the card's one thing. Gum's got
Yeah.
a nuclear weapon in his back
Yeah.
pocket when it comes to Joe Bover.
Whenever
Put
it is
it in the draft.
Whenever it's officially Jover, it will be Jover.
Yeah, you saw the Fins pick.
Let's get out of here. There's over 60,000 people watching this, and I would like to tell all of
No
you.
way.
You need to figure it out.
On YouTube?
We just started a new year. Okay, you can make a lot more decisions that are better for yourselves. It'd be a good time to do it.
Plus like 600,000 on ESPN Plus right now too.
That's not accurate. We are the kings of ESPN Plus, though. A lot of people watching us over there. Not as
I
much.
watch stuff on ESPN Plus.
Move over, MJ.
Me too. Well, that beat us. We're just talking daily shows.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the title could be biggest daily show in the history of ESPN Plus, if we wanted to.
Bingo.
But boy, those events that they do, we can't hold their jocks over there.
Live sports.
They are big. They are big. Yeah, there's some soccer games too that have really done some damage on ESPN Plus.
UFC.
El
UFC.
Clasico.
Yeah, definitely Dana White and UFC. And then the boxing, I think, Floyd and Connor, that was on there as well. But soccer on there really does well.
El
The soccer
Clasico
games
over.
do well over there.
El Clasico between Barcelona and Real Madrid over.
So many overs in there. El Clasico over. Barcelona over.
Bartha.
Bartha over.
Real Madrid over.
All right. This show's over. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Happy 2024. We're all going to go now. Goodbye!